Thus, Heejin rushed straight to the Yoshi with the head, anti-curve bow, and waited in front of the barrier in the center of the draft. In previous tournaments, the Golden Shovel Battle has drawn versions that have selected terrain. These versions would open with a random selection of one of the players who had participated in the terrain poll and apply his chosen terrain to the game. Therefore, in the previous matchup, the time out the door didn't matter. So the contestants from the other countries first froze in place for a few seconds before they could see what was going on at this point. So they rushed to the selection in the center of the ring. Baka, sick man of the country of China, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Seeing Heejin take the lead, the neon player with the mustache directly cracked his mouth. 2, 1. Heejin silently counted down the countdown to himself, not giving a damn about the mustache. With a ding, the central selection barrier disappeared. With the advantage of going out first, Heejin was a big step ahead of the crowd at this point. However, just as he was about to touch the recurve bow, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Heejin fixed his eyes on him, only to find that the mustache guy had somehow rushed in front of him, touching the head, recurve bow, Yeetzy first. Jia, like your grandfather's prop card? The mustache guy smiled grimly and addressed Heejin. In the more recent versions familiar to those in this world, although equipment such as the Firebolt and Hurricane were revamped, resulting in a lower priority for the recurve bow as a more versatile output-type bulk item, it was still relatively popular in drafts. Not only can I grab a nice loose piece, but I can also discuss this bronze-level sicko and make his mind explode. Jia. Off-site. Seeing such a disgusting operation, the Chinese in the live broadcast room excitedly cursed. Is this the only way you little Nikos can brush this kind of sword move? No wonder everyone says you're a people who talk about small manners but lack big morals. The people in Neon were laughing when they saw the images on the live broadcast, but they were mocking the broadcast. Inoue player has really good timing. Do the defeated dogs understand what manners and what virtues? As long as they can achieve victory, any means is a good means. A weak country is a weak country. It can't even compete with a fair draft. Ha 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 ha. Last settlement, we managed to capture your losing territorial waters. This time it's time to win your land area. Even a clayman had 3 points of fire, let alone Heejin who had been targeted in such a way for no reason. But he just looked up at the mustache guy and turned his feet, grabbing the loose gloves next door before his other opponent did. Heejin got into the game early, so he has a lot of insight into the early versions of the opening draft sessions. Although he was in the lead just now, he also habitually glanced at the two Yoshis next door to the recurve bow Yoshi, after realizing that one of them was an output-type gloves and the other was a defense-type block armor. When he tried to grab the recurve bow, he controlled his position to be closer to the side of the gloves. At this point, the first mover advantage combined with the good habits he had developed in his previous life allowed him to successfully grab this loose end. Without seeing Heejin's panicked appearance, the mustache guy barked a few times and rushed to Heejin again, wanting to continue taunting him. However, Heejin spoke before him. Give your father a little time to wait. The mustache froze, unable to believe what he was hearing. With the help of the beautiful nation, Neon Nation did not say it was smooth sailing in the Battle of the Golden Shovel, but it did achieve a considerable amount of benefits and became one of the top few powers in the world. And now, a bronze player from a weak East Asian country dared to say such words to himself? The mustache guy was just about to open his mouth to counterattack when he saw 8 blue portals appearing in unison around the ring, at the initial positions of the contestants, sucking each of them away. The mustache guy's words that he wanted to say were also blocked in his mouth. As soon as he landed, the mustache guy stomped his feet in anger and hurriedly tried to get to Heejin's side by checking out the chessboard to continue cursing. However, he was shocked to find that while the action of viewing his opponent's board was still viable, he was not transported along with it. Yes, in earlier versions, when viewing an opponent's board, Isher, the tiny hero, would not be visible on the opponent's board. The viewers in the country of China laughed out loud when they saw the mustache guy get defeated. Sip, doggy good boy, don't be mad. Ha 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 ha. A mouthful of rice total didn't spew out, but choked on itself. A lesson for you little neons, in China. It's called lifting a rock and stoning your own foot. The neonites saw such a scene and were a bit embarrassed. Baka, sickos be quiet. What's the excitement? It's just that I didn't scold you guys. You still can't eat the points. Inside the conference room, the political bigwigs nervously watched the matchups. The players had soon finished the first 2 rounds of wildcards. The last remote minion of the second round popped a blue mana ball, and Heejin on the screen immediately jogged over to open it. Now that Heejin has a great sword, a great stick, and a fist gloves that he took from the draft, at this point, whether it's the mana explosion needed to synthesize spellcasting Yeetzy or that endlessness that provides a high blitz rate, it's all good. As long as we can pop another outfit and synthesize another attacking adult outfit. that newly developed playstyle might be able to go through. Director Howe stared at the blue mana ball with dead eyes. Wow. While the crowd watched, a green cube flew out of the blue mana ball instead, along with an and green quality. $2. Is this nickels? The loot was none other than Nico. This version didn't have the secondary hero replicator that limited the rank of Eiko, only the Nico that had an unlimited cost and an effect equal to that of a gold-colored hero replicator. The big boys watched the game live and choked. Hey, how is Nicole? What's wrong? Isn't it a good thing that Nico can replicate Eiko? The person who had come to deliver the message earlier hadn't even left at this moment, but was staring nervously at the screen together at the door. The crowd looked up at him, but didn't say anything. The country was already facing extinction. So what was the point of posing at this point, not to mention that this was just a live broadcast that everyone could see, and did not involve any secrets. Director Howe shook his head and explained towards him. Nico is naturally a good item. Whether it's used to chase down a 3-star low-cost Yeetzy, or used to synthesize a 2-star 4-cost or 5-cost Yeetzy in the middle of the game, it's all very useful. Then why isn't everyone too happy? The man was even more puzzled. Hey, the bad thing is that it shouldn't come in the early stages. Sighing, Director Howe continued to explain, the blue mana orb may open out 3 things. The first is equipment, which conveniently raises the battle power and fuels the victory in the early rounds. The second is pure gold coins, which raises the economy and allows players to eat more interest in the early rounds. Players are good for this, whether they are upgrading to play a streak, or saving their gold coins to take advantage of the first round of defeats with less blood deductions, and going on a losing streak to eat more interest. And the third one is Nico. If you use it right up front, it's not as useful as the first two, whether it's to copy a low-cost Yoshi for money or to synthesize a low-cost 2-star. That's why people usually don't use it at this time. Director Howe shook his head with a bitter smile. That's why we always say that popping Nicole up front is the same as losing half the battle. Ah. At that, the man wore an expression of I see, but that expression then changed to one of worry. Inside the field, Heejin looked at Nicole, but his 2 eyes were bubbling with light. Wasia, are you ready to take off with my little master? Nonetheless, the game was in the 1-4 phase before Nico flew out and his library refreshed. And the chosen Yoshiko that was swiped from the deck was none other than Blessed Tam. Chapter 4. It seems like he lost on purpose? So this season's special effect is Chosen 1, which can make the corresponding ties high +1. That's pretty much the same as the S11 Strong Voice Showdown. How did Heejin just take the Chosen so quickly? Blessed Star? What is the effect of this bond? Inside the live broadcast room, the crowd was very curious as to what kind of tie that made Heejin take the heavenly choice straight away almost without even looking at it. Is this the new way of fighting that the state has worked out? But this is obviously a new release? How would the state know the exact strength of the bonds? Unfortunately, in addition to the numbers emerging from the mutual damage inflicted by the Yeetzy in the sparring session, the spectators outside the arena can't see the specific values of the game's restraints, Yeetzy, etc. And only the players who are in the game will be able to see the most comprehensive and exhaustive data. This is one of the reasons why the Dragon Kingdom is falling further and further after a long period of suppression. Only if their own players make it out alive can they bring out more comprehensive data for the country to study. This coin-shaped icon wouldn't be an economic hold, would it? Heejin shouldn't be so stupid as to take an economic hold, right? Economic restraints are the most trashy type of restraints in this game. I still remember that, Underground Demon Thieves, that I played before the earliest A3 countries. The whole 7 consecutive defeats deducted more than 50 blood, and as a result, only popped out more than 20 gold coins in a equipment recaster. In the end, it directly went away with Extreme Old 8. I remember that too. That player was so miserable that time. Not only did he lose his life, he also became a national shame. The Sans all said he was the last straw on the last settlement that crushed the San, costing the San a lot of national fortune. This whole thing about economic ties being crap is written all over the textbooks. It turned out that it wasn't as if the people of this world hadn't tried economic detention. It was just that no one dared to take the risk of checking out the rewards of high-level economic detentions under the huge pressure of both their own lives and the interests of the country. After all, by the mid to late game of this game, a single loss in a matchup could easily deduct nearly 10, if not more than 10, points of blood. What's the difference between that and drawing blood in a player's own aorta? Therefore, even if the characteristic of many economic ties is the longer you lose, the more rewards you get, players in this world generally do not dare to continue the losing streak after the second stage. What? You mean think differently and play a streak with an economic tie to eat the lower tier rewards? Who do you think you're bringing in your little hero, Violet Smythe? Who can charge up from the bottom of the field and beat people up? In a climate where people generally value blood and have raised their battle power in the early stages, It's almost impossible to hit a streak with an economic hold that doesn't have a battle power boost. The third round of minions turns up, world, and only drops a gray mana ball that opens for 2 gold coins. It's bad. It's not going to be a good fight streak. Inside the conference room, Director Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Big meat with meat suit. Small meat with strong offense. He can't put together one of these two pairings that are good for hitting streaks in the early stages. The time is also destiny. Seeing that brand new tactics were difficult to put to use, the bigwigs were shaking their heads in despair. With less of the new hit as an influencing factor, Dragon Nation is back to where it was before. Nope. Since Heejin's strength was only bronze, Longwa's already low win rate had now dropped even more viciously. All we can do now is hope that Heejin has better luck and doesn't get 8th. However, no matter how much the crowd thought about it, it was impossible for their voices and thoughts to be heard and seen by Heejin, who was in the middle of the match at the moment. Let's see what's out there on the battlefield first. Throwing the in that the wild monster had popped onto the field, Heejin looked at the 3 blessed stars bind that had been activated and smiled heatedly. For as long as he'd been playing Golden Shovel, he hadn't encountered many openings like this. You know, Blessed Star is one of the strongest economic ties of all times. What is this if it's not a Heavenly Who opening? This puts even a pig in a poke can eat points. 3 kingdoms. Duel. Ooh, there's a bright day, heavenly choice? Flying quickly swept the eye outside a few of the field quality. Heejin secretly wondered. All took the heavenly choice also even if. How also all on so high quality? It's almost like he's letting him on purpose? As far as his previous life's game experience is concerned, after hitting the wild monsters, people can probably tell whether they should go on a winning or losing streak based on their equipment and John's naturally coming cards. If you want to go on a losing streak, you will generally put on fewer Yeetzy, and even try to eat as much interest as possible even if you don't bother to empty the city, not a single monster. Many losing streak brothers, after seeing someone take Blessed Star, will also often take advantage of it and deliberately lower the quality to break Blessed Star's losing streak. How could he know that the shoveling players in this world generally have blood anxiety? And even if they can't fight to win in the first round, they don't want to be deducted too much blood, so they all like to make the battle hard in the first round. Good thing too, so I can get more people on and try to get less blood. Taking down the Kyoketsu that had been swiped out of the card library, Heejin took the precaution of constantly switching to check the boards of his various opponents to make sure that no one was temporarily lowering their quality until the game began. As the Yeetzy flew into the field one after another, a white man with blonde hair and blue pupils also revealed himself, and it was none other than the player from the Maple Leaf Country. When he saw Heejin, he smiled cheekily and put on a provocative look. Dragon Nation, countdown to your life. Heejin looked at his opponent's lineup, but a smile appeared on his face. 3 Scarlet Red, on, Divine Shield. Your battle power is quite high. Understood. Man. Quickly judging the difference in battle power between the two sides, Heejin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly synthesized Mana Explosion and gave it to Moonlight, which flew towards the opponent's back row. The Moonlight card itself didn't do a lot of damage, as some of its strength was spread out over the skill's shield. However, with the boost of Mana Blast, it still collected the opponent's back row card master very easily. The blood level of the opponent's front row gradually decreased, and the balance of victory gradually tilted in Heejin's favor. The spectators of the Dragon Kingdom looked at the situation and couldn't help but hold their breath nervously. Heejin equipment is given so decisively. It's 3 against 4, but it seems like a win? Under Heejin Yeetzy's pincer attack, the blood level of the opponent's other Yeetzy, Prince, was also dropping rapidly, and it was only the opponent who hadn't even hit half of Heejin's blood. In the midst of the crowd's nervous attention, a crimson shadow suddenly flew out from outside the arena, and then sat down in the chessboard. It is the effect of the 3 Scarlet Bond summon Tyrant Gario. With the help of Galio, the situation worsened immediately. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Heejin was already struggling to get this win. Hey, Heejin's assassin managed to align to the opponent's back row, and also gave a mana blast on his eyes, so he's already doing his best. There was a stifled sigh of relief. Hey, it turned out to be a loss. It's a bad start. Are we really going to be exterminated after all? In the end, Maple Leaf Kingdom had 2 of the 4 Egypts on the field, with only the card, who had been sliced to death at the beginning, and the Emperor, who had been set on fire later on, killed in action. In the midst of all the lamentations in the conference room, Director Hao, however, suddenly thought of something and froze suddenly. That's not right. I just watched the battles in other venues, and the battle ties all have special effects. The more dual echo fights, the faster the attack speed. And there's a yellow special effect on his hands. Heavy duty Echo opens the game with a symbol shaped like a shield on his body. The more special, Scarlet, will summon hitters in the middle of the match. But Heejin's hold Doesn't seem to show much character in the matchup. Did. Exquisite. At this point in the tournament, Heejin saw that he had managed to replace 2 cards in the hands of the pre-powerful Scarlet and revealed a wide smile. The Maple Leaf Nation player looked at Heejin's expression and strangely had the illusion that he was the loser. Weirdo. Are you out of your mind? Why are you so happy when you're losing blood? The Maple Leaf Country player who had flipped the game with the detention effect had wanted to show off a little bit, but when he saw that, his original words were all blocked in his mouth. He hurriedly glanced at Heejin's detention. After seeing the effect of Blessed Star, his mouth opened wide in shock. You actually got on the economic hold? Chapter 5. Such a drop in battle power. He can't be sent by the enemy, right? The first round of player versus player battles ended in a hurry, and Heejin was the only one left on the board. Thinking back to the Maple Leaf Nation player's eyes filled with pity just now, Heejin couldn't make sense of it. How could he react like this after such a smooth start for me? Is he a rookie dog who can't play with an economic detention streak? It's alright to come to the World Series, shouldn't it be? Heejin pondered, going over the information he had come into contact with after crossing over to this world in his head in droves, and a thought appeared stone cold in his mind. Rule out the possibility that he really is a vegetable dog. It's a conspiracy. As a traitor to the beautiful country, the Maple Leaf Country will definitely follow the beautiful country in targeting our Dragon Country. So by pretending not to understand my train of thought, he's trying to get me to let my guard down and boldly raise my battle power, and then have someone else, like Neon's mustache, secretly lower their battle power to break my losing streak. Seeing through the plot of the Maple Leaf Nation's players, Heejin snorted coldly, secretly saying, "Kid is sinister, worthy of being a world-class player, not to mention the chess-playing strength. Just this trickery and scheming is already very powerful. However, trying to backstab me is really underestimating me." Heejin. With his mind clear, Heejin heatedly smiled, his heart burning with a burning desire to fight. Let's see how I'm going to tease you. A combination of factors led Heejin to incorrectly overestimate his opponent at this point, but it also turned his body and brain on. Heejin, who hadn't purchased experience, had automatically upgraded to level 4. He only flew on a Pike and 2 Moonlight that had been swiped from the store, and while synthesizing a 2-star Moonlight, he activated the 2 Assassin bond. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched Heejin's maneuvers and their spirits were lifted. Nice smooth John card. That makes 2 stars. Blessed Star, I don't know what the effect is yet, but this Assassin looks like a battle bond. The 1-star Moonlight damage from the last round wasn't low enough, and with this round's wave of big boosts, I'd like to see how my opponent's back row will survive. Yeah, with 2 back row deprogrammers, the enemies are useless even if the front row is strong. In the conference room, originally suspected that Heejin on the economic custody of the secretary how at this time also breathed a sigh of relief. Going on such a high quality and not leaving anything to chance. Giving, great sword, along with Kyoki Moon. I almost misjudged you. This is not like going on an economic tie trying to hit a losing streak. This is clearly trying to fight a winning streak. Although I lost in the first round, I didn't lose much blood. As long as we can win later, we can also get the reward of 4 consecutive victories. That way our new playing style can still go through too. Good boy. This ability to improvise can. The countdown ticked down, and it looked like the second round was about to begin. Whoosh! Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, ready to see how Heejin was going to hit a winning streak like a force to be reckoned with next, he engaged in some eye-popping maneuvers. What did he just do? Did anyone get a good look? A bigwig in the conference room asked blankly. He's so fast. I didn't see it either. It seems like the 2 assassins that were just in the lower left corner are missing. Did he improvise his stance based on the position of his opponent's back row? No one's looking. The crowd then focused their eyes on the screen that was already showing the second round of battle footage to see what was happening, only to find, Leopard Woman, and Fireman? How did he sell the 2 assassins, and replace them with other cards? What kind of weird trick is this? Rewind to half a minute ago. Judging the beautiful nationalist forces side of the dirty tricks, Heejin instant decision. With the smooth John card greatly enhance a wave of combat power. Since the enemy wanted him to raise his battle power, he would take the trick and show the enemy how strong he was. Once he cheats the second stage, his losing streak will be hard to resist when he reaches the third stage, because by stage 3, those who want to go on a winning streak will naturally fight to keep it going, and want to lose streaks of people, after rational thinking, should also be sure that they are unlikely to operate to play 4 or 5 cost as the main lineup, and should play low-cost betting dog lineup, so at this time to stay in the system of the card, or in order to keep the blood. At this time, the war generally will also be greatly increased. He then went back and forth to check the boards of his opponents, keeping track of everyone's battle power and preventing anyone from secretly lowering their battle power. Sure enough, with only 10 seconds left in the countdown, He saw Neon Nation's mustache guy drop the 2-star, Swordmaster, and 1-star, Weapon Master, that had originally been paired with the Heaven's Choice, Duel, Yasuo and put together a, for Duel, replacing them with 2 1-star, Gladiator, for the front row. Heejin could already imagine the mustache guy's grimacing face. How could Heejin let him have his way? So, he pretended to be calm and kept the field still for the time being. Finally, stuck in the last second of the countdown, he sold 2, Assassin, with a very fast hand, replacing them with 2 back row loose cards that couldn't put together a bond. You know, in his previous life, it was his extremely fast hand speed and flexible change of formation that made him world famous. As the second round began, he met his second round opponent. Too bad it wasn't a mustache. It was a San who was born with a yellow and black skin. At this moment, he had several silver glowing Yakos on his board. At this point, he had already opened a 3 Sangwa, 2 Gladiators lineup and added a layer of attributes to the Sangwa Yakos by winning the first round. San, who was wondering how his opponent would be on 2 back rows that were completely unable to put together a bond, saw that his opponent was Heejin, and an expression of disdain appeared in his eyes. So it's this bronze from the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder he's such a dish. He can't even get on people. It turns out that the 3 countries are also in the Alliance of Beautiful Countries, and the alliance in the matter of targeting the Dragon Country has long been through the air. All kinds of ploys against the Dragon Country and the various countries have been common intelligence. Even the prop that bypassed the selection restrictions and allowed Dragon Nation to play with a bronze player was actually handed over to Neon Nation to use by the beautiful country that was currently at the top of the standings and had a lot of resources. Shaking his head, San didn't even bother to look at what kind of hold Heejin was on. In his opinion, there was no point in guessing the thought process of a bronze player. At this point, the live broadcast had already set off a euphoric wave. Obviously he can fight a streak. How did he get his battles down so low all of a sudden? Could he be sent by an enemy country? So at the expense of his own death, he wants our Dragon Kingdom to take an old 8? I had thought that the person who said Heejin was a bronze before was spreading conspiracy theories, but now it seems like this information is believable as hell. I know, he was just trying to show us some hope before by pulling up his battle power before, and then breaking it viciously. Beautiful country, they are so deceitful. In the conference room, the bigwigs were also in an uproar. One of the big men slapped the table hard, his face rising red. Check me hard. Even bronze doesn't fight like that. I want to see if this Heejin is a sword ultimatum sent by the enemy or not. Director Hao, who had previously met Heejin outside the light gate and had a good impression of him, wanted to say something, but at the moment, he was silent. With Heejin's operation in front of him, it was hard to come up with a second explanation at this point, other than Heejin collaborating with the enemy. He clenched his fist tightly. The nails embedded themselves in his palm and bled a bright red. Chapter 6, Hang by a Mustache? Heejin, who was in the middle of the match, naturally didn't know how much of a wave his maneuver had created in a world that hadn't seen much of a losing streak in play. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't bother. What? You're saying Blessing can't do it? It's your understanding that doesn't work, right, uncle? He quickly went up another wave of mass, setting up a 3 fortunes, 2 godshots scene. After scanning the quality of the outside, especially the mustache, he quickly gave the man a blast to the whoring, Timo. Deception. Keep on cheating. All of it. Harm. Hitting a losing streak is trouble. It's just comfortable for them to play streaks and just go to the highest level of play. And we have so much more to think about when we're playing a losing streak and trying to change things up to get whacked by individual opponents. The mustache is a bit of a hard sell at this point. As a veteran player who had participated in many tournaments and seen many versions of the game, he knew that Duel was an excellent hold that went from being strong in the early stages to the late stages. So in the first round, swiped the chosen Duel, also he thought nothing of it and bought it directly. With the whoring to the 2 Duel cards smoothly opened the U4 Duel, wanting to break through to hit a big streak. Surprisingly, the man who had grabbed Heejin's recurve bow looked at the many kinds of high-quality equipment he hadn't seen in the synthesized formula for a long time after fighting the wild monsters, and agonized over it. Coupled with the fact that the failure of the earlier snogging had made him very annoyed in his heart, he had forgotten to look at Yasuo's other tie. Wanderer. After all this agonizing, one Ronin, at the start of battle, if one Ronin hero does not have any teammates in their neighboring squares, they gain a layer of shield equal to 50% of their maximum blood. And in order to spread out the damage, he had actually lined up Aso, Sword Girl, and Weapon Master in the first row right next to each other out of experience. Chosen Yoshi has extra bonuses and is often the strongest Yoshi on the field in the early stages. So, unsurprisingly, the mustachioed man who lost a significant portion of the chosen Yoshi's combat power lost the first round of the matchup. Baka. It's all because of that sick man from Rukoku. After an unfavorable start, an even more annoyed mustache hastily scanned the field and the holds of a few outside. trying to see if it was possible to walk away with a quadruple win. Instead, I saw Scarlet, Three Kingdoms, and other ties. Mustache, who has seen many versions of the matchup, knows that although the upper limit of this summoning class is low, they are generally very strong in the first and middle phases due to their ability to summon an external aid with a good base value. And although the Three Kingdoms bond needed to pass the stack to be stronger, this family's equipment was extremely good and of high quality, so it was only not something he could beat, even if we are lucky enough to be ranked against weaker opponents and win a few rounds. I'm afraid that if we are ranked against these two, we'll only have our winning streak snapped. One win, one loss, and the economy doesn't explode. And so, as a player from the beautiful country that had gained a lot of intelligence and resources Neon with great support, he knew a lot more about how to play than the outside world, and his thinking was quite a bit more flexible. So, the artist decided to drop 4 duel and lose in the second stage in a row. I might as well finish the second stage with a delicate losing streak and make a comeback in the third stage. That way, I won't deduct too much blood, and when I get to stage 3, I can just power through on the money I saved from stage 2. Switching tracks, Mustache switches his attention to the lower ranked ones, when he saw Heejin's scene, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Economic ties? All the little kids in my big Neon know you can't touch an economic hold. Losing in the first round and pulling the quality so high in the second round with an economic hold? Is this a case of not being able to part with this reward for losing a round and wanting to carry it around to turn a winning streak? Ha 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 ha. To be able to give birth to such a dish. The little tiny dragon country. Laughable laughable. The sick man of East Asia. The name is true. After mocking inwardly, he decisively averted his eyes and stopped paying attention to Heejin. Naturally, we didn't see that wonderful 1-second change of formation by Heejin afterward. At the end of the second round, the mustache guy, who had achieved another round of exquisite consecutive losses, was both full of heart and content, and couldn't stop stroking the small patch of beard on his upper chin. Yassi, I'll show you guys how a high-end player operates in this one. Slowly scanning the field quality of the families on the field, the mustache guy's gaze once again stopped here at Heejin. How did the A assassin, that was so high quality just now turn into divine shot? However, when he saw that Heejin's blood level had dropped by another section, as well as the pillar of light on Heejin's chessboard symbolizing save $10, he then suddenly realized, I guess I ran into those quality guys and lost another hand, so I decided to turn my losing streak and save up for interest. Humph. A losing streak is something a bronze punk like you can grasp? After judging the strength of both sides, Mustache decisively returned to his board and played down a tam. Now, with Heejin's 3 fortunes, 2 divine shots, field, it was the one that would be able to securely win against him. Time passed by second, just 5 seconds before the countdown was about to end. But a trace of uneasiness suddenly bubbled up in the mustache guy's heart. But even if he's a bronze, that doesn't rule out the possibility that he'll go and look at his opponent's board? He then turned back to look at Heejin's chessboard again. It didn't move. His mind was wide open. The 5-second countdown went by in a flash. The battle bell then rang in the player's ears. The mustache guy looked at Heejin, who had appeared before his eyes, and revealed a smug smile. GG, gotcha, little sicko. Doesn't that break your losing streak? He took a few steps forward and was about to arrive in front of Heejin to ruthlessly taunt him in order to vent his annoyance when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When fighting away from home, going to other people's boards to fight, the challenger's Yako will turn into a ball of light and appear in batches. This is something that Mustache, who has been in many battles, knows very well. But isn't the interval, this time, a bit long? 1, 2. What about those 2 god shots of his? Stunned and looking up, the mustache guy was the one who saw a bad smile on Heejin's face. Jia, got you. Little day. Doesn't that break your losing streak? It turns out that 3 seconds before the match started, Heejin noticed that the mustache guy had placed a Yiko. Heejin had been highly nervous about the situation outside, and given the quality of everyone else on the field at the time, there was no need for Mustache to play a single card to keep this losing streak alive. So Heejin immediately realized that Mustache was targeting him. Thus, he once again stuck to the last second of the countdown, not only selling 2 divine archery quickly, but also sinking tam and letting the more brittle and top the front, so that it would be subjected to the set fire first. Master plays with details. Chapter 7 Backhanded Rincewind. Blessed Star collects vegetables. Outside the arena, the audience came to a realization when they saw what was going on and the way the mustache was storming around. So he's fighting a losing streak with a mustache. No wonder Heejin keeps going up and down and up and down. So it's a trick on the mustache. Heejin did a good job. I've been displeased with this mustache guy for a long time. I remember this mustache guy has targeted our dragon players in many matches. What a blast! In the conference room, the crowd finally understood Heejin's operation at this time, and the previous misunderstanding naturally dissipated. Hey, that said, with the way his loot drops were at one stage, it's really hard for him to go on a winning streak. Yeah, only being able to combine one finished costume, and having a blue mana orb reward taken up by Nicole. Even if we win a few by fluke, it's probably hard to keep it up later. Instead of deducting blood in the back, why don't you go on a losing streak in the second stage where there's less blood to deduct? After defeating incorrectly by the mustache head-on, Heejin's losing streak was unstoppable. The mustache guy who had broken defense had wanted to go up and continue cursing, but Heejin saw this but directly opened the shield on him. The world was suddenly clear. Heejin was not a person who liked to shoot his mouth off. He had always believed that practical actions were the most painful means of beating people. Sooner or later, I'll find a chance to you away. Throughout the second stage, Heejin didn't let up, but kept checking the boards of several other players, fearing that someone would continue to break his losing streak. Without the mustache guy, who was determined to go on a losing streak, the rest of the opponents were either still too upset about their blood level to make a decision to go on a losing streak, or they thought they still had a chance to win. In any case, under Heejin's deliberate operation, he managed to lose the entire second phase. Heejin was very puzzled as to how no one had been bothering him. My jackpot is still accumulating. He didn't know that people in this world despised economic ties, which was why his opponents stopped paying attention to him when they saw that he had been using Blessed Star. By the time they reached the third stage, the players who prized blood had begun to fight for the win, and after seeing his blood level go all the way down, they even directly treated him as half a dead man and no longer regarded him as an opponent. He then gradually pulled up the quality as well, taking away a lot of his opponent's Yoshi each round by adjusting his stance, getting on his equipment, and other tricks. So, by the time he got to 3-5 in a losing streak, he still had 33 points of blood left. The crowd outside the arena, while jaw-droppingly dazzled by his unique technique of hitting a losing streak, grew increasingly worried. Raiders of the Young? 9 straight losses? My god, how is he still on a losing streak in 3 stages? Doesn't he want to die? But then again, he actually still has this much blood after his 9 consecutive losses, so it can be said that he's pretty impressive. Could this be the new method of fighting developed by the state? No one has ever saved so many tiers of losing streak economic ties. So excited to see what rewards will pop out of a 9-loss streak. And at that moment on the field, Heejin was also pondering. 33 blood, should I get greedy again? After observing for so long, it does feel like these players aren't playing right. It's as if are so desperate to keep the blood flowing that they're sporadically sacrificing a lot of their economy. Weird. Unable to think of a definitive answer, Heejin simply stopped trying to speculate on his opponent's thoughts and focused on his own rhythm instead. Should we lose one more wave? And in the meantime the wildcards eat one more wave of the losing streak bonus. Never mind. Let's just play a steady hand and leave a wave of tolerance. That way you can still lose 2 waves late. Thinking of this world's golden shovel's cruel loser's punishment, Heejin still put away the idea of Pokemon. Commence operation, giving Mana Storm Endless to the 2-star Norseman on the field. Heejin incidentally put on the Yeetsies that had been waiting for a long time under the field. At this point, he's level 6, and the scene on his field is 2-star Chosen, Tam, 2-star Northerner, 2-star Chuzzlewit, 2-star Pike, 2-star Hijack, 2-star Wind Woman. After hitting the field in the second phase, he had over 50 gold coins on him. So, while he watched what was going on in the houses outside and adjusted the quality of his field, he also saved up some cards that he could use to collect food later. Now, it's finally time for the cheerleaders to take the field. Quickly switching the boards, Heejin intently observed the situation and standings of the several opponents outside. It's generally the left front row that's more brittle. He quickly got the conclusion he wanted and put Noob on the left side of the second row. He placed Hijack and Wind Woman in the lower right one as well as the lower left 2 respectively, and placed Annie and Tam in the upper left 2 in the center of the first row, corresponding to the powerful back row outputs and big meat front rows of the several families outside respectively. In the last few seconds before the battle started, he hummed a little tune and casually bought an Eiko and threw a belt onto it. When the countdown ended, he threw another cloak that was lying idle on the loot mat onto this Eiko, synthesizing a spirit wind. This is a piece of equipment that was later included in the supporting outfit. In later versions, the appearance of Spirit Wind gradually declined due to a number of other powerful options in the supporting outfit. However, in previous versions, Spirit Wind has always been one of the despicable series of equipment that players have been talking about. The adversary appeared and flew out of the portal, along with his yippies. Heejin hadn't taken a closer look at his opponent's lineup yet, but he saw an iconic beard first. It's none other than Neon's mustache. Brother, full responsibility found it here. That said, This mustache guy was on the verge of exploding mentally after having his rhythm broken by Heejin in the second stage and being forced to get a round win. A couple of high-quality cards had been sold long ago to eat interest in order to go on a losing streak. But I didn't think he'd actually win that round. After some agonizing, he saw that the rhythm of the losing streak had been interrupted, and finally decided to keep the blood. And with some maneuvering he found the chosen magician, Lulu, plus the combination of Goat Blade, Green Dragon Blade, quality spell casting equipment, and finally ended the second stage with lose, win. From the beginning of the third stage until now, he has been able to keep his winnings due to his better luck in not ranking the strongest one, but the second stage still left him with a lot of energy, and the economy wasn't looking good at this point. Blame it on the sick bronze man. When enemies met, he gritted his back teeth together when he saw the results of this round of matches, and his bloodshot eyes glared at Heejin in death. In his heart, he was only sorry that players couldn't get into fights, or else at this point he really wanted to go up and tear Heejin apart. Suffering from Heejin's open shielding, at this moment, no matter how much he stormed, Heejin couldn't hear or see. Cowards who only turn on the shield. Wait, something's not right. Why is my front row dying so fast? Why is his, noob, still doing jumping chops? Why hasn't my, Lulu, milked anyone yet? The mustache guy looked up in surprise, only to find that his top man, Lulu, was at that moment being lifted up by a whirlwind and flying high into the sky. Exactly the effect of Spirit Wind at the start of combat. The bearer summons a whirlwind on the opposite side of the board, banishing enemies at or nearest to the whirlwind for 5 seconds. Baka. Chapter 8, The Chosen Fortunate Star Northerner. 6 fortunes? Is Lulu strong? Strong. Due to its ability to raise the maximum amount of blood and restore blood and its extremely short casting time, Lulu, with her starter set, can easily pull the game into overtime this season. In the past, the Iron Bastard lineup idea also began to sprout from this season, disgusting countless players. But alas, the main lineup that Mustache played was 5 Law, not Lulu's other tether, Forest, which could increase Yiko's candor over the course of the battle. Stage 3 equipment was limited, so there was only a single neat suit on his 2-star, Annie, in the front row. As a result, a large portion of his lineup's candor fell on Lulu, although he also put on Maokai and Yeti, and opened the 2 Fighter and 3 Forest bonds. These 2 unarmored front rows were powerless under Heejin Fong Yitzi's set fire. What's more, Heejin had already loaded his C-bit, Northerner, with the extremely violent, Mana Storm, and Endless at this point. This version of Endless provides a large amount of bludgeon rate, but cannot make skills bludgeon. The Norseman's blast rate came straight to 100%. Even the bludgeoning rate overflowed some of it into the bludgeoning. Plus the 3 God of War bond activated by Noob, Hijack, and Pike at this point. 3 Warlords gain 20-45% lifesteal based on their own lost lifesteal and deal 20-45% additional damage based on the target's lost lifesteal. The Norseman's blue quantity was not high, only 50, and coupled with the property that the Norseman skill would immediately refresh when it cleaved someone to death, the Norseman directly began to swim in the mustache's camp. 80. Heejin counted with a bad smile. With that, the mustache's front row was killed before Lulu came down from the sky. Without the protection of the front row stalwarts and the fierce woman, Annie, the remaining dainty back row mages of Mustache were decapitated by Northerner's Noxus guillotine in 3 tries. As for that, Lulu, blown up. 8 seconds less time to stack the Goat Blade passive. Purple Garlic only released 2 skills in the end, and was tearfully hacked to death. Watching his hard-fought winning streak snapped before he got into the field, the mustache man was in a rage. Sicko, you dare to target me. Bagger. I'm going to rip you to shreds. Watching the mustache guy singing and dancing in front of himself without transmitting a single sound, Heejin suddenly raised his right hand and danced a few times in front of himself as if chasing flies, then muttered to himself, "Where did the flies come from so annoying?" The mustache's Taoist heart ruptured. The spectators outside the arena were shocked and delighted to see Heejin's maneuver. Spirit Wind can be used like this? I thought Spiritual Wind could only be effective when given during the preparation phase. Why didn't I think that Ritual Wind could be used to play streaks? Watching previous matches, I always thought that Spiritual Wind could only be used in the late game to fight for luck and see if I could blow my opponent's keycards. My god, a losing streak can still play like this? I thought he was going to be on a losing streak until he died. I didn't expect him to win back so easily. Easy? The upstairs segment isn't more than silver, is it? Didn't you see how much he thought about this wave and how many maneuvers he performed? I'm kind of completely convinced now that he's on the national team. Opposition. Backhand, Spirit Wind. Such a delicate operation. I feel like I don't see many of them over in the beautiful country. In the conference room, the bigwigs couldn't hold back their excitement at this time, and stood up one after another, calling out for Waijin. What a gutsy operation. Great. That's what my Dragon Country players should look like. How does his mind come up with all these weird plays? He's actually bronze? How can such a powerful player be bronze? Our education system has to be changed. It's got to be overhauled. It's amazing that a talent like this would be judged by us as a bronze, but it's fortunate that he's a bronze. Otherwise, if we really chose another bronze player, I'm afraid our Dragon Kingdom would be in deep trouble. Even the round-faced uncle sitting at the head of the conference room nodded his head with a smile at this time, looking at He Jin on the screen. Old Hao. He suddenly spoke up, calling out to Chief Hao, who was beside him. Chief? Chief Hao leaned his body forward slightly and assumed a posture of listening carefully. Do you think that this kid has a few moments of Lu Guoguo's previous style? Director Hao raised his head slightly, not knowing how to answer. There were still a few moments of doubt in his eyes, as if he hadn't figured out for a moment what the clueless words meant. But then he thought of something and looked at the man in front of him in surprise. You mean? The round-faced uncle nodded firmly. Right. But, he's only played one inning. Isn't that a bit? To think about letting him take the baton of the national sport? Sighing softly, the round-faced uncle spoke slowly. Things can't get any worse than they are now anyway, can they? Chief Hao's eyes shook for a few moments. This kid's fighting mindset is different from the norm. At first glance before I only felt that it was dangerous, as if he was seeking his own death. But having fought until now, I can see that he has been thinking very deeply for a long time. Letting him come and take over the protectorate now might not be too sensible a choice. But what we need most in the Dragon Kingdom right now is a miracle. Looking at the stack of lucky bags in front of him, He Jin rubbed his hands together excitedly. Let's see what great treasures will be opened. Ding, ding, ding. A series of sounds rang out, and the lucky bags were opened as far as they could go, and with it flew many bubbling glowing. Nico, and gold coins? Why is it, Nico, again? Outside the arena, spectators from all parts of the Dragon Kingdom gasped out in shock, as the lucky bag was opened. What met everyone's eyes was clearly two, Nico, and many gold coins. Not a single piece of equipment. What's the difference between this and that time in Agua, underground treasure theft group? How is this supposed to be fought without a battle? He Jin, who was in the middle of the field, froze for a moment as he watched what flew out. Ooh, Nicole, came after me. This is getting a little tricky. Although 3 stars and 5 charges beckon, I won't live to see the top 9 by keeping Nico. While thinking in his head, He Jin's hand was first selling the Heaven's Chosen, Tam, and pulling his level up to level 7 in the process. It's okay to chase a 3-star 3 fee at level 7. The wild stage passed in a flash, and He Jin took a slight look at his equipment and started de-tagging. Minor law? Roll. New, roll. After swiping a few times in a row without seeing a suitable chosen, He Jin frowned slightly, but on the 4th click, a card with a bubbling pink light appeared in front of him. It was none other than the chosen, blessed, Northerner. Chapter 9 mean. He can fight a streak even with 6 fortunes. After thinking for a few seconds, He Jin still took it down. Can't wait. It's too hard to find a 3-star 3 cost from scratch again. It might even wipe out the economic advantage I've saved up front in one wave. I have 4 Norse on hand right now, plus the 3 chosen ones. Just need to find 2 more. Northerner is good in battle, as long as it can be 3, even if it's not. God of War, Heaven's Chosen. Now playing Ops hasn't even gotten to 8 yet. It hasn't had time to kick in, and 3 stars and 3 charges are already strong enough to go sideways at this stage. I can use a few Nico first to stabilize the blood. The 6 fortunes give decent rewards for each victory, so if I can stabilize a wave or 2, I'll be invincible. While his brain was racing, He Jin's hand movements didn't stop, refreshing his card library with more vigor. Northerner, Piggy Sister, is here too. Looking at the number of gold coins on his body lowered to just over 50, He Jin thought briefly before directly moving a Nico onto a Northerner. Nico can't generate economic gain by leaving it. Use it first. Live first. Not to mention that 6 blessed stars could also potentially pop Nico. I still have a chance to chase 3 stars for 4 or 5 charges. Hands danced out of the air as He Jin quickly changed his formation and opened the 6 fortunate star, plus 3 war god, plus 2 fighter, hold. At this time, all of his Yeetzy except for Pig Girl had reached 2 stars. What's more, there was also a Northerner with a golden glow. Solid quality. Switching rapidly, He Jin observed the boards of his opponents, constantly adjusting the positions of his own sons. In the live broadcast room, the Dragon Country viewers were dumbfounded as they watched his maneuvers. 6 fortunes? Did I read that right? He's still trying to bring economic ties. He's only got 1 wave of tolerance left. How dare he bring an economic hold? And he's turned up the economic hold to the highest level. He only has a 3-star Northerner to hold him up right now. Can he really hold up? After losing so many rounds in a row, the previous 3 fortunes only opened up so little reward. How come he hasn't died yet? The netizens of the hostile countries, who had not dared to raise their voices due to the frequent frustration of their mustaches earlier, suddenly sprang up again at this time, clamoring for invective. You Dragon Nation people are good at doing things that are detrimental to others and yourselves. It's not even enough to send yourselves to death, but you have to hinder our players. I hope it's our Inoue player who sends the sick man away in a moment. Let him have his revenge. What's the point of winning a wave? That will be the only time he wins this set. The matchup started quickly, and Heejin was lined up with a player who had opened 6 heavenly gods this time. Before this player could see Heejin's lineup, he realized that his core C position, the angel, with the goat blade, and firecracker, had flown into the sky. It was Heejin's specialty, backhand, spirit wind. Surprised for a short while, the player whirled around and realized that Heejin had opened a lineup of 6 fortunes. He breathed a huge sigh of relief and even tried to laugh a little. Only 30 or so points of blood left, and you still dare to bring an economic detainer? You don't think you can win with just one 3-star northerner, do you? The 6 heavenly gods that I opened, but it has a whopping 25% damage reduction, and 65% extra true damage. My angels will be down soon. It won't take long for your plate full of hangers-on to be killed off. At those words, Heejin raised his head and glanced at him strangely. What makes you think that your angel can move? This opponent froze, momentarily wondering what Heejin meant. Before he could figure it out, his fallen angel flew a few A's and fired off a skill. Divine Elevation, Kyle, ascends, causing her attacks to unleash waves that deal additional magic damage. That golden wave of light was just about to strike the body of Annie, who Heejin had topped in front of him, when he saw a sudden flash of light on Annie's body. The Kyle, who had just fired his skill, then stopped in place, and a stun marking appeared on his head. That's. The opponent looked over in confusion, but realized that Annie had already brought a purple equipment on her body out of nowhere. Claws of Ambush. At the start of a combat session, the bearer gains a spell shield. When the spell shield is broken, it inflicts a 4-second stun effect on the hero who broke it. How do you combine equipment like that? Heejin naturally will not be idle boredom to explain to the opponent. 6 fortunate star, Lucky Bag may drop equipment clouds, just at ease to watch the northerner as if the god of war possessed, all the way to the opposite side of the chopping all the way. Ding! The battle quickly ended and it was time to prepare for battle again. Heejin couldn't wait to go up and touch the bag of blessings. A piece of equipment and $7. That's awesome. You know, that's a resource equivalent to 2 blue mana balls. It was almost equal to a third of the reward he had lost with 3 fortunes for 9 whole turns in a row before it came out. Keep fighting. In order to maintain the battle advantage, Heejin utilized the equipment that had just exploded to combine a ghost book to Piggy Sister, utilizing the AoE of Piggy Sister's skills to hang a large range of heavy injuries, and leveled up to level 8. And at this time he actually has a whole $20 on him. This is the blessed star. Fighting. Yes. In this way, with a handful of despicable war tactics, Heejin had successfully transformed his previous economic advantage into a battlefield advantage, and utilized 6 fortunes to transform his battlefield advantage into an economic advantage. Left foot on right foot. Spiral to the sky. With that, he managed to win an entire stage in a row. Opponents have watched him go from a 9-round losing streak starting at 33 blood to brother on fire. Winning streak effects will be applied if you win 4 or more rounds in a row. By the time he got to 4 to 6, the quality of his fielding was horrendous. The 6 fortunes are all 2-starred, and the Norseman is already a 3-starred god. On top of that, he replaced the pendant, Hijack, with a 2-star, 4-cost, Rough, that also belonged to the god of war, Bond, and gave on Rough as quality equipment, Firebolt. Both Blind Monk and Shamira in the back can use artillery. I'll combine D 2-star 4-cost cards in the process. He used the 5%, reduced in subsequent versions, 5-cost card probability at level 8 in the 6 fortune star, popped Nico to chase out a 2-star, Winged Grace. The crowd outside the arena had watched in awe. The originally underappreciated economic hold turned out to be something so horrible. Heejin turned out to be such a great player. In the conference room, the bigwigs were also talking. Heejin can already go straight to level 9. Find 1 or 2 more 2-star 5 costs and who else out there can beat him? It turns out that economic ties are the strongest. We were the ones who were wrong about the economic ties. Director Hao listened, smiled and shook his head. Actually, the strong one is Heejin. Chapter 10, the 3-star jinx. The whole audience cheered. That streak for Heejin went straight to 5 to 5. He bought experience values in succession and leveled up to level 9. And he actually had more than 50 gold coins on him. This is the blessed star. Chopping and slashing all the way. All the players in the room went from being surprised at the beginning, to being dismayed, and then finally to being afraid. They were now trembling in fear of running into Heejin. Under the constant pressure, Heejin was already among the second in the blood rankings. Only the Scarlet and Three Kingdoms, who had maintained extremely high blood levels in the early stages, were above him, but these two were no longer his opponents either. After a whole stage of development, his front row Yong'an has already put on the Berserker, Mercury, Techno Gun, God's Clothing. Successfully make up for Heejin Field front row is weak. The small weakness, Rough, has been replaced by the 2-star, 5-cost, Shamira, which also has the Warlord, Bond. Even his off-court cheerleaders still have a few 5-cost cards sitting in their seats. How about 2 3-star 5 fees for this one? Looking at another, Nico, that he had opened in victory last turn, Heejin secretly pondered. Despite the fact that he had already used up a couple of Nico earlier in order to fight the streak. With the Nico that dropped this turn, he now had 2 whole Nico left on his loot mat. With the high probability of 5-cost cards in this version and the chosen mechanic, it's not a sure thing that you can swipe 3 5-costs at once. Put the first one on. 5 to 6 to start, 5 to 6 to finish. Under Heejin's terrifying battle power, his opponent was simply powerless. Nico, give me another Nico. Looking at the several loot fortune bags in front of him, Heejin moved forward a little and opened them one by one. Gold coins, equipment. Damn it. After the prizes were opened, it was not the Nico he was expecting. Hey, chasing me hard when I shouldn't be here and not coming when I should. Nicole? So you're a scum girl too. Shaking his head, Heejin secretly sighed. Glancing at the rankings on the right, Heejin realized that 2 families had already passed away in the fierce battles in the 5th stage, and the bottom 3s, with blood levels of 18, 15, and 1, basically lose another wave and die as well. Then again, the 3-star Northerner is almost not strong enough anymore. In the first 2 rounds that Three Kingdoms has switched the chosen for the Barbarian King in Challenge Custody. The eye has been about the same quality as on my side. Next time, if Northerner can't even hack it up, he might even lose. Keep more 5-cost cards, and it's time to consider a change of formation after another turn or 2. In the midst of his thoughts, the giant tree man in the wild stage was finished off in 3 hits by Heejin's Yeetzy set of fire. Heejin picked up the ice heart that the tree man had popped out, and moved forward to pick up the other 2 gray mana balls. Wow. Heejin snapped back from his contemplation, only to find a flash of green flying past his eyes. This is Nico. I was the one who misjudged you. Nicole. So you've been deeply in love with me all along. The situation had changed. Heejin directly sold all the low-cost cards on the field that cost 4 or less, along with all of the Blessed Star cards and the 3-star Norseman. In the live broadcast room, the viewers watched Heejin's maneuvers, and their minds were a bit turned around for a moment. How did he sell Blessing? Doesn't that play out like that and you'll get your points right away? My god. Can anyone tell me what he wants? The audience had already been shocked by Heejin many times before, and had been convinced many times by his big losing streak to big winning streak, backhand meanness, extremely fast formation change and other maneuvers. So at this point no one had dared to doubt that he was a vegetable, and their first reaction was that they were vegetables and therefore couldn't read. While swiping chosen and keeping 5-cost cards, Heejin pondered. Now that I have 4 winged ends, the hope of chasing him down to 3 stars is the best. 1, 2, 3, swiped 3 times, and only one chosen custody for Sovereign, Shen. Shen could form a high Zhongshi bind with Yang En and give the opposite side a reduced attack speed for several seconds. However, Shen's skill was to shield its teammates, and Heejin didn't have many Shen on hand. So after thinking about it for less than a second, Heejin simply brushed it off. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This time, a 5-cost chosen was swiped, but it was an old man of time. No time for a starter set. Brush again. In the conference room, the bigwigs gradually opened their mouths wide as they watched Heejin's constantly refreshed card library and the ever-increasing number of 5-cost cards in the preparation table. He's going to. Does it mean that? Swallowing hard, Director Hao shouted. He's trying to chase 3 stars for 5 fees. What does a 3-star 5 fee look like? This question has probably crossed many people's minds, but no one can answer it. In a world where only half of the players make it out of each round alive, as well as a constantly rotating version of the game, knowledge of Golden Shovel is extremely limited. Players are afraid of getting too low on blood and dying out of the game, so they are accustomed to trying to keep their blood up at the cost of their economy. So, not to mention 3-star 5 costs, there are only a handful of times that 3-star 4 costs appear in the Golden Shovel competition. Could he make history? The appearance of another Heaven's Chosen Yeetzy finally caused Heejin's gaze to freeze. Chosen, Fighter, Jifu. Looking at the entire history of Golden Shovel, the strength of the 5-cost cards in the S4 season can be considered in the very high column. And, Jinfu, again, is one of the strongest cards of them all. Jinfu. Price, 5. Profession. Racial bond. When Overlord first drops to 40% of his life, he will leave the fight and start doing sit-ups. Each sit-up restores life and gives him attack and movement speed. If he reaches full blood, he will return to combat with the fighting spirit effect. His normal attacks and skills deal real damage. What's the real damage? True damage ignores resistances and is the most noble type of output in this game. And the Yeijifu, after sit-ups, does 100% real damage. As you can see, not only does Jinfu have a hard and resistant body due to his fighter bond, he can also hit extremely high outputs when he wears his output outfit. Looking at his equipment and the number of Yeetsi in the ready seat, Heejin quickly made up his mind. That's you. 1. In the conference room, the bigwigs nervously watched Heejin's search card and silently counted for him. 2. Almost there. At this point, Heejin's gold coin count was only a dozen or so. Don't. With the last 2 refreshes, Heejin's gold coins bottomed out. Is this as far as it goes? 3 stars and 5 fees is really just a myth, isn't it? Director Hao unconsciously frowned, his eyes filled with anxiety. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "It's still going on." He sold the other 5 cost cards. 1, 2. Heejin's gold coin count was gradually dropping, and the countdown for the matchup was also decreasing by the second. 3, 2. Right at the last second of the countdown, the last 5 cost card on Heejin's field besides Jinfu disappeared and was sold by him. Suddenly, a flash of white light, followed by a golden light. That's Director Hao's pupils dilated and he stood up violently. 3 stars now. Chapter 11 Breathtaking. A golden light appeared in everyone's sight. That golden light was not big, much less a strong light, but the light seemed to shine into the hearts of all. This is 3 stars, Jinfu. I didn't expect to see 3 stars and 5 fees at the Golden Shovel battle in my lifetime. I once had the honor of seeing the birth of a 3-star 4 fee once. It was so powerful that it still shakes me when I think about it. I wonder what kind of destructive intensity a 3-star 5 fee will have. Can our Dragon Kingdom finally sweep away our past shame and get a number 1? Everyone's eyes were wide open, holding their breath, wanting to see a moment that could go down in history. As the sparring begins, the mustache guy is confused again. After having his rhythm broken twice by Heejin, he exploded mentally. Stage 2 money and blood double nothing. Stage 3 into the wild before being broken streak. And stage 4 and 5 he is even less of a match for a few high-quality monsters out there, which includes Heejin after harvesting vegetables, and can only secretly pray that the alignment, match results, is better, so that he does not lose too much blood. His otherwise good first and midterm cards have fallen under the 4-letter word economic failure. Baka up you bronze sicko. Seeing that Heejin had won all the way to the end, he had long since lost any thoughts of retaliation, at least not in this game, and rushed to focus on his spirit to fight for the points. Relying on the experience and battle intuition he had accumulated from previous matches, he was finally able to survive to stage 6, but his remaining blood at this point was already low, and he would die if he lost a wave, ranking 5th out of the remaining 6. Brush. Looking at his opponent across from him, the mustache guy gritted his teeth darkly. It's this sick man again, repeatedly frustrated in front of Heejin, coupled with the fact that Heejin's shielding had yet to be turned on. At this time, he had learned his lesson and didn't dare to come forward to scream. Ha! Wait, it's so familiar. Seems a little off. Mustache thought hard about where this feeling of deja vu was coming from. How come only one of his Yeezers came over? Less than that time in stage 2. Mustache was surprised. Mustache puzzled. Mustache looked over. The mustache man was in a rage. 3 stars and 5 fees? As the match began, the attacks of the mustachioed Egypts landed on Heejin's single-topped Jinfu, and with that, Jinfu's blue amount slowly increased. Finally, 3 seconds later, Jinfu's blue bar was full, only to see this robust man yell out, "Smash me!" Whirling around and opening his own wide arms, he hugged the man in front of him before leaping into the air. The mustache guy looked at the tall Jinfu's body stretching in the air at will, and was secretly furious. I remember Maple Leaf Nation played a 3-star 4-cost once before, and that player ended up being overly cocky, hanging 3-star 4-cost singletons on the field, and ended up getting regicide by his opponent. This Jinfu has a long blue bar, so you can't always put a few skills in a round. If I can just survive this, I might be able to fight. I have so many people on the field. It's not like he's going to take seconds. A 3-star, 5-cost card with a face value of only $45 isn't much more than what I have on the field. It's never that much of a stretch. That's right, even a 3-star 5 fee wouldn't be possible. This is a game that encourages multiple Yoshi lineups to match and form sensible bonds. So how can it give a single soldier such a strong battle power? Mustache thought darkly, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Looking at the several light pillars that dimmed around Heejin, he could see that Heejin had sold all of his cards to chase down this 3-star 5 cost. In his heart, He was even beginning to think that Heejin pouring everything he had into chasing a card was a completely irrational act. Just eat the points that are delivered to your mouth. What a 3-star chase. But as Jinfu got closer and closer to the ground, the mustache guy also unconsciously held his breath. It's all about this one. Everyone in the conference room stood up in unison, their eyes glued to the screen. The legendary 3-star 5 fee. Don't let us down. The screen shows Jinfu holding the lucky Yoshiko in his arms and slamming him to the ground in a back-crossing style. A series of blue numbers then popped up. Everything was quiet. Whether it's a heated discussion in the live room, or the nervous dignitaries in the conference room, or maybe Ben's chessboard in the middle of an engagement. No more. Empty? Dead? Only to see that with the completion of this hold by Jinfu, the matchup details on the right side of the screen popped up directly. Jinf, total wounds, 103. 859 points. All the Yako were smashed to death by this. The entire board was emptied right out. The mustache guy froze in place as he looked at the barren landscape in front of him, and the sinewy man, referring to Jinfo, who had begun to dance in the distance. Is this the 3-star 5 fee? Is this the power of the gods? Before he could return to his senses, he saw 2 red lights flying towards him. It is the penalty for defeat after the battle is settled. No, can't. I don't want to die. Don't come over here, Aowa. Instinctively running backwards, Mustache's face contorted with fear. Even if Heejin only had 1 Yeetzy on him, the combination of the frighteningly high base damage of stage 6 was enough to clear his blood. Yeah. It was just that no matter how hard he fought to run, the red light was always 1 step ahead of him. His body turned into gray particles and gradually flew off into the distance. Player Haruya Inoue has been eliminated with a blood level of -1. The icy broadcast rang out. Surprised at how short the fight was, the remaining players on the field all switched their viewpoints to see what was going on. And what caught their eyes was standing in the center of the board, as tall and imposing as a city wall. Breathtaking, the Dhoti grabs and hugs the target and slams forward, dealing magic damage to enemies in a wide area as a percentage of the target's maximum life value. Moving away from the center reduces the damage taken. Primary damage percentage, 400%, secondary damage percentage, 200%. Looking at the skill description as well as the value of the 3-star, Jinfu, these contestants sucked in a breath of cold air. The temperature of the entire ring lowered as a result. 3 stars 5 fees. It really is the legendary 3-star 5 fee. 3 stars and 5 fees are as terrifying as this. It looks like there's no suspense for first place in this one. The 2 players at the bottom of the line were even more dumbfounded, and they didn't come back to their senses until they were struck by the red light on their bodies and turned into grains of ash that flew away. But no one cared anymore about the announcing that went off for their elimination. At the moment, there are hidden corners throughout the board, within 8 different countries, and even further away. All eyes were gathered here, and they marveled at it. Chapter 12, we're number 1. Happy card drawing. There are advantages to chasing early. Heejin thought smugly. Don't have to worry about them casting. Can have a good few rounds. Looking at the 3-piece set of Tech Gun, Mercury, and Resurrection armor that the golden Jinfu was wearing, he only felt indescribably relieved. Who else? Despite the arrogance on his lips, Heejin was honest enough to buy a couple of Egypts from the card bank to go on the field. The word wave is a knife. If you really roll over, you'll have nothing to cry about. Next, the game changed nature. For Heejin, the rest of the matchup is just a study to see from which angle Jinfu holds someone smash down the most handsome. And for his opponents, it becomes which good buddy dies first. Might as well have ordered them in order. Heejin commented as such, waiting for the final round, only the last 2 left. Heejin looked at this opponent who still had nearly 40 blood left and secretly wondered. I can't believe you haven't voted yet? You don't think there's still a chance you can beat me, do you? It's kind of pointless for me to watch Jinfo smash so many handles. However, they didn't know that the golden shovel battle in this world didn't have the option of surrendering, so they all could only helplessly watch the blood of this player who had an overly huge blood advantage in the early stages drop a little bit until it cleared. Andre is out. The game is over. The winner of this victory is contestant Heejin from the Dragon Kingdom. Rococo gains victory points, 35 points. Dragon Kingdom gets the winner's reward, no disaster, no disease for 1 month. Dragon Kingdom gets a trophy masterpiece treasure chest. Congratulations to player Heejin for reaching the hidden achievement Godmaker, obtained by synthesizing the 3-star 5 fee Yazida. Detected that player Heejin was the first blue star to reach this achievement. Player Heejin has been rewarded with the title God's Favorite. Player Heejin's country, Dragon Country, receives an additional reward, a randomized prop card. Congratulations to Maple Leaf Nation's Alexander for second place. The contest was over and the settlement was made immediately. The great broadcast resounded through several countries. This concludes a successful race in this division. The god of shock is mighty. We're number one. Our dragon kingdom is finally raising its eyebrows for once too. Where are the foreigners who ran around screaming before? Why don't they say anything? Congratulations to good big brother Rukoku. Che, wait until your points change back to a positive number before you show off. With the beautiful country and the anti-dragon alliance around, you'll be finished sooner or later. The Dragon Nation crowd gleefully swiped the screen to celebrate the long overdue victory. Heejin not only succeeded in eating the chicken this time, he also opened the door to a new world for many people with his unique thinking and boldness. Suffice it to say, no one was not impressed by his ability. The side of the anti-dragon alliance led by the beautiful country was having a hard time with itself, but under the powerful level of Heejin and the strong fighting power of the dragon country's netizens, it could only put its tail between its legs and run away in disgrace. In the conference room where the bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom had gathered, although they had expected this result the moment they saw Heejin chase down the 3-star 5 they still couldn't stop feeling excited and joyful at this moment. Winning! We're number one! The first! Our dragon country is finally getting the first place. We lost nearly a third of our negative points in one fell swoop. It's so hard. We've waited too long. Our dragon country is finally seeing hope. After the match ended, Heejin didn't rush to exit from the special space of the Golden Shovel battle, but instead wanted to check the rewards he had received first. Titled Divine Favorite, when the bearer is raised to maximum level, the probability of a 5-cost card appearing is increased by 2%, an effect that isn't strong to say it's strong, but it's not weak either. Frowning, Heejin commented, but his frown then relaxed. After all, this was supposed to be a surprise. If these props, titles, etc., that can affect the game within the game are too powerful, then it is inherently unfair to the game, and to the players. What's more, Heejin had only participated in the tournament for the first time, and the Dragon Kingdom had also suffered repeated setbacks in the tournament. So if the effects of these things were too strong, then when they faced behemoths such as the beautiful kingdom in the future, they would not be able to fight back. But if I can save up some more passive effects such as Divine Favorite, the cumulative total will be very considerable. After looking at the title effects, Heejin focused his gaze on the treasure chest and prop cards in front of him that were glowing with purple light. Let me see what I can open. Heejin rubbed his hands together expectantly. Sure enough, even a face as dark as mine can't resist the temptation to draw cards. Battle spaces can only be accessed by players from various countries after the start of each tournament. Therefore, if there are any random type loot such as treasure chests, they will usually be opened on the spot by the player who obtained them to facilitate the country's planning and strategizing during the preparation period. This was something that the Shovel Authority had made a point of emphasizing to him, though they didn't think Heejin had a chance of getting the loot. Ding! Do you want to open that masterpiece chest? As Heejin's hand touched the treasure chest, a voice came from nowhere, clearly ringing in his ears. I do. As Heejin's reply rang out, the purple light on the treasure chest of masterpieces fluttered slightly like the wind. Strange. Heejin seemed to feel an emotional fluctuation similar to speechlessness on the body of the treasure chest. But the treasure chest whirled and shook, and a purple light blossomed out of the gap. Congratulations on winning the off-site prop card Twilight of the Gods. Twilight of the Gods, when used, immunizes your nation from all negative effects during the current preparation session, the time before the start of the match. At the start of the next round, your nation's players are immune to all negative effects from in-play cards and their movement speed is slightly increased during that round. When the next round of combat begins, your country's players will be immune to all negative effects from in-field prop cards and will have slightly increased movement speed for that round of combat. Note, off-field prop cards can be taken out of the game space and used in the real battle preparation session. There is no limit to the number of cards that can be used during the preparation session. Congratulations on winning the in-field prop card, Flash. Flash, when used, the user can make himself appear immediately at a selected location on the board. Note, in-game prop cards cannot be taken out of the game space and can only be used during the game. Each player can use a maximum of one in-game prop card per game. A bit strong. Looking at the two prop cards in front of him, Heejin raised his eyebrows slightly. It looks like the Beautiful Kingdom and Neon Kingdom just used an in-field props card and an out-of-field props card this turn. After seeing that the last reward random item card was also Flash, Heejin didn't stay any longer and walked out of the Golden Shovel space. Chapter 13, House. I'll be the Protectorate. Exiting from the space, Heejin hadn't even looked outside before he saw a dark shadow rush into his arms. Brother Heejin, why were you suddenly drawn to play in the Golden Shovel competition? Do you know how worried I was? Before seeing his person, a glutinous voice as with a crying voice first came out. You are. Hurrah! Heejin, playing a match even forgot about me. The girl raised her head, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. Looking at the pair of reddened eyes in front of him, Heejin finally found this girl from his fragmented memories about this world. How Jean, look at you. You can't help but be amused. grinning out a wide smile. Heejin touched the hair of the girl in front of him. Hao Jin, the childhood friend of Heejin in this world. She is one grade below Heejin, but has been in the same school as Heejin since elementary school. The two accidentally met, referring to Heejin bullying Hao Jin's friend, and was scolded by Hao Jin, but could not answer back. But after the ice to resolve the former suspicion, referring to Heejin apologized, but found that the two accidentally play very close to each other. So the two people who have grown up since childhood to develop the two have grown up together and have developed a good relationship. Brotherly love. That's how the previous owner of this body had always viewed the relationship. The white cheeks quickly rose slightly pink. Hao Jin's small mouth opened in dismay, but she did not know what to say for a moment. He seems a little different today. Before Hao Jin could think of anything different or say something, a man's voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Ahem. Heejin looked up, but he saw a fierce-looking, country-faced uncle. There's an assassin? Heejin was alarmed. Dad! Hao Jin came out of Heejin's arms with her hands in a frenzy, her face bristling red as if it was about to drip water. He can't be touched. He's a credit to. The country-faced uncle glared at Hao Jin for a while before he could control his killing intent. Heejin! You're good. How originally envisioned a good encouragement. Exhortation words to the mouth is completely changed. Listening to Heejin is another body trembling. After 2 more coughs, Director Hao finally adjusted. Introduce myself. My name is Hao. I'm the director of our Dragon Kingdom's Shovel Bureau. You can call me Bureau Hao. Your performance in this competition was very good. You have raised your face fiercely for our Dragon Kingdom. Thank you for your contribution to the country. We need young people like you in the Dragon Kingdom. Come with me. There's someone who wants to meet you. It's not like you're trying to trick me into doing me in secret in a deserted place, is it? Secretly slandering. Heejin but nodded. Ah, good. There is no other way. One must believe in the country. Stepping down from the special car, Heejin found himself in the underground parking lot of an ordinary office building. Follow me. Chief Hao led him to one of the underground levels, walking up to a seemingly ordinary wall, only to see Director Hao gently pressing on the wall. The wall suddenly and silently parted to both sides, revealing a narrow corridor. This, Heejin's eyes widened. So handsome, just like in the movie. The thought sprang into his mind, but he quickly realized something and winced hard. He's really going to do me and hide me in a secret room? Don't make a fuss. Director Hao glanced at him. It's a special time. It's only natural that the route to meet the head should be extraordinarily hidden. Chief, putting on the blindfold. Heejin circled left and right under Director Hao's guidance through the seemingly endless corridor. From the weightlessness of their bodies, it appeared later that they were on another elevator. Go inside. The chief is waiting for you. Regaining the light. A heavy wooden door appeared before Heejin's eyes. Answering to Director Hao, Heejin walked forward, pushing open the door. What came into view was not the luxurious office imagined, but a simply furnished tea room. Sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shone on a round-faced older man who was making tea. Coming? Sit. The round-faced uncle didn't raise his head and continued to concentrate on boiling the tea in his hands. Heejin sat across the tea table with some urgency, looking at the man in front of him, who was faintly exuding pressure between his hands and feet. Taste it. The round-faced uncle pushed over a cup of steaming tea. Long Jing, new tea this year. Heejin took it with both hands and gently took a sip. The tea was fragrant, with a lingering aftertaste. Well, good tea, Heejin said heartily. The round-faced uncle smiled. Whether the tea is good or not, the key lies in the person who drinks it. Some people, after drinking for 10 years can't taste it. Some people, one sip can understand the 3 flavors. Do you know what the protectorate is? Without continuing the pleasantries, the round-faced uncle cut straight to the chase. Heejin shook his head. Protectorate. The most important position of every country's golden shovel national team. The round-faced uncle put down his teacup, and his expression became serious. It possesses a special authority. It can ignore the extraction results and directly fight on behalf of the country. Ignoring the extraction results? Heejin froze. That's right. The round-faced uncle nodded. That's why the protectorate will generally be the strongest person in each country. The linchpin of each country. So why? Why is there no protectorate to stand in for you? Knowing that you are a bronze? The round-faced uncle's eyes dimmed. Under the deliberate targeting by the hostile forces led by the beautiful kingdom, our Dragon Kingdom's points kept falling. In order to preserve the points, Lu Protectorate continuously substituted for someone many times, and eventually died in the battlefield under the targeting. Without the strongest Lu Guagua, all those veteran members of the original national team also suffered a siege in the World Tournament and died in battle one after another. The Dragon Kingdom now has no one who can carry the banner. But, the round-faced uncle's words changed. That game of yours today gave me hope. I don't know why you're in the bronze segment, but what I've seen of you is far from it. Your proximity to danger, boldness, and innovative understanding of the game and how to play it are what the Dragon Kingdom needs most right now. So, said the round-faced uncle, looking straight into Heejin's eyes, word for word, I would like to ask you to be the new protectorate. Heejin was silent for a moment. It's not just a title. It means going through fire and possibly even giving your life for your country. You know, even the strongest people get tired, even the luckiest people have bad times. And all of this could be fatal in a gold shovel fight. But, I don't know if it's the story of Lu Guagua and their heroic martyrdom, or one of the people's officers that I met myself, is the head of the head and how director of the sitting wind and clouds, facing a huge crisis also want to wrestle a future for the Dragon Country firm, or the scene where the members of the Shovel Authority in front of the light gate forced to smile to teach him how to fight even though they were holding back their loss. Heejin was suddenly tempted to be impulsive as well. Chief, Heejin stood up and solemnly said to the man in front of him, I am willing to take over the protectorate. I promise that I will definitely avenge Lu Guagua and the others and fight for the glory of the Dragon Kingdom. The round-faced uncle smiled in satisfaction. This young man, perhaps he could really work miracles. Good. From now on, you are the new protectorate of our Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 14, Neon Gambit. Rematch. Unlike the joy of all the people on this side of the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere in the Neon Kingdom, on a long chain of islands slightly east of the Dragon Kingdom, was not so wonderful at this time. A group of people sat on their knees in a wabi-sabi conference room, looking solemn. Inoue player, you drop. You can't play this time. Yeah, the Emperor-sama specially used a prop card to draw a bronze out of the Dragon Kingdom and you can't even beat him. I think you've had too many good matches before, and that's what's made you so complacent now. Mustache sat on his knees in his seat, his head hanging low. Yes, he survived. In the last round, although he was the first opponent after Heejin had chased the 3-star, Jinfu, and his blood level had dropped to -1 point as a result. Fortunately, there were two other players who had fallen in the same round, and both of them had a lower blood level than him. It is so that he is stuck in 4th place in the rankings of look at eating to points without dying. At this time, he, who had recovered a life, was being reprimanded by the officials in charge of the Neon Kingdom's Golden Shovel and even by his teammates for failing to achieve the expected goal of suppressing the Dragon Kingdom and for his performance of repeated defeats at the hands of Heejin during the matches. At the moment he was so angry that his beard was sticking up. In the face of the crowd's rebuke, he was tempted to retort, but what should he say? That Heejin is much stronger than bronze? For him, who was considered an expert in the country, if not the world, this was no excuse at all. Not to mention the fact that the prop card used this time was extremely rare and was the first time it had ever appeared on the blue planet. Even if the Dragon Kingdom really foresaw the future and arranged for experts to come to bronze in advance for them to draw, this kind of ambush was simply impossible with the Dragon Kingdom's huge population base. That Heejin was lucky? But Heejin is drawn from the bronze. He this can get the first. Luck so good make also want strength to do. Perfectly closed loop this is not. So at the moment, he had a heart and a mouth, and could only be on the cushion. His face getting redder and redder as he held it in. Enough. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He stood up with a brush, his face full of frustration and anger, and rushed towards the several katanas placed against the wall of the conference room. Wow dash. I'm sorry for the country. I'm sorry for the emperor. I can only thank you with my death. Others saw this and stepped forward to discourage. After a bit of drama, the crowd resumed their kneeling positions. Alas, although there is an element of Inoue's player being gullible, it is also true that Heejin's luck was too good. A person spoke up. Indeed, all over the world, but anyone with a higher segment knows that economic holds can't be touched. Who knew that because he was a rookie? He had mistakenly discovered the playing style, and the strength of a high economic hold, of playing a high losing streak with an open economic hold. It's the pull. Let him do it again. He surely won't be so lucky. Yossi, then we might as well get him to fight again. At those words, everyone looked at the man who spoke, but then frowned in unison. Captain, that's true, but how can we have a way to get him to come back and play again when the prop card for mandatory bronze selection is so precious that even the beautiful kingdom doesn't always have a second one? At that, the Neon captain but smiled and shook his head. Why does it have to be a prop card to get him to play again? Watching the suspicion in the eyes of the crowd grow thicker, he no longer sold out. Murakami, do you remember that player from the Woolly Bear Nation you ran into at last month's tournament? Suddenly being pointed out. The person froze for a moment, but then whirled around and recalled. Well, I remember that person's strength was mediocre, but then he also got a 4th place, and kind of barely survived. What's wrong with him? He's actually also a non-national team member selected by the beautiful countryside using prop cards. At those words, everyone was shocked. They knew that the beautiful country had been the number 1 in points for a long time, but they couldn't imagine when the beautiful country had such a deep heritage. Scanning the expressions of the crowd, the neon captain knew that they had misunderstood, so he quickly waved his hand. It's not what you think. The woolly bear nation, while also a rival of the beautiful nation, is no longer on the beautiful nation's list of top threats. That time, the beautiful country used an off-card, which is also quite rare, but much less effective, to select the guy who was supposed to be a master powerhouse from off the team for the tournament. The crowd in the room listened, puzzled but half-hearted. What does this have to do with getting He-jin to fight again? Seeing someone finally ask a question, the neon captain nodded in satisfaction. The beautiful nation captain secretly told me later that the next match of that tournament, even though that person didn't make the national team, he was still selected by the beautiful nation to participate in another tournament, using the normal national team inside designation card. What? I can't believe there's such a thing. The crowd was amazed, but others gave a thoughtful look. It seems reasonable. The people within the national team don't dare to guarantee their victory every time. So if this low-segmented person who was selected through the prop cards can go through the best from each country and still become the top half of the match and survive successfully, then naturally, it can be assumed that his strength is at the forefront of this country's strength and is similar to that of the national team. Upon hearing this, the crowd also nodded their heads, feeling that this speculation made sense. So, all we need to do this time is use a regular off-site card and we'll get that bronze to do it again. Yes, I'd like to see if he still has such good luck this time. The mustache guy slapped the table straight in excitement. And let me come this time. I want to take revenge. Back on the dragon side, after He-jin had received his welcome, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom were just about to hold a press conference to announce the news that He-jin had joined the team and assumed the position of Jinhua, when they heard another voluminous broadcast coming from the skies. Neon player Haruta Inoue used the prop card Ghostly Shadow to designate dragon player He-jin to participate in the tournament at the same time. He-jin to participate in the tournament at the same time. Draw the remaining countries and start the new round immediately. The tournament will open in 1 hour. I wish you all the best of luck in chess. Donkeys, why these little ne'er-do-wells again? How did they know He-jin made the team though? Listening to the broadcast from the sky, Director Ha was puzzled, but without much thought, he found He-jin, who had just woken up from his nap. He-jin, do you want to use the no control card you got last round? With all this back-to-back work, I'm afraid you won't have enough time to rest. He-jin was dreaming of winning several small goals in the lottery when he was woken up by the sound of the broadcast. Realizing that it was still the mustache guy's side that was up to no good, he was furious. Rest? What rest at my age? I'm in great shape. Grunting a few times, He-jin sat up and changed his clothes. I'm not coming to you and you're stomping on me. Wait for the wake-up call from my little master. Chapter 15. This one will teach you to hit the streak. Riding in the Golden Shovel Contest contestants' delivery vehicle, He-jin returned to the entrance and took a step into the light door in front of the Shovel Bureau's crowd. Golden Shovel Ring? Long time no see. That's weird. How come you're back again without a day's notice? What a pain in the ass. Being not too far from the light gate and not having someone from the Shovel Authority to teach him how to fight this time, the pre-battle preparation session was not short this time. After determining that this game is still the Wheel of Fortune version, He-jin, who was bored, simply reviewed in his head the playing style, equipment strength and so on that appeared in this version. It turns out that even if aliens have black technology, you still have to wait in line to do your business. Many of the other players in the barrier were as shocked and angry as he had been before. After one night, Neon has already squealed to its friends in the Anti-Dragon Alliance. However, the game was randomly selected, so many countries outside the alliance were also selected, and at the moment they all have a great dissatisfaction with Neon's mustache. It's little Nico again. Sooner or later, our Dragon Kingdom will destroy you. Still, wait until your points aren't in the negative before you put in a hard word. You are targeting why you are dragging our country down with you. Me, at hashtag UN%. He. Blame yourselves for your bad luck. After another while, the game finally started. All contestants in position. Countdown begins. 3. Game on. With the familiarity of the previous round, this one, everyone was aware of the opening draft session, and they all ran towards the yippies that popped up in the center of the ring. Ooh, still as 4. 5. Sweeping a glance at the Yeetsies, He-jin secretly judged. It doesn't seem to be quite consistent with the previous news. After confirming that he had joined the national team and assumed the position of Jinhua, the Shovel Authority opened up quite a bit of information to him. He-jin scanned through a few of them yesterday when he had nothing to do, and happened to have seen news related to the season rotation. It's usually one game of the preseason version, one game of the mid-season version, and then the version changes. S5, for example, would be one game of S5 and one game of S5. 5. It's no wonder that Dragon's research has been yielding little results, and it's also no wonder that the opponents we ran into in the last match were so La. I don't know what's going on with this one either. As it turns out, the aliens let the round that started early still follow S4. 5 instead of the original S4 for fear of leaking version information. Only naturally the news went unnoticed by the players on the field. After thinking for a while, Heejin did not use the flash in the beginning of the draft, as the last mustache. I don't know what lineup the dealers want me to play yet. There's no rush. In a tight rush, Heejin grabbed a great sword, this time before being sucked back to his board. Bang! The first round of wilds ended quickly and appeared in front of Heejin. Leopardess? It's none other than the chosen, Three Kingdoms, Leopardess. Last hand out, blessed star, Tam. This is, Three Kingdoms, Leopardess. Is this a newbie benefit for me or a return bonus? Heejin wrote another first on his record. It's not the first one to wipe it off again later, that is. Weak in the original S4 version. Leopardess has an extremely high strength in S4. 5 due to the new changes to the tether. Marksmen have their attacks and skills catapulted to nearby enemies and deal reduced over damage. This bind looks simple, but it gives Leopardess an extremely exaggerated strength due to the fact that this version of attack bounce triggers the blue return effect of Green Dragon Blade S attacks. 3 rounds of wild monsters had passed, and Heejin had opened the Three Kingdoms detention. Since the increase in power per victory effect of the Three Kingdoms bond is harder to achieve, the designers gave this lineup some mercy by allowing the Three Kingdoms Yako to stack in the wild monster phase, and the victories accumulated by the Three Kingdoms Yako before the bond is activated will also be added directly after the bond is activated. So Heejin's current field was a chosen 2-star, Leopardess, with 2 stacks of Three Kingdoms passive, a small cannon used to make up for the Divine Archer bond, and a Emperor used to make up for the Three Kingdoms bond. Too bad it didn't drop tears. Looking at the equipment dropped by the wild monster, Heejin secretly shook his head. A Lockjaw armor and a belt can be synthesized into the costume, Sunburst. Sunflame has good candor, as well as Scorch and Critical Wound effects, which are strong in the early stages. And Leopardess' own values are pretty good, so the streak should still be solid. After scanning the quality of the outside world, Heejin pressed the Buy Experience Value button, bringing himself up to level 4. It's good to bet on the strength of Leopardess, but there's no need to run and play with a betting dog lineup right from the start, in case the dealer goes against me. Don't forget that I also have the Divine Favorite effect, which boosts the probability of 5-cost cards by 2% at level 9, so streaking to 9-5, i.e., going to 9 to find a bunch of 5-cost cards to form a lineup, is also a good option. Not to mention, upgrading will also make it easier for me to get on other ties to hit streaks, as well as whoring out other powerful cards. As a veteran player and god of Golden Shovel, Heejin would consider every possibility and try to make the most sensible playstyle that would give him more options rather than letting himself be limited to death from the start. Attaching Sunflame to Emperor, Heejin put on the Spider that he had swiped from his library while he was at it, and together with Emperor, he opened the Divine Shield bond that had a good strength in the early stages. Start the streak, and as the game progressed, the crowd outside the arena began to be surprised. Spending all his money at the start, is Heejin trying to fight a winning streak? It was great to see him fight a losing streak last time, but now with this bayonet fighting streak, I wonder if he can play through it. But I see that he only has 1 star in all his yais except for Panther Girl. Can this streak really be beaten? Ha ha, I'd like to see. Without the good fortune of the last Heaven's Chosen, blessed star, will you Dragon Kingdom still be able to top it? The regrouped bigwigs in the conference room were not without concern. Trust in his abilities. Let's just watch. The round-faced uncle sitting at the head of the table smiled gently and calmed the crowd. The countdown quickly ended, and on the screen, Heejin was up against a heavy Dragon Soul, a 2-star Dragon Soul, Heaven's Chosen, Little Gun, a 2-star Galen, and a 1-star Bloom. As soon as the battle started, only the 2-star Galen stood in the center of the board with the Berserker S on top. So dazzling. I'm fun. With heavy S double resistance and Berserker S blood. This, Galen, looks exaggeratedly needy. I'm afraid Heejin's side can't even get past the front row. Seeing that, Leopardess was still slowing down her flat A, the audience was indescribably anxious. Finally, that Leopardess' blue bar was full, only to see her raise her hand and throw a javelin towards the small cannon that was still struggling to output on the opposite corner of the board. -816. A blue number popped up, and small cannon directly turned into flying dust and disappeared. The Divine Archer effect triggered, and a javelin flew out of Cannonette's body again, catapulting towards the one next to it. Bloom. -253. How much to take away? In the conference room, Director Hao's eyes widened. How much blood was that little gun supposed to have? Someone asked with an open mouth. If I remember correctly, 1 cost back row card 2 stars is like 400 or 500 blood, a man said along the spit. Turtle. Almost a tube of blood backwards. Chapter 16, Mustache. You again? With another zap from Leopardus, the wall-like Galen eventually turned into dust. 1000 damage at once. Is that really the damage of a one-cost card? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room exploded. This can't be right. Hang on. You Dragon Nation people are open. Che, Dish, just practice more. If you can't do it yourself, you say someone else is driving, right? Say Heejin is open? Go find the aliens to react. Although they were equally shocked by the Panther Girl's damage, the matter of disliking little neighbor never needed to be considered by the dragon audience. In fact, Leopardus' damage is thanks to the effects of her skills. Leopardus throws a javelin at the furthest apart target, increasing damage by 20% for each square the javelin travels. Knowing that the Golden Shovel's board was a 7x8 specification, not to mention flying a direct diagonal, or just flying a random 5 frames, the Leopardus' skill damage would be directly doubled. Plain and simple. Just high values. Speaking of S4, it's been an amazing season. Want to play individualism? Not to mention 95 and a variety of powerful bet 2 or 3 fee lineup. Even bet a fee card have, Night Ghost, VN, Duel, also, God Shot, Leopardus. Want to play strong ties? There are 9 countries, 9 forests, and other ties to choose from. Want a simply operation? Heavy Secret Beaver, Hunter, and so on. The strength of the 4 fee card lineup is also very good. The whole season can be described as a blossoming of different flavors. In order to keep dropping bets on Leopardus, a nice path to eat points, Heejin didn't continue to buy experience value and just waited for the John card. At this time is in the early stages of the game. Economy and equipment is limited. The players generally front and back row can only care one. As for the strength of Heejin's Sunflame and Leopardus, one is convenient for grinding the front row to death, and the other can directly kill the back row. So Heejin can be said to be an invincible existence at this stage. As expected, Heejin, who was only level 4, won over 2 more opponents in a row without any danger, and hoard out a 2-star Timo for the pendant, Small Cannon. It's almost not strong enough. Looking at the quality of the opponents outside, Heejin brainstormed and analyzed. Having only purchased experience value once, he was still only level 4 at this point, and both Emperor and Luo in the front row were 1-star, relying only on Divine Shield to support their strength. The third round of the battle session, playing to the end of the field, is only left Leopard Woman and the opposite side of the meat suit, Moonlight, for the Imperial City PK. The scene is not dangerous. Gotta bring up the war chest. Due to full blood, he was the last one to go out in the draft session, and he was lucky enough to happen to have a water drop worth $2, decisively synthesizing the green dragon blade to the Leopardus. Heejin checked the quality of the outside again. Duel, Heaven's Choice, also gave blood drinking? This one's a little strong. After merely glancing at the second place finisher, who was also full-blooded, Heejin went straight back to his board and leveled up to level 5. Winning streaks matter. What's more, Leopardus didn't come much, plus Chosen only has 4. There's no need to wait. Heejin continues to look at his other opponents. Scarlet. I'll hang as a sun. Blessed Star. His eyes paused, and Heejin looked at the family in surprise. Didn't the information director How gave me say that the players in this world are afraid to use economic restraints? Fixing his eyes, he understood. Mustache? This AC is taking after me? Looking at the mustache, Heejin only felt angry and amused. It's just as well that this guy has repeatedly targeted him, but he's actually learning his style of play. Wait a bit more. Why does he still have a 2-star Leopardus under his field? He wants to card me? Seeing the mustache's ready seat, Heejin instantly raised his eyebrows. I don't come to screw you, and you're still secretly screwing me. This one is going to take care of you guys. Playing on a losing streak. Ha! I'll put the pressure on you. With that in mind, Heejin, after putting on Inked Cat to activate the Ye Bright Day bond that could add attack speed to his teammates, simply didn't bother looking at the other family stations and just stared at the mustache. I can put a little water in the other houses, but I must be full into you. By the time it was 2-6, Heejin was finally touching the mustache. Mustache started focusing on Heejin as soon as the game started. Why is the Leopardus this kid took in the opening game so strong? Hey, then I'll deck him so he can't possibly gamble on this one-cost card. Although the mustache guy could see that Heejin had some strength, and no longer treated Heejin as that tiny bronze that could be ravaged by him, he didn't feel that Heejin could be his equal and be his opponent. He just made the mistake of hitting the economic hold, a hold that no one has studied or understood. Last inning, he even went so far as to combine 2 support outfits in the middle of the game even though his late game gear sucked, with no one knowing that the economic tie would give that much equipment. He must have just taken a step and ended up with a blind cat. At this moment, the mustache guy who had finally met Heejin's spirit lifted. Finally ran into this kid. I didn't scold him in the last inning, but I was also made to feel bad for him, trying to fight a losing streak and still getting laid out by him. In this game, I'm going to have a clean slate. The mustache guy was about to go up and peddle swords, deigning to steal Heejin's lineup to his face and card Heejin, but Heejin hadn't been able to do anything about it yet. However, he saw Heejin speak faintly. "Hook's son, you learn everything from dad? Beware of drawing a tiger." The mustache was so angry that his beard was shaking wildly. Just as he opened his mouth angrily, preparing to curse back, he realized that Heejin had turned the shielding against him back on. Looking at the 3 fortunes, opened by the mustache guy, Heejin secretly sneered. "Let's see who you can replace." The opening music soon played. Only Heejin's Leopardus shot out a flat A, and the tiny javelin started bouncing off the pile of enemies. Leopard woman has 70 blue amount. In the case of not giving back the blue suit to the situation of the whole A7 to release skills. Normally even if you give the green dragon blade, you'd have to A5 it to get it to work. However, due to this season's Divine Archer bond changes, Divine Archer can not only eject their flat A, but can also trigger the green dragon blade S flat A back to blue effect by ejecting. After bringing the green dragon blade, Leopardus, a 1 time is equal to the original A 3 times back to the blue bar, or even more. After 3 flat A's, the Leopardus was seen raising her javelin high in her hand. Shoo! With a crunch, the mustache field was reduced to 2. Another few seconds later, the mustache field was all but extinguished. However, it didn't even manage to kill Heejin's most brittle 1-star, Emperor. Heejin shook his head. "With this much skill, you want to learn how to fight a losing streak from me?" 15 seconds of the end of the battle, the mustache Heejin's monster did not kill, was full into the bottom of the raw 12 points of blood. The blood level is also therefore dropped down to 60 pass line. Chapter 17, Try Helicopter Carter? That being said, Heejin had risen to level 6 after winning a few rounds in a row through the extremely strong pairing of Sunflame and Leopardus in the early stages. He puts on the small cannon and mother wheel that he hoard to, opening up the for Divine Archer S hold, allowing Leopardus S skill to bounce off one more time with less damage scaling. He also incidentally upgraded the front rows, Emperor and Luo, to 2 stars, greatly compensating for the front row's lack of top. After coming back from a 3 to 4 draft session, however, he wasn't as happy, because at that moment, there were 2 whole defensive bulk pieces lying in his ready seat, belt and cloak, and only 1 recoil bow dropped by a wild monster is not bad. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, even the battle-hardened Heejin felt a little tricky at the moment. This version of Hurricane can trigger the effects of the Green Dragon Blade, but Leopardus, now a flat A, has been able to trigger 3 times Green Dragon Blade back to blue effects. Not very necessary to combine again. I now have bad equipment, and there is no Blessed Star to cover the bottom of the barrel. Directly combine the Spirit Wind, in case more than just the back row of the suit is not enough. The front row cannot give it. It will be difficult to top. The V-Portal S generating Void Spirit effect is more than enough to decide that it's just a pre-streak limited equipment. And there's also a recoil bow in his synthesis recipe. It's too wasteful to combine at this stage, keeping so much equipment out of place. I'm afraid my winning streak is a bit up in the air. Hey, if I don't fit the Green Dragon Blade, I'll be able to fit the Blood Drinking and play front row warrior main C now. But without the Green Dragon Blade, I'm afraid I won't be able to put up a winning streak. Not to mention such a good economy and blood count right now. Slapping all the players on the field in turn, Heejin was now the only full-blooded brother on fire on the field. Hey, sad, sad. The Dragon Nation viewers were also a bit worried as they looked at Heejin's situation at the moment. Bad. Why is Heejin so unlucky in this game? With so many equipment that can't be combined, it feels like it's already hard to keep the winning streak alive with just Sunflame and Leopardus. The neon audience also popped up again at the sight of the situation, sneering and mocking. A weak nation is a weak nation, and a sick man is a sick man. Ha ha ha. With equipment like this, it's really the old days, without the dog luck of the last inning, and still wanting to fight hard for back-to-back wins. I'd like to see what you guys can fight for. Fall under the power of our great Neon Kingdom. By whom? That mustachioed guy who's running out of blood? Humph. You'll know how good you are when our Inoue player collects vegetables. After 2 more rounds, Heejin sighed slightly, because, still, his streak was snapped before he went into the wild. Heejin's front row carried 2 Divine Shield, since the effect of Divine Shield was to provide shields to the surrounding teammates at the start of the battle, and the Leopardus's skill was to fly farther and farther for more damage. On balance, Heejin had always piled his Aegis in the back corners. In this way, the opposite Yoshi will move forward a little. Although the damage of Leopardus' javelin on the opponent's front row would be cut down in this way, because Leopardus could directly spike the back row that was out of the front row's protection. Heejin's winning streak had been maintained in this way, but the opponent's front row that we ran into in this game happened to also be 2 Divine Shield, or a controlling front row combo consisting of a 2-star, Keenan, and a 2-star, Luo. Under the wide range control of the opposite sides, Keenan, and Luo, his Leopardess couldn't lift her hand for half a day, and was finally collected by the opposite side along with the front row. Ha ha, I knew his winning streak wouldn't last long. Lucky players don't get far. Dragon Nation, wait and see. This is the first round he lost, and it will be the last round he wins. On the live feed, Neonites spoke up and gloated. Humph, what's your hurry? That's right, the next round is Brother Wolf. The previous round had so many defense-type pieces, Brother Wolf should drop some output-type pieces. In the conference room, the bigwigs were also in a cold sweat. Ah, Big Brother. Director Hao came over to the round-faced man and lowered his figure to speak. Are we putting too much pressure on him? Raising his head slightly, the round-faced man said faintly. What makes you say that? Ha! Pursing his lips, Director Hao said. I think this kid is more or less trying to prove himself to us, to the people of the country, by giving up the losing streak he's so good at and going on a winning streak. After all, we're going to let him carry the nation's fortunes and go on to be the township. Being that he's only played one game, there's inevitably going to be pressure on his mind and he's going to find it difficult to convince the public. That's why he gave up his losing streak and instead fought a winning streak of bayonet fights to prove his hard power in the conquest. After a few seconds of silence, the round-faced man shook his head gently towards Director Hao and spoke with a smile. Old Hao, you underestimate him too much. The fact that this kid can play a playstyle like losing streak economic hold in his first game shows that his understanding of this game is far above ours. Look at him now in this game. The equipment drop is really bad, but if you think about it, he's taking every step. Opening the game with Sunflame shows that he wants to win the first few waves. The pairing of Leopardess and Sunflame wasn't something he just thought of in the first hand either, but rather he calculated the battle power at every point in time in the first and middle stages. But Director Hao was still a little worried. Don't but. The round-faced man laughed. Although I don't know how he'll do it, I have a hunch that he'll once again surpass our expectations and find a way through the cracks. Have faith in our township. Winning streaks aren't the only way to eat points. At least he's built up a blood advantage through his early streak. In the midst of their conversations, the stage 3 wild monsters, the fragile wolf buddies, were also blown up violently by the Leopardess' javelin. 3 blue spells flew out. Heejin then ran forward. The crowd in the conference room held their breath in anticipation of the loot in the blue spell. Bang! 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 After 3 rings, everyone's heart but sank to the bottom. This is, in the live broadcast room, the audience looked at the equipment that Heejin had opened, and they all reflected dramatically as well. How did this happen? These 3 pieces of equipment. How should this fit? What to do? I feel like I can't see hope. Ha 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 ha. This is retribution. Sick people of the Dragon Kingdom. The points you won in the last game, you should deduct them back soon. In the middle of the field, Heejin looked at the equipment in front of him with a strange expression. The equipment reminded him of a whole living fight from his previous life. 2 gloves, and 1 water drop? These don't really fit well with a couple of pieces of equipment I already have. Let's leave the auxiliary outfit aside for now. The Whisper, with armor breaking, is a physical equipment that doesn't go well with the green dragon blade. It's also a bit of a waste to combine a meat suit, Redemption, with one of the few output-type bulk items I have right now. But if I think about it differently, I can still, combined with Portal, which has a taunt effect, Mercury, which is free from control, and Justice, which can return blood. The average Yoshi can't carry all this gear with conflicting positioning and still not a high panel at the same time. But what if it's a Carter that comes with Assassin's Skill Strike, which still has an extremely high value and is just extremely difficult to activate? Chapter 18 Portal Carter? Is he crazy? After considering it for a moment, Heejin decided that it would be better to leave the Leopardess off for now. For one thing, Leopardess is at least a tri-state heavenly choice. And Carter, who didn't make it to 3 stars, still needs the tri-state bond to hold up the panel a bit. Secondly, if I sell the Leopardess, I won't really be able to find someone to carry this green dragon blade for a while. Thirdly, if you want to go after the 3-star Carter, for chosen is also better to wait until you found 4 or 5 loose ones before you swipe. The number of cards in the library is fixed for each Yeezy, and each time you take one, the probability of brushing to that Yeezy will be smaller. So if you take the heavenly choice first, it is equivalent to the number of cards in the library of this card is directly reduced by 3. And then want to brush the loose cards will be more difficult, and heavenly choice, as long as the brush to the one time on the line. With his thoughts clear, Heejin leveled up to level 7 and directly started looking for Carter. Luckily, He had kept a Carter that automatically swiped out of his library in passing before, so he didn't D a few times to find out two, Carter, and smoothly synthesize the 2 stars, putting down the Luo, small cannon, and Timo that had been put together for the bond. Heejin replaced the few 3 kingdoms cards he had kept earlier. Heejin is now using the chosen 3s, Leopardus, Galen, Prince, Azure, and Carter to open up 6 3 kingdoms, plus Pike 4 Carter to put together 2 assassins to activate the skill strike trait of the bond, as well as a Wheelie, which is opening up the 2 marksman bond, and at the same time, through the skill hunt to add attack speed to Leopardus. Double C took care of both. Heejin looked at his yippies on the field and nodded in satisfaction. That'll go on to win. In the conference room, the bigwigs were talking about Heejin's operation. Heejin, this is. Director Hao frowned. The round-faced uncle who had been encouraging everyone to trust Heejin was still wearing a cloudy expression at this point, but if one looked closely, one would find that his eyes were also secretly full of worry. Heejin, you must not let me down. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all surprised when they saw Heejin's change in formation. How did he change so many cards? Yeah, Leopardus is so strong. Why did he put down 4 divine shot? Isn't there a bit too many pegs if we open 6 3 kingdoms? If we play like this, it seems like the battle power is not as good as the original lineup. Is he trying to get on 3 kingdoms and then combine a couple meat suits to hit the streak? Those front row cards of 3 kingdoms are all low cost. I feel like I can't carry them, right? Not to mention he doesn't have any good meat suits right now. Why is he opening assassin? Is Heejin trying to play Carter? I remember that family playing 3 kingdoms, tried on Carter last hand, and the card ended up being A until the end of the battle before it opened up big. I kind of remember that too. People were dying before they turned on the big one, and it didn't help at all. He couldn't have thought this card was good because he didn't see what he did with Carter last hand, could he? When they saw Avision close his equipment, everyone's expressions became even more wonderful. Hopping portal at this time? Is he crazy? My god. How did he even give the portal to Carter? Assassin S body is usually quite brittle, right? Wouldn't Carter just die a violent death if he got caught in the crossfire? Gathering fire? I don't even see this portal being useful. Doesn't portal taunt at the start of the battle? I feel like this portal should be done taunting before Carter jumps over. So it's just simply bracing Carter for a little bit of candor? Of these pieces of equipment on Carter, only Justice is barely considered an output outfit, right? A meat suit that doesn't do much. A control-free Mercury. Where's Carter going to get the damage from this? People playing Assassin are giving violent output outfits to the back row for seconds. What is he trying to do with these outfits? In the live broadcast room, the Neon Nation viewers, who had originally subsided for a while, became active again when they saw Heejin's wave of changes. Ha 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 ha. Panic when the streak breaks? Started messing with the lineup? Are all of you Dragon Nation people this trashy? You don't even know the most basic rhythm. Shouldn't you continue to keep up the restraints and the quality of your lineup at this time? What's the point of putting on so many pegs? Portal? You dare to combine it with just this kind of pre-existing equipment? Laughing to death. Don't you give Carter an output outfit? Do you think it's still the early stages and you want to rely on a 2-star Leopardus to fight 7? The sick man of Dragonland thinks he's hitting boot camp. No way, player. When you run into him later, make sure you teach the sick man who doesn't know what he's doing a hard lesson. That's it. Let him know that we in Neon are #1 in the world. Ha 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 ha. I think this Heejin just won by the luck of his last hand. That's right. Let him lose. Let these sick people lose their asses. Our player from the Neon Kingdom, Inoue-sama, will surely harvest your country's fortunes clean this time and drive you sick people to extinction. The countdown to the preparation session ended with everyone looking anxiously. In this game, Heejin was lined up against an opponent that had built their lineup around Angel, as a powerful output Yiko that often appears in Golden Shovel. Angel has been loved by many players because of its very good performance and stable outfits, referring to Goat Blade, for many seasons now. Because it's simple. Because it's brainless. As soon as you see that the new season has Angel, you can basically just combine Goat Blade, so that no matter what happens with the other cards later on, you're at least guaranteed a nice hit with Angel. The battle began, only to see Heejin's Carter take the lead and fly to his opponent's back row. There were exclamations of surprise in the live room. Portal triggered, with Carter as the center. A stun symbol appeared on the heads of all the enemies within 2 squares, and then they all started attacking Carter. It's over. Now, Carter won't survive even more. If Carter dies, won't this be a waste of 3 ready-made costumes and a assassin detention's battle power? How can this be a win? Ha ha, this sick man of the Dragon Kingdom really is just messing around with combining equipment. He didn't even think of these details. It's fine if portal doesn't trigger. But if it does, Carter won't die a violent death. As the crowd watched, Carter's blood level gradually slipped, dropping to just over 100. Just as everyone was about to look away, unable to bear to watch any longer, someone in the live stream suddenly sent out a pop-up. Look at Carter's blue level. Everyone rushed to look, and realized that Carter's blue level was about to fill up. With that, she opened her arms and began to spin. Chapter 19, Death Lotus. Target 95. Wait a minute. You guys look at Carter's blue bar. Someone suddenly shouted, only to see Carter being frantically output by the rival Yeetsees. His blood level was decreasing rapidly and about to bottom out, but his blue bar was rising rapidly. Immediately, a storm of glittering metal blew up. Carter violently unfolded her arms, and a single dagger then flew out from her body and stabbed the enemies around her. Ha! Nothing? Asterisk. This damage? Back up? Only to see Carter blowing up a storm of sword blades made up of daggers in the enemy's encirclement. The blood level of the enemy Yeetsees immediately fell as if a flood had been let out, dropping at an extremely high speed. In just 2 seconds, the opponent's yippies were cleared. Prudence, standing farther away, survived, but was also reduced to flying dust by the javelin thrown again by the leopardess. And at that point, the game was less than 10 seconds away from starting. I see. He's purposely letting the opposite back row hit his, Carter. In the conference room, Director Howe came to his senses and stood up with a slap on the table, his face red from excitement. What a unique understanding. What a terrifyingly clinical reaction. Carter's blue bar was too long, and the aliens, in order to balance accordingly, so set her damage high. Noticing this, Heejin puts portal on Carter and makes Carter take a beating to get back to blue in the opening round by taunting him. In order for Carter not to die a violent death and open a big move to carry out a successful tactic, he not only opened 6-3 kingdoms to increase the blood value for Carter, thus making her more resistant to fighting, he also brought her justice, which can absorb blood, and mercury, which is anti-interruption. Even the Yeet gloves, contained in the justice and mercury formulas, can boost Carter's chance of bludgeoning. It's all in his calculations. Fine. He's too fine. Everyone in the live broadcast room had also managed to read his arrangement, and they were all marveling at the moment. So that's how the golden shovel can be played? My god. It's worthy of someone who can play a Fortuna losing streak. Heejin, this is too shady. There is indeed something. Who would have thought of such a weird trick as letting a brittle assassin take damage with his face as a way to open up big quickly? Last time I thought it was because his luck was so good that he was able to fight like that, but I didn't realize that he really is a genius with a clear mind. Genius? Call me shock god. Tot. Where's little Nico? How come none of them are talking? Just ask your faces if they hurt. Our Inoue player is still playing Fortuna. He has a higher ceiling. Right. That's it. Don't you guys get cocky. No matter how strong you, Carter, are, you can't beat a 3-star 5 cost. Oh, already defaulting to the mustache being able to chase 3 stars and 5 fees? Aren't you guys a little too confident? Naturally, the off-court discussion would not be known to the players inside the match. The sparring session ended and Heejin sent his shocked opponent away. Want to learn I don't teach you What's next? Should we just go after the 3-star, Carter? Or should we go back on the population? Looking around at the mass outside, Heejin still decided. Keep upgrading. Let's get to 8 first. It's the beginning of stage 4 and everyone's lineups are generally still unformed. This version is slow to level up. The probability of high cost cards is higher. And the people playing operations are almost just getting to level 7 this time of year, and are just starting to get ready to grab 4 cost cards. It's not enough to bet that the 3 fees are generally still chasing 3 stars at this time of year as well. As for betting on 1 or 2 cost cards, the only ones that will give on anti-armor and Dragon's Tooth are the ones that play the likes of Meat Suit, Kaoketsu, or Meat Suit, Yasuo, because it's the ones that have both strike damage reduction and a high magic resistance that will be a threat to me. Once upon a time, Dragon's Tooth and anti-armor weren't as weak as they are now, and now that the betting also out there is giving an output warrior outfit, my Carter can just play him as a roadside one, so I should still be able to keep winning up to level 8. The probability of a 3-cost card is not low if I D then. And there's still a chance I can find a 5-cost card, Czar, from the 3 Kingdoms, bound to inherit that green dragon blade. Thinking of this, Heejin suddenly realized that something was wrong. That's not right. With so much blood and such a good economy, why would I want to die in 3 Kingdoms? You know, the most famous lineup of this big version of S4 is the 9-5. I should just keep going on 9 and get a bunch of 5-cost cards to play 9-5. This economy isn't as good as the last, blessed star, but the upper 9 shouldn't be too much pressure. This version of the 5-cost card is so strong, it's a waste not to play it. Not to mention I have a title passive that increases the probability of a 5-cost card refresh by 2% at level 9. With his thoughts flowing freely once again, Heejin revealed a satisfied smile. I don't know who invented it, but in the past life, it was from this version of S4 that the 9 to 5 gameplay became popular. As the name suggests, 9 to 5 is the playstyle of go to 9 and play $5 cards, and as for strength, it is naturally the last two words in the playstyle. Supreme, top tier, unstoppable, the high cost of the lineup, the difficulty of molding a very high threshold, as well as the extremely high strength of the single card, so that the strength of this lineup deep into the hearts of all players at that time. S4 version and after, almost every version of everyone will develop a similar playstyle, and one very OP point about this lineup, besides its strength, is that it basically doesn't pick gear. Meat packing? Definitely someone in the 5-cost card to bring. Physical suit? There must be spells? The bag has someone with it. That is to say, no matter how you play in the early stages, what lineup you play with, and what position you play with, as long as you can maintain a winning streak and build up an economic advantage and a certain amount of blood advantage, you will be able to find powerful 5-cost cards and build your lineup around the 5-cost cards that can carry the corresponding equipment. Departure. The 4 to 5 draft ended with Heejin coming back with a tears this time. Nice. There are quite a few 5-cost cards that require blue returning outfits. At this moment, Heejin had successfully leveled up to level 8. Heejin once again scanned the board of his opponents, wanting to compare the battlefield out there to see if he should find a 4-cost chosen first at level 8 to stabilize the streak and keep a few 5-cost cards along the way. However, Heejin's line of sight suddenly stopped at the board that was ranked last in terms of blood. So little blood. Feels like it's already dying. Isn't that NEI who? Mustache is still on a losing streak? He's playing assassin? He tried to card me again. Chapter 20, want to collect vegetables? Did you ask me? That said, I don't know if Heejin's losing streak yesterday was so dazzling that it put a lot of people squarely on the losing streak. This is a lot of people who hit a losing streak in the second stage. So it's not just Heejin who hit the second stage easily hitting a hitting streak, but Mustache also won a couple of games first at the beginning of the second stage, and only halfway through the streak turned after brushing up to the blessed star, heavenly choice later on, and at this point, the Mustache guy only had 20 blood left at the beginning of the wave, and he would die if he lost 2 more waves. I don't know if it was because he saw the terror of Carter on Heejin's side, but the Mustache guy also played assassin at this time. He got Akali, who was only chosen for her assassin bond as the main C, and gave on Firecracker, Endless, and Blue buff. The secondary C, Carter, was also given on Tech Gun and Mercury. Although he managed to get a lot of good equipment due to his relatively low blood count, he still wasn't able to synthesize a portal like Heejin because he was missing a recurve bow. Pirated goods. Character aside, Mustache is indeed a very good player. To be able to find Akali, the assassin, Big C, and to discover her godly outfit in just 1 or 2 games of exposure to S4, regardless of whether the Mustache guy did it through thought, experience, or intuition, it all speaks to a certain extent to his extremely excellent version adaptation ability. Even though it's just a pirated version of mine, I have to say the battle power is pretty high. With the Mustache guy's current on-field combat power, Heejin estimated that he had an advantage against everyone else on the field right now. It's still too good for assassin to win if you're playing a back row C in the middle of the game. Thinking back, Heejin realized that he hadn't run into the Mustache guy for a while. Going by the probabilities, he should meet him again soon. Now from a matchup perspective, I've got to beat him to continue the streak. From a personal emotional standpoint, I'm going to target this AC guy. Not to mention, I wouldn't be able to sleep well at night if I let him mention the payment in my place. Gotta find a way to beat him. Having made up his mind, Heejin immediately returned to his own board and began to change his formation. Heejin sold Panther Girl? He's deciding to D4 cost chosen at level 8? He's got so much blood right now. That's really the more solid choice. I don't think so. You guys look at his gear now. Who can take it playing a 4-cost main C? I remember there's a Dragon King in Mage, isn't there? Give on Green Dragon Blade, Tech Gun, and Mercury. It's not a violent output outfit, but it should be able to fight? Isn't it a bit too bad to turn Mage now? He doesn't have a single Mage on the field. I get it. I think he's getting ready to go after 3 stars, Carter. Kind of makes sense. I'm funny. I remember just now the Mustache guy was traveling with the Shocker God. Damn this guy. Then why didn't Heejin wait for the Mustache to die before D? Isn't the Mustache almost out of blood now? It's not like the blood is gone means the strength is weak. Don't you remember Heejin's Jedi flip yesterday? Indeed. I just went over to his side for a while. And not to mention, this, for assassins, of his is really fierce. Harm. and now D feels kinda shortchanged too. In the live stream, viewers speculated on Heejin's thoughts, all only guessing that he was moving towards the final lineup. Although Heejin's 3-star, Jin Fu, had shocked everyone yesterday, leaving no doubt about the strength of a 3-star 5-cost, that was, after all, a 3-star that was extremely difficult to achieve. The 9-5, which doesn't open many bonds and relies solely on the value and mechanics of the 5-cost cards themselves to support the field, is ultimately beyond the scope of everyone's imagination. Once, twice, Czar, nice, Green Dragon Blade, someone's got it. That's the gold of a 6% probability of a 5-cost card in S4 level 8. Taking down the golden Czar, Heejin pressed the refresh button again, and this time, ding! Looking at the chosen Yeetzy brushed out in front of him, Heejin's eyes lit up. Good stuff! Only to see Heejin take a deep breath. His feet were stomping fiercely on the ground, and his entire body immediately rose up in the air, far away from the ground. Then, he quickly stepped on the right foot with his left foot, and then the right foot stepped on the left foot, and with one hand, ladder cloud vertical stance, he set up a spiral ascending posture, and I saw him turn his waist slightly, send his right shoulder, and his right hand, which was tightly clenched in a fist, then pointed out an index finger in a smooth manner, and struck out fiercely into the void in front of him, and then, he then bought the heavy-duty Heaven's Choice Pig Girl that swiped out of the deck. As his hands continued to operate at a rapid pace, Heejin's lineup soon underwent a sea change. My god, all changed at once. It's Czar, Carter, Prince, Piggy, Pike, Prudence, Wind Woman, Knife Girl, opened, 3 kingdoms, 2 assassins, 2 heavies, 2 secret arts, 2 divine shields, 2 jade swords, 2 patriarchs, crooked sun, 7 restraints. What a perfect spell. It's not just that the bonds are put together well. I feel like every Yakuza in this lineup is useful. It's not the kind of thing you use to make up the numbers. Does anyone know how he changed formations so fast? He's so fast that I don't even think he's thinking. Everyone's only seen this version once, and he's memorizing this way too fast, isn't he? I feel like it's hard for me to look at a handful of them and remember which Yoshi belongs to which hold. And he has to be constantly aware of the confrontations with other people in the match, and he actually manages to remember them so well. It's not just us. I see that most of the players playing the tournament also prefer to open the big restraints and take a handful of small ones. After all, it's really too hard to memorize and practice in such a limited time. It seems to be true. Heejin is actually this strong? My god. This is the god of shock. In the ring, Heejin, who had finished switching formations, once again looked at the quality of the outside. And after determining that no one could pose a threat to him for the time being, he moved his gaze back to the side of the mustache. Still a bit tricky. My side can play output now basically only, Carter. The other front row back row in front of the opposite side of the Akali, are not much ability to fight back. I guess a few times we'll be dead. But with Carter's short hands, it's likely that he'll be killed early by his Akari, with Firecracker's hand-length advantage before he even touches the opposite side's double C. What to do? Time passed by second, but Heejin never thought of anything that could improve his chances of winning. Just when the countdown was down to the last 3 seconds, suddenly, an idea appeared at first glance in his mind. Thought of that. It's a good thing you don't have enough recurve bows. The way to beat you is hidden here. Chapter 21, Limits. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Heejin's position on the field changed drastically. What happened? Is that really humanly possible hand speed? So fast, man. There it is again. God of Shock's shadowless hand. I've seen it so many times yesterday. I didn't realize it was still shocking to see it again today. Who is he trying to take on? Without waiting for the audience to react, the sparring session quickly began. Looking at the mustache guy who appeared on the opposite corner of the chessboard, Heejin's mouth curved out in an arc. Count yourself unlucky. Really let you match me. With a few flashes of light, the Yoshis were transported to the board in unison. Heejin put the yippies in the back row, so it's trying to target the mustache. I can understand bunching up in the back row corners to keep assassins from jumping in, but what's the point of? In the middle of the back row? Someone muttered. Some neon viewers burst out laughing at the sight. Feel like that's what he was doing in the last few seconds. Still not enough brains, I guess. What, assassin, can you defend against by piling up in the middle? It gives the impression of being busy but not knowing what you're working on. Watch. Inoue players, Akari, is about to fly in for a slash. On the field, the mustache guy who saw that Heejin's chessboard had changed drastically in just a few seconds was first shocked, but after seeing the scene clearly, he immediately laughed out loud. Look at you. What's the point of carrying so many pendants? The 4 thorns is the one that pops the most. Little baka. Why are you so scared when you see me playing assassin? A shiver shakes everyone to the center. It's no use piling on. Be a good boy and let me beat you up. Then watch me put away the dishes. Instead, he saw Heejin smile at him and wink his left eye. Ha! Without waiting for him to react, the battle began. A total of 5 assassins from both sides leapt straight up and landed in the last row of their opponents. Mustache has a chosen assassin. Mustache was driving 3 blessed star at this point, ready to collect the dishes. In addition to the blue blessed star and, for assassin, cards, he had brought 2 additional back rows, a 1000 Jew and a cat, to put together a 2 brightening day tether to give his teammates attack speed. Heejin's 2 assassins were flying straight towards the back rows of these 2 opponents. Bad. Heejin's Czar is being matched in place by Mustache's Akali. Seeing the scene on the screen, Director Hao was creeped out. As soon as the preparation session was over, Director Hao saw the 3 assassins on the side of the mustache guy standing in the last row in a lined-up stance. Since Akali has been given the artillery and can aid to the left as well as to the right of the back row of Yeetzy, the mustache guy has placed her in the center of the back row in order to prevent her from wasting time by walking more. At this point, it is just opposite to Heejin's Czar in the center. As soon as the battle began, 3 of Mustache's assassins flew out forward. Due to the opening step that Heejin's front rows took forward in unison, Akali and Carter actually flew straight towards Czar. Not good. Heejin is going to lose a 5-cost card warcaster with equipment now. But a second later, a few surprised exclamations rang out in the conference room. Ha! Director Hao hurriedly looked up, but he saw that the mustachioed Akali was staring at the sand soldiers summoned by the Czar, and was having a great time. How? Mustache frowned as he watched Akari's movements. That's really not smart, but that's okay, it's a quick kill. Only to see Akali take away the life of the sand soldier with a skill and a flat shot. But, what's with the wind woman fight again? So it is. In the conference room, Director Hao suddenly realized something and shrieked out. How did he even consider this? Come on, Hao. What's going on? As the leader of the Shovel Bureau, Director Hao is the most knowledgeable person in the room about gold shovels, so people often ask him for advice on gold shovels. Earlier, Mustache wanted his, Carter, to turn more people, so he put the front row of his remaining 2 fortunes in the first row. But Heejin is a sinking stand. Someone showed a puzzled expression. In that case, wouldn't Heejin's side be right in the middle of it and be caught by the mustache guy's, Carter? No. Carter's blue bar is too long. There's enough to happen in between. One side stood at the top of the grid, and the other side basically only stood in the back 2 rows. So in this way, the melee Yeetzy of both sides took a step forward together, just enough to empty the penultimate row on Heejin's side. The disbelief in everyone's eyes increased. Then won't Akali be able to hit the back row directly? What's the difference between that and suicide? Shaking his head, Director Hao continued. You guys, don't look at Assassin flying toward the back row in the opening game and default that Assassin will hit the back row first. The Assassin's opening sneak was just an adjustment of their stance, and their claiming of the enemy is still based on the proximity principle. And after Mustache's Akali flew past, it wasn't just the Czar that was closest to her, but also the Czar's sand soldiers, the rest of the back row with Heejin's long ago setup, and even the front row of the Egypts who took a step forward and stood in the second row. So there were 5 neighboring frames all occupied around Akari when she just flew over. With the odds of 1 out of 5, Czar isn't going to get hit that soon. Upon hearing this, many people revealed an expression of I see. However, some still looked puzzled. Then won't the Czar be killed sooner or later? Director Hao hemmed and hawed. You have to think differently. The mustache guy's Akali is indeed aligned to Heejin's Czar. He then pointed to the mustached piggy who was in the center of the screen, in the same center column as Akari. But Heejin's Czar with the green dragon blade, how is he not aligned to his Akali? Watching that, Akari still didn't bother to move. Czar. Mustache pressed his knuckles somewhat uneasily. But it's okay, 2 down 1. A couple kills. His eyes fell to his back row, but the mustache guy realized that his back row had already been killed cleanly, while Heejin's 2 assassins were rushing back with nearly full blue levels. There were only 2 of his back row Egypts, but with the flat A+ skill set, they still returned a lot of blue to Heejin's Carter. Is this the portal? What a fast return to blue. Mustache raised his eyebrows, but it's no use. Bronze Sicko's Carter will be able to release his skills in 1 or 2 more A's, and by then he'll only be able to idle in the center of the board and won't be able to hit my Akari and Carter. Turning his head, the mustache guy realized that he, Carter, however, was still slowly aiming Heejin's Czar without a single sign of releasing a skill. If I had known, I would have switched the positions of Carter and Akari. Then this Czar 2 clicks is not. Thinking wildly, the mustache guy realized something was wrong. Czar, S blue. Seems to be filling up. And seems to be able to push my Akari? Chapter 22 Push. As a Yoshi that balances damage and control, Czar has an extremely long blue bar. However, its skills were after all not like Carter's, which had damage that could be reversed, so the designers had set its initial blue amount at a little more than half when designing it. Together with the flat it charging from Green Dragon Blade and the mustache guy, Carter, Heejin's Czar actually managed to release the skill before any of the Divine Shield's breaks had been broken. The wall of the Forbidden Army. Seeing that the Czar raised the greenish-yellow scepter in his hand above his head, he summoned a human wall consisting of 6 shield-raising soldiers and charged towards the mustache guy's piggy sister, who was in the center of the board. Mustache looked at his Akari, that was supposed to be in front of the Czar, and broke out into a cold sweat. How? Was pushed here? Wouldn't his Carter be transferred to me this way? No. There's still a chance. His Carter is close to my Akari, but it takes Carter 5 seconds to finish his skill. And Akari can get out of wounds much faster than him, so he might be able to carry Carter's skill and finish it off. Go for it, Akari. Akari? Hey, you move. Instead, he realized that, for some reason, his Akari was frozen in place, not moving a muscle. Stunned? Looking at the stun sign on Akari's head, Mustache only felt his own head spinning a bit as well. Baka, the Czar is that strong? Wait, that's not right. Hasn't this stun gone on a little too long? There's already a wide-range knockback and knockback from that Czar launched just now. Adding a prolonged stun isn't a bit too OP. It's always impossible for aliens to use their feet for balancing. I know. It's Pig Girl. Looking at Heejin's similarly stunned Yeetzy, the mustache guy came to a realization. At the top, both Pig Girl became the target of fire at the beginning of the battle, so they opened their skills at almost the same time. Flaming Firecracker, Piggy, throws a huge firework, and after a short delay, enemies within the fireworks range take magic damage and are stunned for 2/4/6 seconds. Mustache's Akali had just been pushed away by the Czar, and was stunned by Heejin's piggy sister before she even landed. The only one who could move on the field at this point was Carter, with Mercury on both sides. Why are you dying to release your skills at this time? With the final A out of the blade, Heejin's Carter opened his arms with emotion. Death Lotus. Ice-cold knife light danced on the board, and the blood of the mustache guy's Egypts disappeared at great speed as if they had been subjected to a magic trick. Akali, as if she was hurt by the hit, finally woke up before dying and viciously threw a sharpshooter shot at the still spinning Carter, knocking out nearly 2/3 of Carter's blood. Unfortunately, this was just useless after all. Carter, who was still performing a death dance, flew like a god of death, harvesting the lives of the enemies around him, and by the way, through justice, his own blood was returned to full strength. Akari is down. Is this the power of Carter? The Czar made a great achievement. This push is like the gods descending from heaven. What a beautiful group fight. I shouldn't have doubted Shock God stand. Can't this stand? It's too good. How can I push Akari if I don't stand like this? After seeing this wonderful group battle, a large number of pop-ups immediately appeared in the live broadcast room, all marveling at Heejin's ghostly positional control. Don't scream in a hurry, sickos. Inoue players, Carter is about to release his skill as well. Your Carter only killed Inoue's players, Akari, but Inoue still has AC. Seeing the pop-ups sent out by the viewers of Neon, the viewers of Dragon Country were creeped out and hurriedly looked at the mustache guy's Carter, only to see that under her tireless flat A, she had broken the Divine Shield on the Czar, and incidentally dropped nearly half of the Czar's blood. Not only that, at this time, the blue amount of the mustache guy's Carter was about to fill up. Looking further into the center of the board, he saw that Heejin's Carter had already killed all the Yoshis around him, stopped spinning, and was about to walk back towards the back row. Silly boy, don't go back. There are wolves in the village. Bad. It's going to be a clean sweep. Seeing this, the Dragon Nation audience gasped out in shock. Mustache's Carter is about to release a big move. Heejin's defeat seems to be just around the corner. Twice. Once. Looking at his Carter's blue level, the mustache guy heatedly smiled, calculating how many more A's Carter would have to make before he could put his skill away. But then he suddenly heard a man's voice coming from the opposite corner of the board. Listening sideways, he realized that the voice was also counting down, and counting faster. Little sick man this is. This is a countdown? 2, 1, 0. A wave of uneasiness flooded through his heart, and the mustache guy hurriedly raised his head, his eyes scanning the chessboard extremely quickly, wanting to see what had gone wrong. Where? Exactly. Wait. Carter, it seems. The mustache guy was shocked to find that the greenish-blue barrier that he, Carter, had put over his body had disappeared at this point. Mercury's immunity expired? Mercury, the bearer, is immune to control effects for the first 10 seconds after the start of the combat session. Anxiously glancing at Heejin's yeetsies, the mustache guy unconsciously muttered to himself, Pike just finished his skill. Still empty blue. Czar is getting close. But there's still a quarter of his blue left to fill up too. Should not be able to control me. Right. Firmly handing out the dagger in his hand once more, mustache's Carter began to spin. Death Lotus. Watching Heejin's yeetsies blood level drop extremely fast, the Dragon Country audience was shocked. Bad. Mustache's Carter turned out. It's over. Heejin's Carter got hit too. What high damage. It seems to be higher than the damage of that Carter from Heejin. Nonsense. People have, for assassins, on after all. It's over. Heejin's side of EZ is going to be empty-blooded. It's going to be a cluster asterisk. But how come the shock god didn't react at all? It can't be a heartbreak, can it? Spent all this money and ended up working for nothing. But just as everyone has been stifled, anxious, alarmed, sighing and saddened, the one in the board, Czar, was the one that quietly raised its hand in the moment of impending death. The Wall of the Forbidden Army. Chapter 23, The Upper Ninth. Under the high-speed piercing of the mustache guy's, Carter, dagger, the Czar's blood level whooshed away and quickly reached the bottom. However, with the multiple damage dealt by Carter's skills, Czar's blue level gradually rose and was about to fill up. Finally, the instant before the Czar was about to die, its arm was suddenly raised high. The Wall of the Forbidden Army. The Wall of the Forbidden Army instantly rose up from the ground, and the golden gravel coalesced into a row of mighty forbidden armies. Each forbidden army was heavily armored and held a huge shield, exuding the ancient majesty of the Forbidden Empire. The shields were closely connected to each other, forming an impenetrable line of defense. The human wall summoned by the Czar skill consisted of 6 shielded guards, so its range was very exaggerated, with a width of about 3 to 4 squares. Naturally, Carter, who was spinning and jumping beside Czar, couldn't avoid the wall. Quicksilver, her exemption time had ended and she was inevitably pushed a few squares towards the center of the board. Her skill that was in the process of being released was directly forced to end. God! Emperor Shurima! What a bull's push! Amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise, Heejin's Carter took 2 steps forward, and finally reached the side of the mustache guy's pirate, and began to raise and lower his hands. Death Lotus. After a few passionate A's, her blue bar, which had skyrocketed due to the damage from the mustache guy, Carter's skill, filled up again. Although the mustache side of the Carter, because of the set fire again put a skill, but because in advance by the Heejin Fawn, Carter, skill hang on the serious injury, the last is still unbeaten defeat. Hate end. After a fierce battle, Heejin's side ended up with only Carter and Pike, who hadn't taken much damage. What a close call. Seeing this wave of exquisite group battle, the bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom and the conference room all stretched their necks, looked sideways, laughed and sighed, thinking that it was wonderful. He's really too fine. In a short round of dueling, Director Hao's mood was actually like riding a roller coaster. Up and down, ups and downs. How can he calculate so many things and make so many maneuvers in just 30 seconds of a preparation session? From the very beginning of changing positions at breakneck speed based on incoming cards, to adjusting stations in response to the mustache. I even think he even calculated the push where Czar takes a hit to get his blue back and will be full of blue just before he dies. During these 2 days of intense battle watching, Director Hao's attitude towards Heejin had changed from pessimism and contempt for the bronze rookie at the beginning, to being shocked by some of the bright operations, to being deeply impressed now. Watching Heejin play Golden Shovel in these 2 short days, specifically 2 matchups less than that, Director Hao had already believed that Heejin could make the operation at this point, regardless of how much it exceeds normal people's perception and ability. Silently looking at the mustache guy who was defeated by Heejin for a few moments, Director Hao shook his head. What do you think you're doing messing with him for nothing? The red beam flew off and quickly struck the mustache. Watching his blood level plummet to single digits, the mustache guy panicked. Since entering the tournament, this was the closest he had felt to death, even counting his most youthful and fledgling first tournament. Little sick man. Baka. Face pale, the mustache is now even cursed out the strength or lost, targeting a bronze sicko, not realizing it's going to end up being a backhanded attack. No. Where is he bronze strength? I think he is almost as good as the captain. Whether it's the impromptu change of formation during the preparation session, or the sudden sinking of the back, and then the pairing of my Akari, the speed of this thinking and the combat instincts of a golden shovel, he might even be stronger than the captain. He immediately winced at the thought, then snuffed it out. No, he's just a bronze. I can't put too much pressure on myself. I still have a chance. I've saved one more layer of my lucky streak. Regardless of your strength, when I withdraw, you won't be able to beat me again. Next wave. I'll win the next wave. I'm sure my teammates who are watching the fight can see how strong he is, and if I can defeat him, I'll be able to further my position. Before he was sucked back to his board by the portal, the mustache guy stared at Heejin dead in the face with a vicious gaze. Little sick man. You wait. Heejin watched the mustache on the upper jaw of the mustache shake but no sound came out, then realized that he had won the fight, had not even thought to get up to turn the shielding on to sneer at him. Ha, did you just say? The words were not finished, but the mustache was already sucked away. Pity. Smacking his lips twice, Heejin couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for not taking advantage of this opportunity. But he wasn't a fan of sniping after all, so he quickly put the matter behind him. Not to mention, what am I going to get upset about with someone like that? The mustache guy who had already returned to his board recalled Heejin's last words, but he was so angry that his beard was shivering. And this sick man doesn't even taunt me when he beats me? He felt slighted. Nope, even contempt. It was as if the sickly bronze man seemed to regard it as a buzzing mosquito, and, unable to endure the noise he was making, raised his hand and rewarded him with a big mouth. It was a show of hands for that bronze sicko, but it slapped him right in the face. By Aga. After solving the mustache guy whose lineup somewhat restrained him, Heejin once again began an emotionless streak. The god of shock is still winning. It's so ferocious. Actually only lost 2 rounds after fighting for so long. This puts the bag to eat points. Eating points? Top 2. The god of shock is mighty. The situation was great and the viewers in the broadcast room relaxed. In order to win the mustache wave, Heejin spent more money and slowed down the pace of the economy. However, by the time he came back from the 5-4 elective session, Heejin had still managed to raise his rank to level 9. 30 gold coins left on me. It eats less interest, but you can whore out more cards by upgrading early. At level 9, the 2% increase in the probability of a 5-cost card from God's favorite took effect. And now Heejin's probability of a 5-cost card had reached a full 17%. Taking another look at his opponent's still healthy bloodlines, Heejin nodded in satisfaction. 9-5. Initiate. Is this the shock god going? After another 3-star 5-cost? Watching Heejin's maneuvers, the viewers in the live broadcast room were thrilled. It's unlikely, isn't it? I was still able to make it last time thanks to having, bless star, s economy boost, and this shocking god is just a mediocre streak. While I also think it's unlikely that we'll catch another one, do you really call this streak ordinary? Chapter 24, the 9-5. Initiation. Let's mix it up for a couple waves, get the economy back, and wait for the wildcards to start up again. Give the hurricane that you got back from the draft to the top, Czar. Heejin decided to nurse his old age for a while. At this time, the small arrows of hurricane can also trigger the blue return effect of green dragon blade. Lost another wave, but I still have about 60 blood left. More than enough. That wave before lifted the quality once, and now even if we lose, we won't lose by much. To the middle of the 5th stage, the remaining opponents have generally started finished. To find 2-star 4-fee main C have been in the 7 or 8 levels to find the end of the next, only slowly looking for a few 5-fee card reinforcement. Or hold on to the population. Chasing the 3-star 2 or 3-fee has been looking for the end of the time basically in the fish on the population to open more custody. Betting on the dog lineup has not yet found the body of the 3-star main C basically has been cool. The opponents had basically used their money to improve their combat power. And at this point, Heejin, who had a cheaper price tag on the field, naturally struggled to continue his winning streak. It is worth mentioning that the mustache that was taken out by Heejin with a wave of tolerance later still managed to mention the payment and managed to catch up with the 3-star, Akari, and managed to survive. There is no margin for error. He did not dare to learn Heejin open 6 fortunes, but on the 8 will be the lineup changed to, for endurance, plus 6 stabs, all the way to the streak, but also beat Heejin once. It is only because Heejin has not been able to sell his carder, and even carded 2 more. Is that the mustache did not together to get it to 3 stars? If you have a grudge, I'll avenge it on the spot. Although the 5 stages of groping led to his battle power starting to be countered by some, the good thing was that his assassin could go straight to the vulnerable back rows, and at this point, even if he couldn't beat them, he could still replace quite a few of the enemy's Ejits, except for that one small spell. Carter can just carter into a void worm with a single double cast after it flies over to taunt. S4's Little Law can permanently stack mana after killing an enemy, and the value of mana can be increased with the star level, and after 3 stars, it can increase 9 points of mana at a time. Therefore, stacked to the late stage of the Little Law is extremely scary, and can instantly second people. The taunt range of Portal is 2 frames. I can put Carter a little bit more towards the side away from Minor Law. So that although Carter's skill won't be able to turn to minor law, it's good to at least survive and kill a few more pendants. The two waves in front of the wild monster were very delicate under Heejin's operation. He even won a wave because he ran into the angel that had a flat wound and happened to be restrained by Carter, winning hemp. At this stage, every time you deducted blood it could easily be a dozen points, and even more blood could not withstand the drain. Therefore, although Heejin couldn't eat the 2 consecutive loss streak rewards for entering the wild this time, compared to these few dollars, the 10 or so points of blood at this stage was naturally much more important. Before entering the field, Heejin directly sold the Chosen and placed the hoard out, Orn, on the field by the way, so that not only could he hoard out a chance to brush the Chosen for nothing, but also hoard out the process of hitting the equipment with the Orn for once. A moment of white whoring is a moment of pleasure. All the time white whoring is always pleasure. That said, it's a good thing that this version of the big wild monsters are no longer the 30% loaded gargoyles or Kane of old, or they might not be beatable. After finishing off the tree monster that was carrying a piece of adult armor from the wild monster link in 3 hits, Heejin had 7 pieces of adult armor and 1 loose piece at this point. Green Dragon Blade, Hurricane, Justice, Mercury, Portal, Sunburst, Flag. At the start of combat, the bearer and friendly troops standing within 1 square of the same row gain plus 30% attack speed for the duration of this end of the combat session of the round. It's a good thing I made up my mind to come up here and play 9 to 5, or else, but with any other lineup, all this gear wouldn't be very consumable. Keeping only generic support cards such as Shin and Wind Woman, Heejin directly sold Carter and other cards together. Thanks for the part-time jobs, but I sure do prefer the 5-cost cards. The spectators outside the arena watched Heejin's maneuvers, but they all exploded at once. Shock God this is? He's really going after the 3-star 5 fee? What's with the all-in, meaning desperate? All in, so early? I can understand starting early with Blessed Star and so many Nico in the last hand, but he doesn't have a lot of money on him for this one? What's this brand new style of play? Anxious. You Rokoku people are really not calm. Couldn't help but see Inoue's contest in collecting vegetables. There's so much blood and I don't know what the rush is. Ha. Couldn't be in fear of Inoue players searching out all the 5-cost cards. Despicable. Chasing 3 stars and 5 fees yourself and not letting our Inoue player chase. Against all odds, the betting dog playing 3 fees has the nerve to come out and say he's going after 3 stars and 5 fees? Even if they did target you guys it would be a normal course of action on the field. Does that vegetable dog have the strength to chase 3 stars for 5 fees? Suggest you neons don't breathe. It's annoying me. As his brain quickly accepted and analyzed the information, Heejin refreshed his card library, constantly brushing away the Chosen, Jade Sword, Morgana, Chosen, Scarlet, Time, and other cards that were randomized to the useless Chosen bindings, leaving behind only the 5-cost cards and a few 4-cost cards that he might be able to use. 2 stars, Time, up. 2 stars, Blind. Too bad it doesn't have your gear. While drawing cards and changing formations, Heejin muttered to himself. Finally, during one of the refreshes, a Chosen Yoshi caught his attention. Chosen, Patriarch, Yanjin. I want it. I just want it. 9 to 5 is a lineup that relies entirely on the quality of high-cost cards, because the bonds between each 5-cost cards are rarely interchangeable. It is difficult to strengthen the strength of a certain Yoshi through the opening of high bonds. Each bond is usually a high-cost and low-cost, or all low-cost cards, so some general auxiliary bonds for this lineup is very good. Just for example, Cleric, at the start of a combat session, Clerics calm the enemy's battle spirit, reducing the attack speed of all enemies by 50% for a number of seconds, putting the Chosen, Winged Grace, on the board, along with Heejin's, Shin, and Knife Sister, which he had already used for a few games to open up the 4 Patriarchs. This effect reached a terrifying 8 seconds. All of the enemies Yeetzy without Mercury were directly impotent for a full 8 seconds. This would be very fatal to any formation. With the situation clear and the money on him bottoming out, Heejin stopped D-tagging and started constructing his lineup. There's not much output. The equipment is still Czar for now. There are 2 of them now, and they'll be 2-starred soon. Yang doesn't have much equipment. Decided. Neat suit all for you. In just a few seconds, Heejin's lineup changed altogether. Chapter 25, The 9 to 5 Facade. Heejin's hands danced in the air with residual shadows, and the lineup on his chessboard quickly changed to 2-star Chosen, Yan, 2-star, Time, 2-star, Blind, 2-star, Shin, 2-star, Knife Girl, 1-star, Warren, 1-star, Czar, 1-star, Raven, and 1-star, Yasuo. Opened bonds, 4 Sovereigns, 2 Secret Arts, 2 Tenjin, 2 Challenges, 2 Ronin. Weird. Did Jinfo want to rest after taking too many in the last inning? How come one can't find it? With only Sunflame and Portal, will Winged Grace not be able to carry it? While looking at his lineup and equipment, Heejin was in deep thought. Ugh. Still too little gear. Right now, Heejin's main tank, Yong'en, had 2 pieces of equipment on him, Sunflame, and Portal. And his main C, Zar, was wearing Green Dragon Blade and Hurricane, which were also 2 pieces of equipment. Flag, fixed to the back row to digest can be, but the attribution of the G Justice, that can hit and absorb in the Mercury, that is free from control makes Heejin momentarily difficult. Zar is the only output, giving, Justice, has damage intolerance. But both, blind, and, winged, front row warriors are pretty good with, Justice, too. This version of the large range of control is a bit much. Mercury, to, Zar, can prevent a hand, Yan, without Mercury. Ignore the control after the can play a lot more damage. Damage through the blood absorption into blood after the equivalent of more meat. After much consideration, a few seconds before the start of the matchup, Heejin finally decided to give, Mercury, to, Yong'en, and, Justice, to Blind. Then dropped, Yasuo, for, Morgana, and, Raven, to put together the 2 Dementors, that adds blood suck to all teammates. Although both, 2 Wanderer, and, 2 Duel, are gone. These 2 ties have limited battle boosts. And, Yasuo, is still just a 1-cost card that doesn't do much good. So it's still better to compare it to, Morgana. This way, Zar, has blood back too. As for, Mercury, although, Zar, is also somewhat needed, the, time, next to him can set him up for resurrection. And he himself comes with skill control and protection from the Sand Soldiers, both of which are effective in preventing him from dying a violent death. So the level of need for, Mercury, is still slightly lower than, Winged Grace. They say that if you love him, you have to give him the best, but there's no way around it. Our family is poor our baby. Muttering some incomprehensible words to himself, Heejin gave, Flag, to, Time. It would be a bit difficult to give it to the, Zar. If you want to shrink the corners you can't stand people on the left and right and eat the full effect of the equipment. If you put it in the center it would be a bit difficult sometimes. So it would be better to just give it to another pendant to carry first. After taking a few more looks at the lineup and quality outside, Heejin finally put his heart down. Great job! In the live broadcast room, the audience watched Heejin's change of formation. But for a moment they were dumbfounded. What kind of lineup is this? How did a 3-star 5-cost turn into a couple of 2-star 5-costs without chasing them? Is this a case of buying and realizing you don't have enough money to park here? It shouldn't be. The shocking god's calculation ability isn't that bad, is it? Then how do you explain his current lineup? Just 6 useless restraints, and they're all only on low rank. How is this going to beat anyone when the high holds aren't open and the spelling doesn't look like it? It's broken. He's placed another hold. Now there's only 4 left. My god. The rest of them look like they're all auxiliary restraints by the name. Foreign viewers were also puzzled by the scene and wondered if Heejin was trying to purple sand. Could it be that he's trying to get himself a couple losses so he can relieve some of the blood pressure on his opponents? And then take the opportunity to save up and chase 3 stars and 5 charges himself? Against all odds. It's kinda like that. But selling blood isn't like this. Isn't blood rubbing off playing with this lineup? Meat suit, Yan. Full back to blue suit, Zar. I froze and couldn't see who to see. Wasn't this dragon player playing well in front of him? Why did he suddenly start abstracting? Took too many points last hand and want to lose some back? In the conference room, the bigwigs froze in place even as they looked at Heejin's lineup. What does Heejin want? The intensity of the last 3-star 5-cost grind won't have led him to mistake 2-star 5 costs for being strong. 2, will it? Even though 3-star 5 costs add up to $45, there's no way it's going to compare to the last 3-star, Jinfu. Is there? How? You didn't warn him yesterday? Hearing the doubt, Director Hao also shook his head with a bitter smile. No, but where does he need me to remind him? Let's all just settle down for a bit. Even though everyone can't see it, I don't think Heejin is the kind of person who would do something stupid. Maybe he's holding a surprise for us. After a slight adjustment of the standings, the sparring session began quickly. This turn, Heejin lined up a fighter plus marksman. Although not every marksman have leopardus, like the direct focus on the back row of the skill mechanism, but through the marksman bond ejection effect, marksman can do the same hit the bull across the mountain. In the attack on the front row at the same time on the enemy's back row to pose a threat to the assassin, bond has the same thing. It is so that the player, Wheel Mom, who bet on 3 stars, is having a very good time at this time. In the opening round, he was first startled to see Heejin's lineup. Donkeys, what's with all the 5-cost cards? But after some careful observation, he was confused. This brings so many 5-cost cards. What kind of holds can he open? I remember a conclusion from the Institute's research that said that in order to balance the strength of each hold, the aliens wouldn't place too many high-cost cards in the same hold. Is this version not balanced? Curious, he looked at Heejin's restraints by way of checking his board, but his jaw dropped in direct shock. 5 low-level restraints? For patriarchs is a bit strong. But what's the use of the few remaining bonds? How did he manage to be number 1 in blood? He didn't wait for him to ponder the result, but he found a wall of several muscular hard men coming at him head-on. Czar, don't I remember him having a long blue bar? Hastily tuning his sight back to his board, he realized that his main titan, the big bug that had given on 3 meat suits, suddenly flew past him. Aha! Fly by? He fixed his eyes on it, but he realized that a blindfolded blind man had somehow gotten into his back row and started kicking up his flowery rear with his foot right in front of him. Is this being kicked out by blind monk? Before he could even type out a question mark, a scarlet rectangular track filled with a murderous aura suddenly lit up, only to see a tough guy with dual swords sprinting to him in the blink of an eye and slashing up his divine archers, shoulder to shoulder with the blind monk. Chapter 26, Before and After Inversion. Blind monk versus. After 10 seconds or so, the combat session ended. The lucky dude still had a look of disbelief on his face until he was taken away by the red light. Why? Where's my front row? Where's my back row? Why are they all still in the sky? Where did he get the damage? Why am I powerless? In one round of sparring, he had actually only replaced 2 Yeetzy on Heejin's side. The viewers who had originally questioned Heejin's lineup were all dumbfounded at this point, and the densely packed question marks immediately filled the entire screen of the live broadcast room. Ha! When I typed that question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that I think you have a problem. You mean he hung on to the opposite side of the room with a couple of small restraints that don't add damage or candor? Teacher, which version of understanding is this? It's not taught in the textbook. I'm a teacher, and I'd like to say that my teachers didn't teach either. Don't you Dragon Kingdom lose often? When did the thought process become so bullish? Don't get it, do you? Watch and learn well. The Dragon Kingdom will be different in the future. In the Dragon Kingdom conference room, the bigwigs looked at each other, shocked at the power of this lineup. This nonsensical lineup Heejin pulled out is actually this strong? Separately, these 5-cost cards aren't overpowered in individual lineups, and are at best supportive. But how come they feel like they blossom together when you put them into this lineup? Old how? Tell us the truth. Just now you were so sure. It must be that this kid Heejin got through to you in advance, right? Yeah, so far ahead of the curve. You guys must have been approached for an exchange, right? Tell us quickly. How did he come up with this lineup? Director Hao scratched his head and smiled bitterly. I also do not know. Originally see from the next game there is still a while. Thinking of these things there is still quite a lot of time. There is no hurry. Yesterday after discussing the matter of letting him be the town of the country let him first rest to go, which there is what communication taking down one of the czar that had been refreshed in his library and synthesizing it into a 2-star. Heejin's field quality was even more solid at this point. After D-card, Heejin sure went outside for another stroll. Little Law, Angel, neither is a match for me anymore. Confirming well that everyone didn't mention the battle power in this wave, and in fact, they all ran out of money. Heejin directly will suddenly realize. Take out 1 fighting shot, and now there are only 5 left on the field? With Heejin as the pressure monster in this hand, coupled with the fact that quite a few of them hit a losing streak in the early stages, there are still quite a few left now, but with the exception of Heejin, their blood counts are pretty low as well. Of course, the top blood ranking was still Heejin, who was a distant second with more than 50 blood. It's the familiar brothers who will die first session. But, looking at the burning avatar at the bottom of the blood rankings, Heejin narrowed his eyes. Mustache, you haven't left yet. A few other brothers aren't giving it their all, and this little bit of blood has given him so much time to live. Then let me take you. After screwing me so many times, I'm here to give you a whole big wave. I have 2 more waves of tolerance. I don't believe I can target you. Having made up his mind, Heejin ran straight to the mustache guy's board and started staking it out. I don't care about the others. Just stand against you. With such an awesome 4 ninjas, plus 6 stingers, who can be my opponent? You know, for so many seasons, without a strong warrior lineup to target, Assassin has just been the strongest. Not to mention that this version of Assassin has such high damage. I feel like a warrior can't even top it if they come. There's a bit of something in that lineup that the little sick man from the Dragon Kingdom just had. But he still has to rely on his back row to hit output, so it's not even a match for me. Turn around and study it in addition to the tournament instead. Maybe we can steal it for next time. No, how can you call it stealing? I figured it out a long time ago. I just never got a chance to use it. There are only 5 left now, so if I can just survive this wave, I'll be able to eat the points. No, these ones out here feel like they're no match for me. I can even eat chicken. What a bright future. The mustachioed man who was looking at his battle on his own board with satisfaction suddenly winced. Hiss, what's going on? Why do you suddenly feel a little bad? A little disturbed in his mind, Mustache hurriedly rechecked his opponent's boards again. Especially Heejin. I've been shaken by this little sicko a couple times, so I'll have to keep an eye on him this time. Where your Czar goes, my Akari goes. My Akari's damage is now completely overflowing. I'm not afraid even if you sink to the bottom again. A high-level player such as Mustache would naturally think of trying to control all the situations while focusing on observing Heejin. So he first placed Akali in the center, which would make it easier for him to adapt and make pairing operations at any time after observing his opponents switching positions. Time passed by and the mustache guy kept observing his opponents standing outside. Opponents have been constantly switching positions from side to side, expecting to shake him, and only Heejin has remained still. Scared silly by me? He really doesn't have much in the back row. A couple of slashes and he's gone. It doesn't make much difference if he's replaced or not, but he remembered to sink the bottom last time, so there's no way he's not going to operate anything this time. Is there? Right. He switched positions in the last few seconds a couple times before and that's what caused me to miss it. Can't be careless. I'm on to you. Finally, in the last 2 seconds of the countdown, the mustache guy waited until Heejin changed places. Only, the switch was a little different than he'd expected. How come he put the front row backward into the last row? Is this a bet that my assassin will focus on the front row first? It's useless Akari, can give you seconds with 2 slashes. Ooh. Winged Grace, put it down too. How are you going to eat Wanderer's shield with this? How did time? He put time in front of it? Czar, too? He's going to? No good. Watching Heejin switch, the mustache creeped out. He's going to invert the front and back rows? What kind of stand is this? He's not afraid of my Kenan control anymore? Nope. Being controlled does seem to be quite a bit better than being seconded. How did this sick man come up with this strange defense against assassins idea? After watching Heejin switch for a while, the mustache guy finally realized Heejin's intentions. But it's too late. He realized it, but didn't think of a solution, and even if he did, his hands weren't that fast. He only had time to turn Akali slightly in the direction of Czar in the last 0.5 seconds. Watching Mustache's transfer, Heejin, who was looking at Mustache's board, breathed a sigh of relief and didn't put down that blind monk silhouette's virtual shadow. I was also prepared to give the blind monk a different station. I didn't think you'd react at all, did you? Little dish dog. Chapter 27, Mustache. Out. The god of shock was just. He switched the front and back rows? What kind of stance is this? How can the output position be placed in front? Aren't you afraid of being seconded? Teacher? Where's my teacher? Why isn't anyone telling me about it? 2 seconds ago, Heejin's change of position caused the audience to freeze, and then stirred up a dense stream of pop-ups. It was only after the battle started and the assassin landed and started attacking Heejin's front row that they came to a realization. So, assassin can still be defended this way? And I always thought assassin could only be defended by sinking to the bottom. Now I've learned a new trick. How come no one ever thought of that? You're silly. Not to mention how counterintuitive this approach is. What if there's more than just assassin out there? There are other lineups that normally hit the front rows first. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Why is that shock god standing like that? He's doing it to target mustaches? No. I think he's been able to figure out which game to play against which opponent. Seriously? Isn't that random? You don't play professionally. You don't understand. After watching the shock god play for 2 games, why do I feel like this game is becoming stranger and stranger? While the outside of the arena was dusty and noisy, the ring was silent at that moment. The mustache guy's pupils shook wildly as he looked at the Yeetsies on the board that emerged with the white light. A drop of sweat appeared at some point and dripped down his chin. That's blind monk? When did it pass? I remember him being in the front row just now. Following his gaze, a large, hooded man covered in a golden light, celestial god effect, not 3 stars, was standing in the last row across the board, directly in front of his Akari. Doesn't that make his blind monk kick my Akari? Shaking his head fiercely, Mustache took a deep breath. No. My Akali gave the blue buff. 1 slash and his blind monk will be seconded. Even if it kicks my Akari once, Akari will be able to finish it off before his second kick comes out. There's still a chance. I just can't hit his back row for a while. Just wait for Akari to start slaughtering from his front row. And he sent his back row into the face of my big control. I have a good chance of winning. Mustache kept pumping himself up. The bell rang for the start of the battle. Mustache held his breath as he watched Akari and the other assassins leap up. At the same time, the melee yippie standing in the last row of Heejinfang took a step forward. Immediately after that, the assassins landed in the last row on Heejin's side. Akari raised her hand. Quick! Use your shuriken to second, blind monk. Mustache couldn't help but exclaim. As if hearing the mustache's voice, Akari's hand sword quickly fell. However, it was struck on the body of Yan. Portal, the opening 2 frames of ranged taunt take effect. The mustache immediately widened his eyes. Right at this moment, Heejin's blind monk, who was originally walking forward, suddenly paused. Eiko will keep looking for the nearest target before she attacks it. Heejin, who had stood at the side of the mustache guy at some point, smiled and explained. He had a huge smile, showing the standard 8 large white teeth. As soon as his words fell, he saw that blind monk actually turned back violently and headed straight for Akali. See, doesn't that reset the target of the attack? The mustache guy looked up at Heejin and couldn't help but tremble in his body. Speaking of which, it's a good thing you sent Akari to my door. Otherwise my blind monk might not have been able to kick it. Interrupting the mustache guy, Heejin smiled and raised his hand to him. Here, look, Akari is now standing in the last row, right on the edge of the board, and blind monk could give her a kick out. The mustache guy, who had a blank mind, looked in the direction that Heejin was pointing, but he saw that the blind monk had just finished a flat A and put his feet back on the ground, and then there was the other foot lifted immediately afterward. Iku. The poor Akali had just hit her second sharpshooter when the blind monk kicked her out of the field with a fierce dragon tail swing, straight up dead in the lineup. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigwigs were all necks forward, eyes round and mouths wide open as they watched the scene on the screen. A magical stillness flowed through the conference room. A few seconds ago, the crowd was still surprised by Heejin's unexpected stand, and even ventured some questionable thoughts. Now, instead, they are seeing. Hearing a certain big brother scream, Director Hao winced fiercely. Ahem, old Lee, you steady the point. Steady what? Oh my god, how did he come up with this? Isn't this a genius? I had thought that finding him as a township was a bit too sudden, but now I think he's really suitable. Old Zhao, why even you? The clamor in the conference room lasted for quite a while before it was called off by the round-faced uncle, who finally couldn't look away. It's just that, although everyone stopped talking, their red faces and trembling hands all spoke of their excitement. Smiling and shaking his head, the round-faced uncle ground his gaze back to Heejin on the screen. This kid has a ruthless nature, and he has a grudge. Thinking outside the box and coming up with ideas that are different from the norm. But the method he came up with was counterintuitive, yet highly rational and very effective. Rough and tumble, with a good grasp of what's going on the playing field and responding quickly and well. This is the good people and players of my Dragon Kingdom. I, the Dragon Kingdom, am not afraid of talent with individuality. It's only that it doesn't have enough talent to be used by the country. For once, I'm betting on the right one. As the last Yeetzy was also slaughtered cleanly, the bloodless face of the mustache guy was becoming even paler. Without Big C, Akali, he only replaced Heejin's 3 Yeetzy. Combine that with his already extremely low blood count and he was about to be eliminated. And after glancing at a few other boards, he realized, unlike yesterday's game, this time he will have no luck surviving. Oi, I said, that originally hated the voice of the bronze sick man ringing in the ears. The mustache at this time, but no strength to scream vicious, just futilely opened his mouth. In your next life, don't offend me. Following Heejin's punch, several red lights flew out of him and landed on the mustache. Let's see my little master punch your soul. Player Haruya Inoue has been eliminated with a blood level of -16. Chapter 28 Double Crown. Prize Draw. A wave took away the mustache, and Heejin once again became unstoppable. It's just that the rest of the matchups get boring. How lonely it is to be invincible. Sitting on the edge of the board trying to look out over the distant landscape, Heejin shook his head in despair. After ending the mustache fight, Heejin finally poured out a, Jin Fu. Baby, you missed me. After seeing that the 2 remaining opponents outside had both brought Mercury, which could exempt the Zoneshire detention from the attack speed reduction effect, Heejin simply dropped the 2-star, 3-cost, Blade Sister, replacing it with Jin Fu. There are too many controls in this version, and it's normal for people to find and bring Mercury. Happen to kinda feel like hanging on to a 3-fee Kara lowers my grade at this point. Jinfo has a bloodlock hang, as well as real injuries after crunches, and is comfortable hanging solo without restraints. After casually maneuvering a few times and carding a few more 4-cost cards that his opponents might chase 3, Heejin simply stopped his hand. Then, one step at a time, he walked to the edge of the board and looked out into the distance, leaving his back to the group, never looking back at the board again. The viewers in the live broadcast room froze as they looked at Heejin's back. He doesn't even look at it anymore? How confident is this in his battle power? Hey, it felt like a strange odor suddenly emanated from his body. I know, it's the flavor of the second letter. So draggy, I love it. For the next few rounds, actually there were only 2 or 3 rounds left, Heejin didn't even look to see the match, nor did he operate again, just slowly waiting for the match to end. Too bad they have so little blood left. I was thinking of selling blood to chase the 3-star 5 costs when there was nothing to do back there. And the way things are going, there's no chance of that either. The viewers from other countries also noticed the Dragon Nation man who didn't look at it at first glance but kept winning, and ran over to swipe their pop-ups. Against all odds, how did he win without even looking? You're new here, old buddy, aren't you? Ah, yeah. What? Actually, not only did he not look or move his station, he froze and didn't even buy a card in the last 2 rounds. Inside the top-secret conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigwigs watched Heejin's back on the screen, and they all cried and laughed. This kid, really? The round-faced uncle shook his head and laughed lowly twice. It's a bit of a stinker, but with this style, he does fit in well as the current protectorate. Director Hao, who was sitting next to him, narrowed his eyes and revealed a kind smile. Some of this arrogance and juvenile ambition would be a good way to bring the long week in Dragon Kingdom, to revitalize our citizens, to regain the trust in the future. In the country, that has been slowly depleted in previous defeats. He's a little spirited, but decisive, confident, not gullible, and not at all subtle where he should be. It's not a problem if you're not crazy. It's not a problem. As the two were talking, the duel on the field was nearing its end. As the last opponent's blood level cleared, a loud announcement came from the sky. Player Chris is out. The game is over. The winner of this victory is contestant Heejin from the Dragon Kingdom. Rococo gains victory points, 40 points. Dragon Nation receives the winner's reward, doubling of production for 2 months. Dragon Kingdom gets a Loot Supreme treasure chest. Congratulations to player Heejin for reaching the hidden achievement Unrivaled God of War, obtained by playing 2 consecutive matches within 24 hours and coming in first place in both. Detected that player Heejin was the first blue star to reach this achievement. Player Heejin wins the title Suppressor. Congratulations to player Heejin for achieving the hidden achievement Burying the Head in the Ostrich, obtained by standing still and not observing the board for 2 consecutive turns. Player Heejin's country, Dragon Country, receives an additional reward, a prop card of their choice. The live feed instantly boiled over. The God of Shock is awesome. 2 in a row. 2 in a row. This is how our Dragon Kingdom's protectorate should look. Worthy of being the God of Shock. You can win without looking or operating. So Shocking God's final immobilization turned out to be an achievement brush? It can't be, can it? It says it's a hidden achievement, so it shouldn't even be visible. How did the state score higher this time than last time? It feels like it might be the hidden score? Before, we kept losing. So the alien system decided that we might have just won by luck, and now that we've won 2 in a row, and both of them are in first place, it naturally speaks volumes about our strength. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Neon, look at people. Stop screwing and screaming every day. Some of the spectators from the countries that were dragged into the match by Neon were also notably favorable to Heejin for taking out the mustache guy. Only after the battle was settled did Heejin turn around and walk towards the center of the field, which was empty except for him. Gently touching the loot chest, he did not open it immediately. Let's see the title effect first. Suppressor, when the bearer is first in blood, the attack power and spell strength of all Ians in your party are increased by 5%. Not bad. Hitting streaks is pretty cool to use. Heejin raised an eyebrow, placing his gaze on the unexpected pleasure he got from the other mounted AC. Heejin's face became oddly colored. Surprise, an advanced stance from a certain legendary scout. If the bearer does not move for 2 consecutive rounds, he will enter the sneak state. After breaking the sneak state, the bearer will gain a 20% movement speed bonus. Is this considered an egg? Not really practical, but sometimes it can be used to grab a load of gear in an elective session. Only then did he open the treasure chest, which dropped a beautifully designed purple card. Offsite prop card, Eye of the Void. Effect, when used, it will allow your country to be informed in advance of the version of the next game as well as the featured gameplay. Infield prop card, Sob of the Goddess. Effect, immediately obtain the loose item Tears of the Goddess after using. This will finally allow the Institute to make preparations in advance. Heejin nodded in satisfaction. This card would be a big advantage for Dragon if it happened to see a new release that people haven't seen before. Because the Dragon Kingdom had him, the hungover guy who had known all the versions and playstyles for a long time, in place. A second prop card would be nice. 2. To make up a loose end right off the bat. Gathering up the loot. Heejin took a step toward the light door. After saying that, he strides towards the door of light. Strong light flashed, and his figure disappeared into the golden shovel space. A burst of cheers suddenly rang in his ears, and he looked up to see that there were already many of his fellow dragons waiting outside the light door, with smiles on everyone's faces. Shock God. Welcome back. Chapter 29 Inauguration of the Township. Stepping out of the light door, Heejin's eyes lit up. There were people standing densely outside the door. On the outermost periphery were the Dragon Country spectators who had spontaneously come to greet him, all of them very excited. their faces flushed with joy. The shovel authority workers closer to him cheered when they saw him, too, and waved him on. The ones closest to him were the round-faced uncle, Director Hao, and others that Heejin had seen before. On top of that there were quite a few other characters that he hadn't seen before, but they all had extraordinary demeanor and were filled with intimidating pressure. But what surprised him even more was that there were cameras set up on the scene and even a number of reporters present. Seeing so many people, the unprepared Heejin couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Little he, the round-faced uncle walked up with a smile. Congratulations on winning another championship. I thank you on behalf of all the people of our Dragon Kingdom. Heejin even said he didn't dare. See all those people out there? Everyone has come to greet you after watching your wonderful performance. Other than that, we talked it over and thought we might as well take the opportunity to do your township posting ceremony. Heejin blurted out, but then realized that he was a bit out of line. He had expected to wait at least a few days for the dragon's inner circle to get through first. It's fine. It's not sudden. As if reading his thoughts, Director Hao on the side smiled and patted his shoulder. Now is the time when the people's hearts are uplifted. Your wonderful performance at the Golden Shovel battle has given the nation hope. Everyone believes in you. During the course of today's match, some people on the internet have already started comparing you to the previous Lu Guagua. Director Hao continued. We simply advanced the timing and organized this ceremony while everyone's excitement was high. That's right. The round-faced uncle took over. We've managed to bounce back from defeat with great difficulty. We have to show the people the new atmosphere of our Dragon Kingdom. And now just as the countries that started this are eating their words, we're going to show them our Dragon Kingdom's mettle and get to know our new top man. You don't have to be too nervous either. The round-faced uncle laughed. It's just a little impromptu ceremony, mainly to give the whole country an explanation. Jingui is the most important position in our Dragon Kingdom's Golden Shovel field. It can't be secretive. Director Hao also smiled and said, having everyone watching will also increase cohesion. Heejin nodded slightly. He could indeed understand this. Right. Put this on first. Chief Hao handed over a brand new uniform. Heejin fixed his eyes on the uniform, which was a set of uniforms with gold stripes on a black background, with a heavy bronze cauldron embroidered on the chest. This is the standard costume of the Dragon Kingdom Jinhua, representing the highest honor and symbolizing the heavy responsibility of guarding the nation's fortune. Heejin took the uniform, only to feel that it was heavy in his hands. Although he had known he was going to be a Jinhua, he still felt the pressure when he actually saw the scene in front of him and got the uniform. Don't worry. This dress was improvised according to your figure, Director Hao said. It's a bit rushed, but the quality is definitely over the top. Go change in that studio, the round-faced older man said. It starts in 10 minutes. Looking at the uniform in his hand, Heejin took a deep breath. From today onwards, he would truly shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the Dragon Kingdom. Changing his clothes, he examined them for a moment in front of the mirror. The black and gold uniform was made of uncommon materials, and it also set him off extremely well, making his entire person look quite majestic. The large tripod on his chest was even more imposing, seemingly reminding him of the heavy burden on his shoulders. It kinda fits. Director Hao walked in at some point and nodded in satisfaction. Hiss. You won't have been. Heejin pupils earthquake. I just came in. Director Hao's face was expressionless. It does fit. The round-faced uncle also walked in from outside. I know. Heejin nodded. From now on, you are the protectorate of our Dragon Kingdom, the round-faced uncle said solemnly. As you saw and heard some time ago, the people were on the verge of losing their confidence. For you to come forward at this time and bring hope to everyone, this means much more than 1 or 2 victories. I understand, Heejin said with a straight face. I will definitely live up to my expectations. Come on, it's about time. Coming out of the locker room, Heejin was stunned by the sight before him. The originally empty field had completely changed. In the center of the huge main stage hung the gold banner of Dragon Kingdom Protectorate Ceremony, and the flags of the Dragon Kingdom were fluttering on both sides. On each side of the stage, there were 12 colorful flags symbolizing the 12 counties of the Dragon Kingdom, fluttering in the wind. Cameras flashed incessantly in the press area, while the back rows were filled with celebrities from all walks of life. Most conspicuous were the few seats in the front row right in the center, which were empty. There was still an influx of people on the outskirts of the grounds, people who had heard about the new protectorate and wanted to catch a glimpse of it. Ready? The round-faced uncle asked in a low voice. Heejin took a deep breath and nodded. Go on. The round-faced uncle patted him on the shoulder. A solemn piece of music was played and the ceremony began. The round-faced uncle walked up to the podium, and behind him was Director Hao and the other executives of the Shovel Authority. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth facing the microphone. Fellow citizens, we are here today for the Protectorate Inauguration Ceremony to announce an important decision to the nation. I believe everyone saw the live broadcast of the Golden Shovel battle just now. Our Dragon Country's player, He-jin, won 2 games in a row by himself, winning back a large number of points for his country. More importantly, his performance has given us hope for the rise of Dragon Country's Golden Shovel. After careful consideration, we have decided that He-jin will take over the position of Protector of the Dragon Kingdom, inheriting the unfinished business of Protector Lu and continuing to fight for the Dragon Kingdom at the Golden Shovel War. There was a gasp from the audience outside the door. He-jin was seen slowly walking onto the stage, having already changed into the black and gold robes of the Dragon Kingdom Protectorate. The majestic golden dragon on his chest came to life under the lights, and his entire aura became different. My god, it's the official Protectorate costume. Is this a direct posting? So excited. God of Shock is simply handsome in this outfit. The ceremony began with sullen music. The round-faced uncle read out the letter of appointment, and He-jin presented him with a badge symbolizing the status of the Protectorate. On behalf of the Shovel Bureau, Director Hao presented him with a gold medal engraved with the words Protectorate of the Dragon Kingdom. The whole thing was solemn, but not tedious. Thank you for the organization's trust. Standing on the podium, He-jin's voice resounded. I promise the entire nation, I will do my best to win honor for the Dragon Kingdom in the Golden Shovel battle. At the end of the ceremony, there was thunderous applause and tears glistened in the eyes of many of the audience on stage. It was the first time they had seen, after such a long time, A New Hope. Chapter 30, the equipment has to fit, right? The ceremony of assumption of office was over, and the people who had been micromanaging dispersed. Director Hao walked over and nodded to He-jin with a smile, followed by a group of people. Congratulations, He-jin. Today you will officially become the top pillar of our Dragon Kingdom Golden Shovel. As is customary, the town council will also serve as the captain of the Dragon Kingdom Shovelers. I've got all the members of the team here today. Come and meet them. He-jin was still wondering what these people were when he heard the words, but he then revealed a look of difficulty. Director Hao, I understand the organization's trust in me. It's just that I don't have a lot of leadership experience. I'm just afraid. Director Hao's smile didn't change as he walked up and patted He-jin's shoulder. Little He, you're even a Zhenghua. What do you care about this captain? You are now the strongest Golden Shovel player in our Dragon Kingdom, bar none. The Golden Shovel is a competition that values results the most. If you don't come to be this captain, even if the others on the team do, that won't be convincing. What's more, the position of captain doesn't really require much work. Really? He-jin listened and reluctantly agreed. Seeing that He-jin finally agreed, Director Hao patted He-jin's shoulder once again and turned to look at the others in the shoveling team. This is He-jin. You guys must already know him, right? How, Director, what are you talking about? It's not easy for our Dragon Country to come up with a double champion, winning so many resources for the country. How can we from the shoveling team not recognize it? Ha ha ha, that's good. He-jin. This is. Director Hao introduced the team members to He-jin one by one, but one person's introduction was completely different. I don't need to introduce this one, do I? Only a clear, apparently young girl's voice was heard. Newly promoted members of the Dragon Kingdom's Golden Shovel team. Meet Lord Captain. He-jin fixed his eyes on it and exclaimed, Hao Jin, why are you here? That person was none other than Chief Hao's daughter, Hao Jin. But then she tossed her hair and her watery eyes fluttered. Everyone is working for the future of the country. Why can't I be here? I'm the daughter of the director of the Shovel Bureau, and I'm afraid that when it comes to intelligence and related training into the shovel, there are very few people in the country who have more resources than I do. He-jin twisted his head to look at Director Hao, but saw that his face was full of helplessness. Apparently for Hao Jin to join the team this matter was not too agreeable. That said, it's thanks to you, Lord Zhenghua. I had been talking to my dad for ages about wanting to join the team and he was too worried about my safety to agree. When I heard that you had come to be the township, I hurried to beg him again, and he agreed in a few moments. Seeing Director Hao's gaze glaring over again, Hao Jin spat out her tongue and hurriedly didn't dare to speak again. After the introduction, several members of the team gathered around directly with curiosity in their eyes. Zhen Shen, your fortunate star losing streak is awesome. How did you think of playing that way? How did you know that there are so many economic bond rewards? Zhen Shen, how did that 3-star, Jinfu, of yours chase off? I see that in a normal match. Everyone generally doesn't have much of an economy after going on 9. Shock God, can you teach me your streak ideas? I feel like you're so good at timing your D-cards and upgrades. God of Shock. Seeing several members of the team chattering and asking questions at the same time, Director Hao hurriedly called out to them. Look at you all. What's the hurry? People He-jin high intensity for 2 days in a row. Do not let people rest. Let's go ahead and have a celebratory dinner for your captain. He-jin looked at the lost crowd around him and said, Director Hao, it's okay, We can put the dinner matter on hold. I just came out of the golden shovel space and happened to summarize some experiences that I can share with everyone. When everyone heard that Heejin was willing to directly share his game understanding and experience, their faces showed joy and they hurriedly gathered over. When Director Hao saw this scene, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With this kind of morale, why should we worry about turning defeat into victory with the Dragon Kingdom Golden Shovel? I'll start by sharing 2 lessons: equipment synthesis timing and upgrade timing. The Golden Shovel is a game that allows players to utilize their resources freely in order to outperform their opponents. The resources of the Golden Shovel will be gradually distributed with the time point of the game, and the total amount of resources is more certain. Therefore, the timing of using the resources is critical. If you don't do what you need to do at the right time, you will gradually pull away from the battle power of the big group and end up leaving the field with regret, or you will brush half a day's worth of cards, only to find that the cards you want have all been taken by other people and so on. So, with better timing, even if the incoming cards and equipment aren't quite what you envisioned, it's relatively easy to adjust and eat the points without any problems, or even use your control of the tempo to pull away from your opponent by a long shot. The first thing is equipment. There's only one thing overall: equipment is given as long as it's useful. You can't keep equipment. Sure enough, when he said this sentence, everyone's mouths opened wide in surprise. But the researchers, they have calculated that the output has to take into account the base value, attack frequency, percentage multiplier zone, and burst multiplier zone in order to maximize the damage. And the tank has to take into account the blood volume, double resistance, and percentage damage reduction in order to resist for longer. If there's a kit to be combined, wouldn't it not be possible to make a perfect kit? Also, if we're on a losing streak, wouldn't it be a bad streak to make a strong gear merge? I'm sure I don't understand. Heejin secretly held his forehead. The great thing about this practice is this: compare yourself to the enemy without falling out of the fight. It's naturally better to be able to synthesize perfect equipment. It's just that this is often unattainable. Or, by the time you get the perfect equipment together, it's often several rounds that have passed. That makes it easy to get your streak broken if you're on a hitting streak. And if you're on a losing streak, you're also prone to having too much blood deducted from you by others. It's not good for the greater good. What's more, the equipment is always available, whether or not it's juggled to every multiplier area. Let's say you combine 3 blue returning outfits at once. Even if you don't have equipment such as mana strength, your C position is still able to deal a lot of output by relying on the base damage of your skills. What's more, some versions of the blue return outfit will come with attributes such as mana strength and percentage damage increase. Besides, equipment is dead, but people are alive. It's okay for you to leave a blue returning suit for another C-suite. Some versions will also have hexes or heroic enhancements that can be used to fill in some other multiplier zones by those means. Of course, if you take some hexes that have higher combat power, the lower the blood. It's a good idea to keep the equipment and just sell the blood. Chapter 31: Blood can't be unwanted, can it? Hearing Heejin's words, the crowd revealed thoughtful expressions, as if they were still digesting them. So, what about the second one you mentioned? Shocker God? Someone took notes on a piece of paper while continuing to ask questions. The timing of the second upgrade is better understood. As you all know, aside from saving up your own money to eat the interest, and playing streaks to make money, the Golden Shovel is a game where the resources are basically sent to everyone at regular intervals. That's why it's so important to capitalize on the timing of saving and spending money. Generally speaking, the timing of upgrades is based on the main characters in your chosen lineup. Let's start with the most special from betting a fee. If you're going to gamble on 1-cost cards, then it's best not to upgrade on the second turn in the early stages, and not to take experience-based hexes. This is because the probability of refreshing high-cost cards will increase as you level up, and the probability of low-cost cards will decrease. We can't upgrade, plus we have to take care of the economy in the early stages and generally don't decard, so 1-cost card lineups are usually on a losing streak. This way, after fighting the stone beetles at the end of the second stage, our economy usually comes to just about $50 to eat up all the interest. At that, the team nodded. So, we can start the D card next round? No. Heejin shook his head. We have to D some first in this round. Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Heejin explained. While we happen to be eating quite a bit of interest at this time of year, if we keep not boosting our experience, we'll be exactly 4 levels and 8 experience points this round. At level 4, the probability of a $1 card being refreshed is about 50%, and in some versions it's even more than that, and by the time we get to the next round, we'll be at level 5, and the probability of a $1 card being refreshed drops considerably. So, this is a better time to brush up on your cards. I'd recommend swiping about $20 is better, which means saving $30 to eat the interest. Of course, make sure you pay attention before you brush to see if there are any peers out there. If things go well, we'll stay at level 5. Save back the $50 to eat the interest. And use the extra money to keep playing. My recommendation for judging smoothness is to see if the major cards come in 5 or more. If you have, you can keep playing. If things aren't going well and not much is coming to the desired cards, my advice is not to have a gambler's mentality. And it's time to run for the hills and not continue. Even though you've lost 10 or 20 bucks, if you keep brushing, you could spend 50 or 60 bucks and still have no results. This way, even if you catch up behind, when you get to stage 4 and your level is only 5 or 6, how can you fight with a 3-star 1-cost card against someone else's 3-star 3-cost or 2-star 4 or 5-cost? The odds are it's going to be the old 8 out. Hearing Heejin's words later, one of the people who had originally shown some unwillingness on his face turned white and shivered, seemingly frightened. Receiving his reaction in his eyes, Director Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. Worthy of this kid, not only does he give solid lectures, he also conveys it well enough for them to listen to it. Next up is betting on 2 or 3 fees. The probability of a 2-cost card is highest at level 6, and the probability of a 3-cost card is at levels 7 and 8. So under normal indeed close conditions, we usually go 2 to 1 to level 4, 2 to 5 to level 5, and 3 to 2 to level 6. Buying experience value may cost us a little bit of interest up front, but it can boost our odds of whoring out the 2 and 3-cost cards we want. At this point, it's time to start swiping on the bet $2 cards, on the bet $3 cards. You eat the $50 of interest to slowly move up to 7 and then swipe. The caveat is still the same as it was just now. Don't have a gambler's mentality. Seeing that everyone had finished taking notes, Heejin continued on. If you want to play 4 or 5 cost cards, you consider everyone's operational feats. And it's best if you can find a battle-hardened transition lineup to go up in a streak. The pace of escalation is about the same as betting on 2 or 3 costs, except that at 4 to 2 you should be on 8 looking for 2-star 4s. It's best to find 2 stars for all 4-cost card main C lineups, and for 5-cost card main C lineups, you can use your discretion to estimate whether you want to spend less and take a beating to get to level 9 based on the battles out there and your own blood count. Heejin continued to explain, his attention not diminishing in the slightest. There's another special circumstance to keep in mind when leveling up. Say you're saving up to eat interest, but a particularly strong opponent suddenly appears out there, and you want to pay 20 for experience value to preserve your blood. And everyone thinks that makes sense, right? The crowd nodded. Wasn't this the resource transformation often mentioned by the Shovel Authority Institute? Heejin shook his head. In this case, I would suggest that you would rather lose 2 games in a row and take a beating on the 9, rather than spending this $20 in advance. Why? Someone couldn't help but ask. Because we have to settle a score. It costs about $40 to keep 20 points of blood. It sounds like it's worth it, but it's not. Realize that the 40 pieces are only a temporary boost in leveling and equipment. By the time you get to the next stage, you still need to keep spending money chasing 3-star 4 drops or going up 9 to find 5 drop cards. That's when you realize that you can't keep up financially. So instead of spending $40 here to ensure 20 points of blood, you could simply lose 2 in a row, deducting 30 points of blood, but saving enough for level 9. Of course, this is based on the premise that you can go up 9 and find powerful 5-drop cards. If the 5-cost card you find isn't ideal, it's time to switch ideas in a hurry. Overall, the timing of upgrades and equipment synthesis revolves around the final lineup. In this game, there are just so many resources. You must think through what you need to accomplish with these resources and then plan how to use them. After the presentation, people were still discussing with each other or approaching Heejin to ask questions. After a while, Director Hao smiled and reminded, Alright, everyone is hungry, right? Let's chat while we eat. By the way, what other ceremonies must be prepared? Heejin asked, suddenly remembering. Hey, you kids think too much. Director Hao smiled and waved his hand. Today's ceremony is enough. From now on, you are the protectorate of our Dragon Kingdom. What comes later? Comes later. Heejin nodded and followed the crowd outside. Everyone present knew that from today, a new page would be turned in the history of the Golden Shovel of the Dragon Kingdom, and the page will be written by this young protectorate. Chapter 32s13? After the celebratory dinner, Heejin had a good night's rest. The next morning, Heejin was due to report to the team. The Shovel team was originally under the Shovel Authority, so the two were located in the same building, making it easy to exchange research progress at any time. Yesterday, he was so busy with the inauguration ceremony and the celebration banquet that Heejin hadn't had time to share the information about the prizes he had won in the match with Director Hao and the others. So, early in the morning, he came to Director Hao's office first. After hearing Heejin's sharing, a surprised expression appeared on Director Hao's face. You're saying that there's a prop card that can foretell information about the next version in advance? Heejin emphasized. That's true, but only the version name and special mechanics. Director Hao's face was flushed. Do you think this gives less? No. This gives too much. One step ahead. One step ahead. If it's a new version, and we get the news first, we'll be able to get ahead of the game and be ready for it, and adapt to it better than our opponents. If it's an older version, we can also get the stats and lineups, etc. So the players can prepare ahead of time. This card should be a rare. It's so strategically important. Use it. We're using it now. Heejin didn't realize that people in this world valued version information so highly. But yeah, with randomized versions of each tournament, and different special mechanics, restraints, Yako, and even equipment for each tournament, it really can be overwhelming for everyone. But think about it, it's nice to be able to go from double crown to A. Okay. Having made up his mind, Heejin directly pulled out the Eye of the Void wildcard from his pocket. The aliens bind the reward from the Golden Shovel contest to the recipient through black technology. It can be removed at any time by thought unless voluntarily given up and given away. Confirmation of use? Confirmed. Successful use. The next version of the game will be Battle of the Twin Cities 2. Special mechanism, abnormal mutation. This mechanic is triggered in stages 4 to 6 late in the game, where players need to place a game piece into a special grid to give it an abnormal mutation effect bonus. Players can spend 1 gold coin to re-randomize the abnormal mutation effect. I can't believe it's this season. Heejin looked puzzled. S13 Battle of the Twin Cities 2, as the name suggests, is the season following the S6 Battle of the Twin Cities. In addition to retaining the hex mechanic of S6 and the opening encounter mechanic of S11's Spirit in the Picture season, it also introduces a brand new one addition to retaining the S6 hex mechanism and the S11 Spirit in the Picture season opening encounter mechanism. It also introduces a new mutation mechanism, which can add a special effect to a character in the lineup. It's a season that's really been cool and relatively balanced. Here's what Heejin had to say about it. Director Hao first frowned, but then smiled with joy. Hurrah! That's an unseen version. We're kind of ahead of the game. Heejin muttered to himself. Actually, with me around, we could be more than one step ahead. What? Director Hao didn't hear. I say, with this step, we can take our strategy more than one step forward. Director Hao nodded repeatedly. That's the point. Like, for example, we can save up in stage 4 as a way to brush up on the mutation session. Heejin nodded and began to use his intelligence advantage to guide. Director Hao, I do think that since the aliens have made this mechanism, they will make the appropriate balance, so that each localized Yitzi can have the right mutation, and the strength between each mutation should be balanced as well. There won't be a situation where one mutation is particularly strong or weak, coupled with the fact that we're not familiar with specific mutations. I don't think it's necessary to spend too much money on this refresh either. Just enough to get by. Heejin naturally had his own considerations for saying so. He naturally knew a lot of powerful mutations and the corresponding gameplay, but there was no way to say these things. What should I say? It's the truth. I'm actually the hungover guy who crossed over and already knew all the information about all the versions ahead of time. Still lying, the aliens saw that I was so handsome that they sent me all the information in a package and made me memorize it. These claims are not even as credible as I am the first emperor of Qin, so it would be better to make some deductions that sounded more reasonable to Director Hao and the others, so that they could prepare normally first, when the match started. No matter who was drawn, Heejin would be able to utilize his protectorate's identity to top it off. Captain He, then, shall we go and start today's training? Director Hao stood up and tried to lead Heejin to where the shoveling team was. Suddenly, a loud broadcast sounded. Beautiful Nations Jack used the prop card Resilient Strike to designate Dragon Nations Heejin and another random player to participate in the tournament. Heejin and another random player to participate in the match. The other contestant is Hao Jin from Dragon Country. Draw the remaining countries and start the new round immediately. It has been detected that a country has already completed a tournament ahead of schedule, and this tournament will be advancing a version again. The tournament will open in 1 hour. I wish you all the best of luck in chess. Heejin could not help but open his mouth wide. Ilua Bean. What hatred, what grievances still come? When Director Hao heard the voice, his face was swish up and his teeth clenched together. Beautiful country. Not long after, Hao Jin jogged into Director Hao's office, her face not looking too good. Dad. Brother Jin. Chief Hao frowned and shook his head toward Hao Jin with a bitter smile. It's Dad, I've harmed you Dad. What are you talking about? Hao Jin let out an revealing a puzzled look, and went forward to hold Director Hao's hand. To the beautiful kingdom. The only thing we can make them feel threatened by right now is Heejin. They're using the early match prop card once again, just to make Heejin tired of drafting and lose the match. But they're worried about Heejin continuing his previous winning streak and slowing down Dragon Nation, so they're pumping in an extra shovel team member. It's best for them if Heejin loses. If he wins, they can also deduct some more of the points Heejin earned by targeting another player. Director How is worthy of being a person who mixes with the officialdom. And in just a little bit of time he has guessed the beautiful country's thinking. Dad. Looking at Director How's difficult face, Heejin hurriedly inserted himself into the conversation. Director How. Jean. Take it easy. This version players are supposed to be able to talk to each other. I'll bring Jean along for the score and come back properly. Director How was stunned, then sighed and slowly patted Heejin's shoulder. Alas, but this is equivalent to playing 2 games at once. I know you mean well, but you might as well play your own matchups. You must remember that the survival of the nation must always come first. Seeing that Director How didn't believe him, Heejin in turn patted Director How's shoulder. Trust me. Chapter 33 The Three-Colored Bureau. Every day I have something to shoot me. Finally it's my turn to shoot you. Heejin had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now he felt a sense of revenge in his heart. Looking at Heejin's determined eyes, Director How froze. His eyes gave Director How a strange feeling, as if he really doesn't seem to be just being polite or talking big. Looking fixedly into Heejin's eyes, Director How nodded slowly. Okay, I believe you. Just, you do your best. Seeing Director How's reaction, Heejin nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at How Jean and smiled slightly. You too, just trust me. If it's Shocker brother, who's always been so powerful before, then it must be okay, right? With this thought in mind, How Jean nodded vigorously. Waving off the send-offs, Heejin and How Jean entered the light gate. Just after opening his eyes, Heejin heard the system's broadcasting sound. All contestants in position. Countdown begins. 3. Game on. It seems that Director How's wheedling isn't without its benefits. At least this time, he doesn't have to wait for the others. Heejin secretly spat in his heart. At this point, the other players rushed out of the gate as soon as it opened. Seemingly a bit PTSD on the previous S4's central picks. Heejin, however, stood in place with good grace. There's no central casting in this version. And there's no ballot districts. This version only has the opening chit. Raising his head, Heejin however, saw a black teenager with dyed green hair and white paint on his face. Is this Ike? The system's prompt sounded soon after. Ike has found the perfect time for all the enhanced runes to be prismatic. Cool. Listening to the broadcast, Heejin swung his fist down hard. Cool game. Great game. S13 is originally a resource to give a lot of the season and mutation mechanism to enhance the hero. Now it's a 3-color game. Can only say that playing on 5 words. Cool. With something in his eyes, Heejin shifted his gaze to How Jean, only to find that she was looking worried. I was originally new to the team and my real-world experience was lacking compared to others. I can't believe I'm running into a 3-color game now. It feels like I'll be taken advantage of by the others to put a good distance between them. How Jean was just thinking about it when she heard a familiar voice coming from her. How Jean. Trust me, it was Heejin. Raising her head, How Jean revealed a smile to Heejin and opened her small pink mouth about to say something, but then she heard a Cockney voice come through. Oh my god, who's dying and still making out here? I mean, guess who wasn't invited out of this golden shovel space? Heejin looked up and realized that the visitor was a middle-aged white man with glasses, a hawkish nose, and a thin, tall face. Jean, do you hear that? It seems like a stinky duck is quacking? Guessing his identity, Heejin was not spoiled and directly scolded him back. Ouch. Of course I heard it, it screamed so loud. Why does it still sound so bad? Heejin put on a serious face. I also say, if the female ducks hear this sound, they'll probably lay salted duck eggs. Looks like it must be unloved. Hearing Heejin and How Jean's personal attacks as you sang and I sang, Jack was so angry that his white face turned red. You guys. Geez, I've heard that white people break their defenses when they curse. I didn't think it was true. Yeah. How come even this provocative one is so unforgiving? Before Jack could fire back, Heejin thought to give How Jean a wink. The two of them then worked together to block the man outright. Angry? It's useless to be angry. The chosen before turning a losing streak halfway through the season. And at this point, the mustache guy only had 20 blood left at the beginning of the wave. And he would die if he lost 2 more waves. I don't know if it was because he saw the terror of Carter on Heejin's side, but the mustache guy also played assassin at this time. He got Akali, who was only chosen for her assassin bond as the main C, and gave on Firecracker, Endless, and Blue buff. The secondary C, Carter, was also given on Tech Gun and Mercury. Although he managed to get a lot of good equipment due to his relatively low blood count, he still wasn't able to synthesize a portal like Heejin because he was missing a recurve bow. Pirated goods. Right now, Heejin's main tank, Young-en, had 2 pieces of equipment on him, Sunflame and Portal, and his main C, Czar, was wearing Green Dragon Blade and Hurricane, which were also 2 pieces of equipment. flag, fixed to the back row to digest can be. But the attribution of the G justice, that can hit and absorb in the mercury, that is free from control makes Heejin momentarily difficult. Zar is the only output, giving, justice, has damage intolerance. But both, blind, and, winged, front row warriors are pretty good with, justice, too. This version of the large range of control is a bit much. Mercury, to, Zar, can prevent a hand, Yan, without mercury. Ignore the control after the can play a lot more damage. Damage through the blood absorption into blood after the equivalent of more meat. After much consideration, a few seconds before the start of the matchup, Heejin finally decided to give Mercury to Yong'en and Justice to Blind. Then dropped Yasuo for Morgana and Raven to put together the two Dementors. That adds blood suck to all teammates. Although both, two Wanderer and two Duel, are gone. These two ties have limited battle boosts. And Yasuo is still just a one-cost card that doesn't do much good. So it's still better to compare it to Morgana. This way, Zar has blood back too. As for Mercury, although Zar is also somewhat needed, the time next to him can set him up for resurrection. And he himself comes with skill control and protection from the Sand Soldiers, both of which are effective in preventing him from dying a violent death. So the level of need for Mercury is still slightly lower than Winged Grace. They say that if you love him, you have to give him the best, but there's no way around it. Our family is poor, our baby. Muttering some incomprehensible words to himself, Heejin gave flag to time. It would be a bit difficult to give it to the Zar. If you want to shrink the corners, you can't stand people on the left and right and eat the full effect of the equipment. If you put it in the center, it would be a bit difficult sometimes. So it would be better to just give it to another pendant to carry first. After taking a few more looks at the lineup and quality outside, Heejin finally put his heart down. Great job! In the live broadcast room, the audience watched Heejin's change of formation. But for a moment they were dumbfounded. What kind of lineup is this? How did a 3-star 5-cost turn into a couple of 2-star 5-costs without chasing them? Is this a case of buying and realizing you don't have enough money to park here? It shouldn't be. The shocking god's calculation ability isn't that bad, is it? Then how do you explain his current lineup? Just 6 useless restraints, and they're all only on low rank. How is this going to beat anyone when the high holds don't open and the spelling doesn't look like it? It's broken. He's placed another hold. Now there's only 4 left. My god. The rest of them look like they're all auxiliary restraints by the name. Foreign viewers were also puzzled by the scene and wondered if Heejin was trying to purple sand. Could it be that he's trying to get himself a couple losses so he can relieve some of the blood pressure on his opponents? And then take the opportunity to save up and chase 3 stars and 5 charges himself? Against all odds. It's kinda like that. But selling blood isn't like this. Isn't blood rubbing off playing with this lineup? Neat suit, Yan. Full back to blue suit, Zar. I froze and couldn't see who to see. Wasn't this dragon player playing well in front of him? Why did he suddenly start abstracting? Took too many points last hand and want to lose some back? Chapter 34, Making a Pill? Conqueror, this hold needs to be stacked by killing your opponent's Yako. So it's best to be able to start hanging onto this hold from the early stages to beat the streak. To take him on a streak, there are generally 3 ways to think about it. The first, which is the best case scenario, is to open a Conqueror transfer, find a suitable outlander to take the transfer based on incoming cards and equipment, and start a slamming streak while opening 4 Conquerors. The second is that there is no Raven, and only 2 Conqueror can be opened. In this case, you will usually bring in outside help, such as 3 Family, and put together a 2 Wrestler, 2 Monitor, Tether, and let the outside help come in for C. The third kind is the situation like Heejin, who hoard out Raven and was able to open for Conquerors directly. This situation is considered better, because Raven has a dual-shape warrior, Tether. The front is a legal warrior, and the back is a throwback mage. So whether you give the warrior suit, or the 5-cost card in the back, Conqueror, tie, Iron Man's legal output suit to Raven first, you have a good battle. It was at this point that Heejin chose to play the Raven as a warrior. Taking a look at the battlefield outside, Heejin realized that there were few people out there who were his opponents right now. After all, this version is still new to them and it's normal that they won't be able to play it. Besides, the good thing about me playing Conqueror is that even if I can't keep the streak alive, I can make up quite a bit of my economy on the rewards of stacked explosions. Pulling his battle power up as high as possible, Heejin adjusted his stance a little more and stopped operating. God's will. Whether or not you can win in the early stages depends on whether or not the dealers give it a go. The first round ran into a family, blue-haired squad, and Heejin took it straight down without a single Yeetzy dying. No dude. Your only output, Vegas, isn't at 2 stars and you don't have any equipment. So what's the point of taking this bond in the early stages? Might as well take some gambling dog cards. It's also a beating, but it's good to have more hope for other paths. Heejin smashed his mouth and commented, "Vegetable." She turned her head to look over at Hao Jin, only to find that she was fighting a losing battle. "I see that there's a bond called Ambush Specialist that adds double blasts to Yako's, and it's a good fit with my Penetrating Lotus, so I thought I'd use that first. It's just that I didn't hear about the 2-star, Camille. My equipment is a bit average. I don't have a blood-drinking sword that can fight and resist, and I had to combine a Justice first." So, hearing Hao Jin's explanation, Heejin, however, suddenly froze a bit. Ambush Specialist, Camille, Justice. What a familiar pairing. Mwah. All things in heaven and earth are cauldrons, but only the finest gets my heart? Heejin immediately recalled a poisonous playstyle that had taken the world by storm in the pre-S13 period in his previous life, alchemy. The principle of this play is a mutation, miniaturization. The description of this mutation is obscure, but simple: transform Yako into a piece of equipment that provides him with 75% of his attack power, spell strength, armor, and magic resist. Equipment already carried will pop up. In his previous life, Heejin swiped this mutation in the test service, but because he couldn't understand it and thought it was a bit Cthulhu, he never chose it. A few days after the opening of the official service, this mutation is not known to be developed by which big brother. Suddenly, with its exciting playing style and crushing values, popular among all players, how exaggerated is this equipment? It commonly provides over 100 points of double attack and double resistance, and that's not even adding up to over 100 points, but over 100 points each. A normal piece of equipment, such as the blood-drinking sword, which provides 15% double attack and 20 points of magic resistance, is just less than 1/5 of the equipment given by this playstyle. You can see how supermodeled this set of hits is. And the idea of this set of playing method is very simple. Use the bond to pile up a Yeetzy with double attack and double resistance attributes bursting, and then condense its attributes into a piece of equipment, and then finally worn by SC position. Because this is called miniature Yako, equipment only provides double attack and double resistance. So we will provide a high amount of double resistance, Sentinel, and provide double attack, Conqueror, 2 bonds to find a crossroads. That is, the best pot, the second cost card, real. As long as she can open the 6 Sentinel, 2 Conqueror, bindings at level 7. The double resistance that the bindings alone provide her can reach a terrifying 126 points, while the double attack given by 2 Conquerors isn't much. If you add 3 more, Justice provides 15% attack power, 15 spell strength, and 15% all-out blood drain. Attack power and spell strength are doubled when life is above 50%. Almighty blood drain doubles when life is below 50%. The Yiko in the preparation session were all full-blooded, so they could naturally eat this doubled bonus, together with Riel's own attributes. The double attack could also break through 100 points, not to mention the situation if it could be given on the Secret Silver Dawn, as well as the Bright equipment, which are equipment with extremely high panel attributes. As a result of the synthesis formula of Justice, there is a Gloves, which provides a blitz rate. The most suitable character for this method of play is the front row and the Ambush Specialist, which is equipped with the skill of Blitz, and can also provide a double explosion by opening the bond. That is, Camille and Smidge. The playstyle was cool, except it didn't take long to catch on before it was banned by the designer Beard. I just don't know if it's banned now. If it's not banned, it's a good idea to let Jane try. After a moment of contemplation, Heejin looked up towards Hao Jin and urged, "You have Penetrating Lotus, the Justice that gives blast, double attack, and blood drain is actually a good choice. You don't have to be afraid to combine more. Also, I see quite a bit of potential in the Camille card, so if it comes around a lot, you can go after it on the side." Oh, hearing Heejin's words, Hao Jin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "Cheer up, and remember to come over to me anytime you need help with anything. And of course, I'll be visiting often." Heejin smiled and touched Hao Jin's head. "By the way, remember to wait for me when you brush the mutation in stage 4. I'll help you with your counseling." "Great, I'll wait for you then. I'm a choicephobe. And when I heard there was a mutation mechanism this morning, I started to fear that there would be too many different kinds of this mutation for me to see. Also, I remember this version added, Golden Pot, which can be synthesized into Ambush Expert." Heejin said thoughtfully, "You just happened to lose the first round, so you can go down the losing streak to try and see if you can stumble across it." "No problem." Chapter 35. He's still on a winning streak. At the end of the first round, Heejin's eyes lit up when he saw the Uriel swiped from his library. Take that! Heejin bought Riel and sold a Mumu, who had been working on the field for a round, which was enough money to buy 2 experience points in a row, having leveled himself up to level 5. At this point, Heejin opened the 4 Conqueror, 2 Mage, Restraints. Raven is my main combatant right now. Got to open more holds around him. And so it went, 2-2 and 2-3, with Heejin winning both in thrilling fashion, and now on a 3-game winning streak. At 2-2, Heejin's Conqueror tier managed to reach the initial 10 tiers, providing Heejin with 2 gold coins. Good timing. Heejin smiled as he sold the Yeezy that he had casually bought on the preparation mat earlier, and the $2 were just enough to give him interest on an extra piece. And 2-3 Heejin ran into exactly how Jin. This little ninja listened to Heejin, opened the 3 family members, plus 2 ambush experts, in selling blood, and in the end also managed to replace Heejin 2 Yeezy. You have to be glad that you ran into me at this stage. Heejin laughed, slightly how Jin spat her tongue out at him. Due to his high blood count, Heejin was the last one to go out and grab equipment in the 2-4 draft session. The equipment left for him naturally wasn't very good anymore, with only a few pieces of defense clothing left. With a thought, Heejin finally chose the belt out of the lockjaw armor and belt, and immediately after returning to the board, he synthesized it with the recurve bow lying in the equipment vault to create a piece of Nash's tooth, which he gave to Draven. Nash's tooth, after casting a skill, the bearer gains 60% attack speed for 5 seconds. This piece of equipment is usually given to the French C-suite to increase the frequency of their skill casting. However, the attribution of Heejin this equipment, the 5-cost Iron Man, is not this use. Iron Armor Stygian Soul Grip, Frowny Face Iron Man, briefly gains 40% damage reduction and summons a giant claw that deals magic damage in a straight line of the most enemies. The 4 closest enemies receive a 25% damage boost and are pulled towards Iron Man. For the next 10 seconds, Iron Man gains all power absorb, plus 1 attack range, and replaces each attack with a slam and deals magic damage to all other enemies within 2 frames. In other words, Iron Man's skill was able to increase his flat A's for the next period of time, which was a perfect fit for Nash's teeth's equipment effects. If we take the locked armor again, the equipment will be a bit of a bad fit. After all, the equipment Titan, synthesized from the recurve bow, and the locked armor, overlaps with the positioning of the endless power. It was, and a loot spell suddenly flew out. Here comes my other endless power. Quickly running over to pick it up, Heejin gave it up to Raven. Now, Raven is a godly costume. Seeing that the equipment was all given out, Heejin nodded in satisfaction. Resources not used or wasted. With the new battle boost, Heejin's winning streak was even easier. 2-5 the battle ends and Heejin Conqueror tier reaches 39. The reward for the 35th floor gave Heejin an explosion of a 2-star, real. Good thing too. Heejin directly replaced the 1-star, real, on the field, easily taking 2-6. The only Fire Brothers, still on a winning streak, left on the field were Heejin and Jack. Heejin sneaked over to take a peek and realized that he was playing 2 Sniper, 2 Enforcer, and 2 Fighting, constructed around the main C, Maddie. Although there was only 1 2-cost card, Zeely, on the field, all of them reached 2 stars except for Zeely. Maddie's body also gave back Endless and Hurricane. Although the Hurricane was combined a bit hastily, the battle power is good. Heejin took one look and ran straight away, not giving Jack a chance to react. It could be a problem if he sticks to me and comes to stay here at my chessboard when he has something to do. Even though he can't scold me and I can ban him, I'm worried that if I look at that smelly face for too long, I'm going to get a bad hand. Waiting for the end of the wild phase, at the edge of the board trying to look into the distance, Heejin shook his head in despair. After ending the mustache fight, Heejin finally poured out a, Jin Fu. Baby, you missed me. After seeing that the 2 remaining opponents outside had both brought Mercury, which could exempt the Zoneshire detention from the attack speed reduction effect, Heejin simply dropped the 2-star, 3-cost, Blade Sister, replacing it with Jin Fu. There are too many controls in this version, and it's normal for people to find and bring Mercury. Happen to kinda feel like hanging on to a 3 Kara lowers my grade at this point. Jinfo has a bloodlock hang, as well as real injuries after crunches, and is comfortable hanging solo without restraints. After casually maneuvering a few times and carding a few more 4-cost cards that his opponents might chase 3, Heejin simply stopped his hand. Then one step at a time, he walked to the edge of the board and looked out into the distance, leaving his back to the group, never looking back at the board again. The viewers in the live broadcast room froze as they looked at Heejin's back. He doesn't even look at it anymore? How confident is this in his battle power? Hey, it felt like a strange odor suddenly emanated from his body. I know, it's the flavor of the second letter. So draggy, I love it. For the next few rounds, actually there were only 2 or 3 rounds left, Heejin didn't even look to see the match. Nor did he operate again. Just slowly waiting for the match to end. Too bad they have so little blood left. I was thinking of selling blood to chase the 3-star 5 costs when there was nothing to do back there. And the way things are going, there's no chance of that either. The viewers from other countries also noticed the Dragon Nation man who didn't look at it at first glance but kept winning. and ran over to swipe their pop-ups. Against all odds, how did he win without even looking? You're new here, old buddy, aren't you? Ah, yeah. What? Actually, not only did he not look or move his station, he froze and didn't even buy a card in the last 2 rounds. Inside the top-secret conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigwigs watched Heejin's back on the screen, and they all cried and laughed. This kid, really? The round-faced uncle shook his head and laughed lowly twice. It's a bit of a stinker, but with this style, he does fit in well as the current protectorate. Director Hao, who was sitting next to him, narrowed his eyes and revealed a kind smile. Some of this arrogance and juvenile ambition would be a good way to bring the long week in Dragon Kingdom, to revitalize our citizens, to regain the trust in the future. In the country, that has been slowly depleted in previous defeats. Contestant Heejin from the Dragon Kingdom. Rococo gains victory points, 40 points. Dragon Nation receives the winner's reward, doubling of production for 2 months. Dragon Kingdom gets a Loot Supreme treasure chest. Congratulations to player Heejin for reaching the hidden achievement Unrivaled God of War, obtained by playing 2 consecutive matches within 24 hours and coming in first place in both. Detected that player Heejin was the first blue star to reach this achievement. Player Heejin wins the title Suppressor. He's a little spirited, but decisive, confident, not gullible, and not at all subtle where he should be. It's not a problem if you're not crazy. It's not a problem. As the two were talking, the duel on the field was nearing its end. As the last opponent's blood level cleared, a loud announcement came from the sky. Player Chris is out. The game is over. The winner of this victory is Chapter 36, 9 Conquests? Entertainment Custody? The individual matchups are over, and a new round of hex choices begins soon after. Looking at a certain hex that swiped out, Heejin's eyes lit up. Conqueror's Coronet. Take it. The achievement of 9 Conqueror requires 3 transitions and is one of the more difficult big holds to achieve. But corresponding to its difficulty to reach is its horrific attribute bonus, 100% double attack, as well as powerful high-level rewards. Leaving aside the role of the Great Detention, the Conqueror transfers thrown at those outside helpers all amount to very powerful battle equipment as well. Keep opening the stack. In the Dragon Kingdom conference room, the bigwigs had previously guessed the of the Conqueror as stacking to give rewards by observing the battlefield performance. In that case, Heejin's play is another economic detainment? There was a lot of tisk-tisk in the conference room. Not bad for him. What an artist. Holy crap. How come there's this economic hold on playing streaks that give loot? Does that make sense? Earlier, we talked about the theory of mode share. When designing bonds, designers try to make the strengths of the bonds of each class equal. So, although Conqueror had given a certain amount of battle power bonus, quite a lot of the value was given in the rewards given by killing the Eco stack. This side of it also shows how powerful this kid is. When Director Hao said this, everyone nodded their heads in deep thought. Only he can play like that, and only he dares to play like that. Inside the battle space, Heejin threw the transfer directly to Captain, and dropped the noob, which had average combat power, and replaced it with Nami, opening up 2 Mage to supplement the output while being able to restore blood to Raven and make up for some of the candor. As long as Raven can resist, everything will be fine. After handling his equipment, Heejin ran straight to Hao Jinjin's side to take a look. Yikes! Brother Jin! Seeing Heejin come over so quickly, Hao Jinjin was shocked and delighted, her eyes flashing with excitement. You're just in time. I was just about to ask you to help me with my counseling. Hao Jinjin was very nervous when she first entered the tournament, but as Heejin came to talk to her and analyze the situation, she gradually calmed down and was able to focus on the game. Heejin asked and realized that this little ninny was worrying over the fact that Hex was too good and didn't know how to choose. Oh, tell me instead. What Hex did you swipe? I just got a Cascade Strike and a Lucky Glove with it. Heejin suddenly realized. No wonder you're so torn up. Lucky Gloves, needless to say, not only provides 3 gloves, but also allows Thief Gloves always provide ideal equipment for the yippies. It has always been the top choice for battle Hex. Moreover, Thief's Gloves itself provides 20% bludgeoning rate, which can be strongly linked with Ambush Specialist. Cascade Strike, on the other hand, provides a Herald of the Kike, 30% attack speed for the bearer and the friendlies within 2 squares of the same row, and gives 35% strike rate to the Yoshi who receives the reinforcement. The same can be done with Ambush Specialist, for a 1+1 effect. All of them were the top hexes of the Ambush Specialist lineup, and it was no wonder that Hao Jinjin was so torn. After thinking for a moment, Heejin opened his mouth and asked, "How's your equipment? Are there many fist gloves?" Upon hearing this, Hao Jinjin scratched his head. Only the one that was just used to combine justice has never popped up again behind it. Heejin nodded and clapped his hands to. Lucky Gloves will give 2 gloves first, and the third will have to wait for another 5 rounds before it comes. In between, it's equivalent to only one, thief's gloves, being able to eat up the bonus. It's equivalent to losing a lot of battle power. Then, serial strike, it is. How Jean selected Hex and shared with Heejin. My, Camille, came in quite a bit. It's 2 stars now. I think that if this momentum continues, she might even be able to 3-star herself without me brushing her. Heejin secretly staggered. Looks like the dealer really wants her to play Camille this hand. As long as she can find the mutation of miniaturization later, she's afraid she'll be invincible straight away. As long as she doesn't run into any other more exaggerated monsters. In the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone watched Heejin run over to Hao Jin's side when he had something to do, and they were still talking and laughing, and one by one, they all went from the initial worry of the Dragon Kingdom being targeted to becoming less worried. Why are they chatting so happily? It's like they're not worried about the competition at all? Harm. Didn't you guys see the strength of the shock god in the first 2 days of the tournament? What does he have to be nervous about? What about that little girl? She's a newcomer, with shocking god's strength. It's perfectly fine to operate herself before teaching her to fight hand-to-hand. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? I also think the shock god is awesome, but helping others operate together at the same time, that's simply something more than one dimension higher. That said, I have friends who know her parents, so can we all guess who her father is? Who? The head of the Shovel Authority. The audience in the live broadcast room was surprised by this statement. Really? A high-ranking official is actually willing to drag his own daughter to participate in such a brutal competition? It's no wonder she's so young and fights with a sense of humor. If she has access to this stuff because of her family, it makes sense. Then again, isn't the vibe a little too good for the two of them? It's like, CP head honcho here. As soon as the match started, I watched them exchange scenes and I've been secretly knocking on the door. Another cool thing I've observed about this version is that, equipment disassembler, gives really a lot. Even every turn, you can boldly give equipment to cards in the system to bring in all the early stages. No need to sell cards in the system and redraw them in order to remove equipment later on. Like before, after sharing the information with Hao Heejin went outside to take a look at his opponent's boards, adjusted his stance slightly, and easily took another round. How come we haven't met that beautiful countryman yet? Heejin muttered. I want to break his winning streak so badly. The Golden Shovel was a game where 8 people fought each other in a duel, and theoretically the probability of rowing to each person was equal. But 7 rounds down, Heejin hadn't even touched him once yet. Is he that lucky? Meanwhile, Jack's chessboard. Jack looked at the line displayed on his interface and took a deep breath. Your infield prop card directional insulation has expired. Next, you'll run into Dragon Country's Heejin with normal probability. Chapter 37 Entertainment Custody Streak? In his previous life, Heejin often played games in matchmaking and ranked in various zones to hone his skills, which was why the number of Golden Shovel games he had played was as numerous as it was difficult to measure. His extensive experience in the game has not only given him an above-average understanding and level of gameplay, but it has also allowed him to run into a number of small probability events. As an example, 20 cost cards in Golden Shovel are rare, right? Heejin had come across it more than 10 times. That's even with him basically only playing Platoon and with Cloudtop playing more than Golden Shovel. Not to mention some of the full 3-star, 5 fee, etc. situations. Not being able to line up a single person for 6 or 7 rounds in a row? The probability was small, but it wasn't that rare of a thing here in Heejin. As such, Heejin didn't even think about the prop card aspect. How come this yellow guy pulls that high of a battle right off the bat? Didn't they say his best is playing with losing streaks? Jack, who had opened the season with 3 straight fights, thought to himself that he would have a hard time beating Heejin's field with the quality of the fights he had. So, wanting to preserve his winning streak, he decisively used a prop card to keep himself out of Heejin's row for a while. So when Jack saw Heejin occasionally appearing and disappearing like a ghost on his chessboard, he didn't dare to go up and say anything more at all. The man who started avoiding the war after drawing it out was a head shorter in his own mind before he even said a word. He decided to build his lineup around the 2-star, Maddie, after whoring it out in the opening round. So now he had a field of 4 enforcers, 2 fighters, 2 snipers, 2 geeks, 2 ambush specialists, consisting of 2-star, Maddie, 1-star, Zeely, 2-star, Stub, 2-star, Trolls, 1-star, Loris, 1-star, Camille, and 2-star, Bok on the field. Due to his good equipment, his battle power was very impressive, but it was quite dwarfed by Heejin's. The effect of, for Enforcer, is to provide a resident maximum lifesteal and damage increase, and after killing the 2 enemies with the highest lifesteal, they will each gain 30% attack speed. While the effects of this hold are also strong, he has so much more to hang on to. At this point, in order to open this hold, Camille comes with Bloodsuck and is a good warrior card, But she's still only 1 star and hasn't been given equipment yet. Stubbs, with Fighter, Bond and Loris, with Sentinel, Bond are even better. So what's the point of needing this attack speed and damage increase? Jack analyzed. Not to mention that the hex I took was still Coronation. I was thinking that I could rely on the attributes given by this hex given by Golden Shovel Coronation and play a streak with 1 more population. But I didn't realize that I actually haven't been able to whore out a good card. So I can only open a geeky transition with the Explosive Blast pendant first. What bad luck! Now that the prop card is still disabled, I can only hope I run into him later. But what he didn't expect was that in the next round, he ran straight into Heejin. Damn it! But my Maddie has given on Endless and Armor Breaker Bow. So if I snipe well, I might have a chance to take it. He rushed to check on the quality of Heejin. For Conqueror, 2 Bimorph. But how is 3 Wrestler? Jack burst out laughing. In his opinion, the best way to pull off a full war effort was to not waste any of the population, and to try to open as many higher ties as possible. But when he looked closer, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Is this a 4-cost card? Where did he get a 4-cost card? However, he saw that Heejin's field already had a 4-cost Chiyunettle on it, and had inherited the Conqueror, Transmutation and Blood Hand from the original Captain. How's this for a fight? Rewinding time to 10 seconds ago, the viewers in the live broadcast room watched Heejin's Conqueror explode with the 65th tier reward and similarly fell into deep thought. A tier 65 reward straight up pops a 4-cost card? It also happens to be a warrior card that can inherit equipment. Is this still a recreational detention? You don't think that just because you saw Shocking God use 6 fortunes to hit a streak the day before yesterday, that it's easy to hit a streak with this kind of economic tie, even a higher ranked economic tie? While this reward does seem a bit good, it's also the fact that this Shocker God has played a winning streak from the very first synthesis of equipment to the selection of hexes combined to get it. I have a feeling that this is even more than what he had to think about before with his Fortuna losing streak. And did you notice that Shocker God just suddenly moved all the front rows 1 square to the right before the countdown ended? See? Is there something to be said in between? It looks like you're not watching the live stream properly. I just watched the Beautiful Nation player's main C, Maddie, and her skill is supposed to aim at the farthest enemy and fire a string of blockable bullets. So, if the Shock God hadn't switched just now, the Maddie from the opposite side would have sniped right into his Raven. That might not have been enough to beat him. And now the Crow's standing position, sitting on the edge of the board trying to look out over the distant landscape. Heejin shook his head in despair. After ending the mustache fight, Heejin finally hored out a Jin Fu. Baby, you missed me. After seeing that the 2 remaining opponents outside had both brought Mercury, which could exempt the Zoneshire detention from the attack speed reduction effect, Heejin simply dropped the 2-star, 3-cost Blade Sister, replacing it with Jin Fu. There are too many controls in this version, and it's normal for people to find and bring Mercury. Happen to kinda feel like hanging on to a 3 Kara lowers my grade at this point. Jinfo has a bloodlock hang, as well as real injuries after crunches, and is comfortable hanging solo without restraints. After casually maneuvering a few times and carding a few more 4-cost cards that his opponents might chase 3, Heejin simply stopped his hand. Then 1 step at a time, he walked to the edge of the board and looked out into the distance, leaving his back to the group, never looking back at the board again. The viewers in the live broadcast room froze as they looked at Heejin's back. He doesn't even look at it anymore? How confident is this in his battle power? Hey, it felt like a strange odor suddenly emanated from his body. I know, it's the flavor of the second letter. So draggy, I love it. For the next few rounds, actually there were only 2 or 3 rounds left, Heejin didn't even look to see the match, nor did he operate again, just slowly waiting for the match to end. Too bad they have so little blood left. I was thinking of selling blood to chase the 3-star 5 costs when there was nothing to do back there, and the way things are going, there's no chance of that either. The viewers from other countries also noticed the Dragon Nation man who didn't look at it at first glance but kept winning, and ran over to swipe the pop-ups. Against all odds, how did he win without even looking? You're new here, old buddy, aren't you? Ah, yeah, what? Actually, not only did he not look or move his station, he froze and didn't even buy a card in the last 2 rounds. Inside the top-secret conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigwigs watched Heejin's back on the screen, and they all cried and laughed. This kid, really? The round-faced uncle shook his head and laughed lowly twice. Chapter 38 in turn. Heejin, who had pulled rank early, had hoard out another Crow before, but it just never made it to 2 stars. And now with this secondary hero replicator, his main battle force, Raven, could finally be 2. With the gradual recommendation of the length of the game, the original battle strength of the strong 1-star Crow, even with the godly clothes, but also gradually some not enough to see. But now, Heejin should be able to hold steady for a little while longer. Putting the G-big stick that he just got from the draft into Draven's body to synthesize a mana explosion. Heejin's equipment that he's going to pass on to Iron Man later on is also almost ready. The future looks bright. It was ultimately a bit of a waste for Draven to carry two godly outfits, but nay, with the bonus of 4 conquerors, there was no one better suited to carry equipment for a while. Leveling up to 7, Heejin put on a 2-star Urgot, providing the team with armor breaker while opening up a for wrestler bond. The next round starts soon. Heejin looked at the opposite front row, the Camille with 2 justice and a gloves, and instantly recognized the visitor. Ooh, you've done well for yourself, little ninny. Heejin looked carefully at how Jin's preparation mat and realized that there was already a 2-star and a 1-star Camille standing on it, together with the eco that was in battle on her field. She had 7 Camille at this point. Sure enough, this golden shovel game is just shipping and camping. Seeing Heejin's surprised look, how Jin smiled and gave a yeah gesture towards Heejin. I'm so Tai wall hot. Heeding the advice Heejin had given earlier, how Jin was level 6 at this point, and had opened up a 3 ambush specialist, 2 enforcer, hold around, Camille, due to the team-wide skill strike effect given by penetrating lotus. At this point, she also brought 2 more wrestler external supports to eat the effect bonus of Kix Herald and Serial Strike together. The quality of how Jin's field was extremely high right now, with all of the Yeetzy reaching 2 stars, and an extremely powerful and adaptable battle hex. In addition, Heejin's side has 2 pieces of adult clothing are in the body of not very adaptable Draven. Heejin finally even lost this wave. Outside the arena, the spectators of the Dragon Kingdom were talking when they saw this scene. It's really a big flood. Who would have thought that Shocking God's winning streak would be snapped by one of their own? How Jin went on a losing streak in the second stage. And it's really time to bring up the battle to fight the streak at this point. She looks like she's going to play a 2-cost betting dog? How does the equipment look like it wants to give 3 justice? Will that work? Shocker God's streak is broken. Just tell me if it's okay. What kind of weird lineup is this? In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigwigs saw this scene and also had odd expressions on their faces. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's a shame about Heejin's winning streak, but this time Hao is also locked in blood. What's going on? Little Hao's lineup is so strong? The main C's 3 stars haven't even been chased out yet. They both look like they're operating well. Little Hao is worthy of being Old Hao's daughter. Yeah, Old Hao. You can teach. Hao director but scratched his head and said, where do I have this level? Is Heejin this kid? Heejin? What's he got to do with it? Didn't he have his winning streak cut short by Hao? He promised me before he went on the field that he would bring Hao out safely and that he would help Hao with his counsel. So Heejin went looking for her before when he had something to teach her? Well, it should be. Unfortunately. Director Hao frowned furiously. What's the pity? The man smiled sarcastically. Nothing. You misheard me. Great. I taught you how to fight. And here you are actually breaking my winning streak. Heejin laughed and cursed. How Jin was both worried because his winning streak had been snapped and a little self-condemned for making a mistake, revealing an expression that made Heejin look at him with a pang of heartache. Heejin hurriedly comforted. Goo. I'm just kidding. Don't worry. My conqueror gives rewards for killing monsters, so breaking a streak doesn't hurt my economy at all. Like this. Hearing Heejin's words, how Jin felt better. Smiling and shaking his head, Heejin sent how Jin away. He had also guessed that his midterm combat power would be a bit insufficient, but he hadn't expected it to be a streak that was broken so early. The effect of for conqueror is to provide 3 conquest tiers for every hostile Yako killed. After battling how Jin, Heejin's conquest tier came to 117 tiers. If I remember correctly, 150 floors will give a loose item and an equipment recaster, 200 floors will give a 4-cost card and a 5-cost card. Heejin recalled. Conqueror, this hold gives a lot of rewards, but it's not easy to get the high-level rewards. Generally speaking, opening 2 conquerors will only get you $2 for 10 tiers, and you'll have to wait a long time to get the 35 tiers further up. Bravo for going further back. With 2 conquerors on, hitting 200 floors is a breeze. It's just that the progress will be a little slow, probably until stage 4. Add to that the fact that the low-cost cards of 2 conquerors don't really have a high combat power by the middle of the game, and you might still have to wait until the middle of stage 4 to eat the 200 tier bonus. After 200 tiers, the tiers further up begin to increment, and each time you have to fight over 100 more conquest tiers to open a prize. So at this point it's nothing to do with the V4 conquerors, that kills a Yiko and only gives 3 conquest tiers. When you find the 5 card, Iron Man, and open 6 conquerors, the rate of stacking conquest tiers will directly double to 1 Yiko 6 tiers. At this point, about 2 or 3 matchmaking sessions will open a prize. at this point to be considered a normal conqueror lineup of the full body. Luckily, Heejin had a conqueror turn in this hand, so he only needed to find a 4-cost Ambersa in conqueror bond to open 6 conqueror first. Unfortunately, in order to find Iron Man, I'll have to go up to level 8 and try to D a few more hands. Although Ambrosia was important. Under the trade-off, Heejin gave up the dangerous idea of D a few times at level 7. For the sake of the upper ninth, now is the time to endure. After beating Hao Jin, there was no one left in the arena who was Heejin's opponent for the time being. Gee, what a strange lineup of everything. S13 is still too liberal and gives you guys too much confidence. Taking the 3-6 matchup session with ease, Heejin met Wolf. I'm not too short on equipment. Can you pop me some more gold coins and golden shovel? As Wolf gradually died in battle, Heejin built up a single piece of equipment and gold coins. Cloak is still cloak. How do you give equipment like that? Heejin was about to go to open the third blue ball, but the few remaining fragile Wolverines had all been killed in battle. Also popped a golden spheres. Chapter 39 9 conquests in place? Thank you Wolf. Seeing the golden spell ball, Heejin's eyes blossomed directly into a brilliant light. It has to be golden shovel. Don't give me the wrong one. Inside the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the viewers were waiting with bated breath when they saw this scene. Shudder. Our Jack player popped a colored mana and opened 2 4-cost cards, waiting to be hung. Wait, how come your side is also? There was a sudden influx of some foreign spectators who began to flaunt their weapons, only to suddenly realize that Heejin's side had actually exploded a golden mana ball as well. Against the grain stuff. That blows? It's not just the shot god, but our other contestant too. Upon hearing this, these people were shocked and hurriedly cut to Hao Jin's viewpoint to take a look, and sure enough, they found that there was an additional golden pot on her equipment mat. Is this the golden shovel? How come it doesn't feel quite like it? Weird. Looks like it's from the same series? The Dragon Nation audience also frowned when they saw this scene. As it turns out, the pot of gold and all players dropped the same amount in quality of loot in each phase. Mechanics were both added midway through S12 and were not present in previous versions. That's why people in the world who didn't row to S12 didn't know they existed. And with Hao Jin synthesizing the ambush expert transfer with golden pot, everyone came to a realization. Look, it's exactly the same as the bond icon that opens on Hao Jin's left side. This thing is really used to combine transfers. I don't know if it's a new mechanic for this version or what. Haha, little beautiful clickers. So you guys drive the worst stuff. In your face. After everyone reacted, they flipped up their scores and started disliking the previous beautiful nation netizens. Seeing them being shrunken turtles and not saying anything, many of the Dragon Country viewers even counterattacked to their side of the broadcast room. Of course, that's all outside the boardroom. The viewers who had recut their viewpoint back to Heejin's side were unanimously puzzled. What about him? Shocker? For what? He's in? On the field, Heejin casually opened all of the gray mana balls and blue mana balls scattered around him, and after casually sweeping them, he slowly moved towards the golden mana balls. It's just that the moving slowly is really a bit too slow. Heejin muttered something on his lips as he moved towards the golden mana ball at a speed of 0.05 meters per second. Amat Ba Buddha. Amen. Goddess of mercy. Allah our Lord. Bless me for opening a golden shovel out. Please, really open out. Is to let the letter of the man willing to spend a lifetime in big fish and meat. Night and day. I am willing to awe. Hao Jin, who had opened something good, ran over and was about to share the good news with Heejin, but he found that Heejin would put his hands together for a while, draw across for a while, and recite words in his mouth, as if he was possessed by something. Heejin, are you alright? Hao Jin, who had goosebumps, considered it again and again, but finally asked, don't be like this. I'm scared. Heejin, who was seen casting his own spells, was shaken, only to feel very blushing, but then suddenly annoyed. You, little girl, don't understand. What the readers, drawing cards should have a sense of ceremony. Seeing Heejin's face reddened and still speaking difficult words, Hao Jin couldn't help but hold her forehead. If you don't start, the next round will start soon. At those words, Heejin secretly skimmed his lips. That's fine. Once again praying to the heavens with his hands joined together, Heejin formally took a step towards the golden orb. Hey, why do you have to use formal? Wasn't I official enough before? Heejin stormed up and cursed into the void. Only the void didn't respond. Looking back at Hao Jin's worried gaze, Heejin's old face flushed once again and he just kept his head down as he walked towards the spell ball. Brush. It will be. Heejin twisted his head toward the equipment table and saw. Golden shovel. Good thing it's you. Seeing that Heejin opened what he wanted, Hao Jin also couldn't help but smile. Great. Both of our Dragon Kingdom players are playing so well. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigwigs were also laughing when they saw the results of the lottery between the two of them. It's so good. That's great. So it looks like both of our players going in this time will be able to eat their points and return without incident. Ha ha ha. No matter how much you, beautiful country, target it, you can't do anything about us after all. God bless my Dragon Kingdom. Director Howe's face turned red with excitement and raised his hand to hug the person next to him in celebration. But he was suddenly greeted by the round-faced uncle's puzzled expression. What are you doing? Can you be as steady as I am? Don't shake your hands yet, old man. Quickly replacing all of his, Conqueror, easy, Heejin removed the two spell outfits on Draven and gave the synthesized, Conqueror, turn together to the 3-cost mage, Nami, who had just whored herself out to 2 stars. LOL up. With the transfer, Heejin finally opened 6 Conqueror. Not only that, his 2 pieces of equipment that were originally difficult to digest for the time being finally had a home. Battle pull full. With 6 Conquest, as long as he could continue his winning streak, he could get 1 prize in a way for the next 2 turns. Not only does it replenish the economy, but the 200 tiers of rewards behind it in case it opens up to Iron Man. Heejin didn't dare to think how beautiful it was. Although he only has 2 transfers now, he clearly remembers that one of the effects of the 4 to 6 mutation is to give a transfer based on the bond of the Yako who puts the mutation frame on it. 9 conquests is not a dream at all. You know, the final reward of 9 conquests will come out with 3 crowns. As long as we can get this egg together, we'll keep popping money, and then we won't be chasing as many 3-star fifes as we want. Of course, taking a step back, even if he can't open a 9 conquest, 2 Conqueror transfers will allow him to drop 2 pendants and replace them with even more powerful high-cost cards. The future looks bright. Ending his dreaming, Heejin calculated the equipment that the wild monster had just popped out again, synthesized a ion that could reduce magic resistance, and gave it to the captain. Iron Man is a melee. Ion will be thrown directly to Raven, who removed his equipment, and placed next to Iron Man. It's perfect. It doesn't always come with Captain in the back, so throw it to him first, and it won't be a waste of disassembler to just sell it later. The more Heejin thought about it, the more excited he became, and he ran out to even look at his opponent's standings several times to make sure he could take the next round. The faster you stack, the higher your battle power, the higher your battle power, the faster you stack. Take off. Chapter 40 Tetsuo's backwards? Unsurprisingly, Heejin took 4 to 1 without incident. The conquest level came to 174 without incident, but before Heejin set off to pick up the loot, the final round of hex choices went first. Is this golden egg? Looking at the quality options in front of him, Heejin fell into deep thought. At the moment, his blood level was still healthy, with a full 90 points. Coupled with his already good battle power base, opening this golden egg could be said to be more than enough. Just took golden egg, because with 1 less colored hex in the battle, my Conqueror stack speed back was pulled down quite a bit. After a moment of agonizing over the results, Heejin simply brushed off the other 2 generic hexes now to see if he could come up with any other options. Lucky Steel. It's not a bad warp hex, but unfortunately I already have a bit too much gear, and taking a colored hex for the other pegs is more or less worthless. Penetrating Lotus Flower. Hiss. This hex can't be taken without it. The colorful, body-penetrating Lotus provided a 30% bludgeoning rate in addition to enabling all the Yeetzy in the field to skill bludgeon. Critical hits also caused a 20% reduction in double resistance. This hex looks strong, but is also very strong. There are no weird effects. It's all plain and simple battle power and values. At the beginning of S13, Heejin had calculated the cost-effectiveness of these added hexes, and found that the value of this hex was so high that it could be in the first echelon of the priority list, and could be steadily ranked in the top 6. Although I have an ion to reduce magic resistance now. If Heejin remembered correctly, the reward for the 150th level of Conqueror should be a loose item and an equipment recaster. Quickly selecting the penetrating Lotus, Heejin ran to open the 2 blood-colored loot flying out of the Conqueror war flag. Sure enough, there's an equipment recaster. The loose parts are boxing gloves. Ah, not bad. Heejin thought for a moment and directly put the Yi gloves and the previous cloak together to synthesize a Mercury Iron Man, although the skill comes with damage reduction, but after all, you have to stand in the front row. It is too easy to be controlled. So if you want to stand, plus hit damage, it is best to have a Mercury. Mercury also comes with blast rate and attack speed, so it's still a good fit. As for the equipment recaster, save your hand for now. The value of Ion is pretty good, so I'll use it first. And I can wait until I'm done fighting Chicken to see if there's any other equipment I can't use and recast it together. At this point, the equipment for the late C position of Heejin's lineup has basically come together. Iron Man with Mana Blast, Nash, and Mercury, Ambrosia with Blood Drinking, Bloody Hands, and Endless Strength, and the external aid, Savica, who comes with the blood-sucking from the wrestler, Bond, is pretty much done with Conqueror, Turn and Endless Strength. The latter can be given again if her 2 stars come early, or if she has more equipment. These thoughts and judgments were a long story, but with the support of Heejin's rich experience, they actually all happened in just a few seconds. Pulling his level up to level 8, Heejin still had about 50 pieces on him. D2 hands first. See if you can find Ambersa. There's still a 3% probability of a 5-cost card at level 8. Just in case you can find an outsider you can use. As Heejin pressed down with one hand, a card with golden light immediately crumbled out. Ha! Iron Man? You're here? With his hand, Heejin directly bought the card, as if he was afraid it would escape in the next second. Eat. Remove the Mana Blast and Nash from Nami and load them onto Iron Man, along with the Mercury that was just synthesized. Thinking for a moment, Heejin went out to look at the battle forces outside for a couple more moments, and found that there were no other peers left except for a family playing Swift Strike Warrior that might take their own Ambrosia. Some more. Casually ding a few more times. Heejin didn't find Ambersa, but did find another 5-cost card. Rambo, you come hot too. Left and right are 9 population to be able to open the 9 Conqueror. Heejin simply directly closed. The hand still left $40 out. Throwing Rambo onto the field as well. Heejin played down Nami and placed a 1-star 4-cost Hilko that he had prepared on the ready seat. Rambo's combat power. While it may not be as resilient as Vampire, as for the time being, his skills provide heavy damage. And if memory serves, Heejin turned his attention to Rambo's only tie. Mechanical Public Enemy. Mechanical Public Enemy. Every 3 turns, open an arsenal of weapons to purchase permanent upgrades for your most powerful one. Rambo's mech. Yes, it's an eco that gets stronger as it gets bigger. Now, after the change of formation, his field was 1-star Iron Man, 1-star Rambo, 1-star Azure, 1-star Hilko, 2-star Raven, 2-star Riel, 2-star Northerner, and 2-star Draven. Open the 6 Conqueror, 2 Commander, 2 Wrestler, and 2 Sentinel bonds. Unity can give Iron Man a shield and stackable mana. TSK, with so many bonuses, I can't even imagine how good Iron Man will be when he smashes it later. Roughly finished with the operation, Heejin ran over to Hao Jinjin's side to take a look. Ooh, Camille is already 3. Is this the chosen one? Shaking his head, Heejin couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, following the dealers was cool. After helping Hao Jinjin's staff for a while, in the end, Hao Jinjin took the Bright Reconstructor. Bright equipment is a cool thing to take to alchemy, Heejin secretly said. By the way, Jinjin, remember to keep the Sentinel card later. Just keep one of each except for Riel to take a 2-star. It's best to take one of the other Conqueror cards on the way. Seeing Hao Jinjin reveal a puzzled expression, Heejin opened his mouth to explain. Well, I just saw that there is a hex that is able to sacrifice all of the yippies on the field to give blood to a stake. I see this version is fancy as hell. Maybe the later mutations will have a similar sacrifice mechanic. This statement was naturally something he had thought of earlier to face Hao Jinjin's question. This hex naturally exists, except it's a silver hex. Only, Hao Jinjin couldn't know anymore after all. In order to let Hao Jinjin experience the joy of alchemy, Heejin can also be said to have taken great pains. So, good. After hearing Heejin's explanation, Hao Jinjin didn't say anything more even though she still had some doubts. By the way, it's not always there. So just brush up when you get there. Well, $20 or less will do. Okay. Chapter 41, 9 Conquests. As a matter of fact, Heejin, who didn't spend much money in the 8 population, is very easy to be greatly blooded into, but after all, he took 3 battle hexes, and his equipment is still very smooth. Coupled with the other players are the first time to play this version. The lineup is not familiar with the lineup, but also do not dare to play some of the 9-5 or flex spell duo and so on the lineup. Only dare to touch the big custody or some low-cost bet on the dog. So Heejin the next few rounds, although not all won, but also replaced most of the enemy's EZ, for the conquistadors stacked a lot of layers. At 4-2, Heejin's tier count reached 222, and managed to open a Savica and another useless 4-cost card from the 200 tier reward, smoothly replacing Azure with Savica. Heejin watched as Savica was basically hitting for a steady $3 every turn, and his heart soared with joy. By the time he finished playing 4-5, his conquest tier came to 306, just one game away from the reward for tier 330, a 2-star, 5-cost card, but there was no time to get excited about it, as Heejin was faced with another major task. Here comes the 4 to 6 mutation. Only a gray light flashed. And a gray exterior with an oozing interior. The orb lit up in the center of the screen, blowing up the Aegid's standing position, as if it also drew in the light from all around. This orb eventually stopped above the centermost square of Heejin's side of the board, lighting up that square with a blue-black color, and seeming to open up an abyss there. Open brush. Heejin brushes off the first mutation. Really crabs. I also wonder who the hell would pick this summoning class mutation. Secretly spitting out a sentence. Heejin's finger jabbed repeatedly, brushing off several mutations at once. Kill streak. Dragon soul. Miniaturization. Ooh, there's really this. When the card draw stopped, Heejin rushed over to Hao Jinjin's side and told her the news, asking her to expand her budget to 30 gold coins, but he didn't expect Hao Jinjin to brush this sudden change right in his face. I think, only swiped it twice? Heejin didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only secretly hold his forehead. This game really still has to rely on shipping and camping again, hand in hand to teach Hao Jinjin how to change the formation, how to dismantle the equipment to Riel. Soon after, an extremely high-quality elixir was presented in front of the eyes of the two people. Ha! This value? Looking at the microscopic Yitzi that appeared in the equipment bar, Hao Jinjin couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, her large eyes opening even more exaggeratedly. Yurjin brother didn't lie to you. Heejin put on his sunglasses and soybean expression and said proudly, remember this, microscopic Yakko, and, bright justice, both have to go to, Camille, huh? Ouch. After teaching you for half a day, I just remembered that I haven't finished choosing my mutation yet. Ah, well, you go on then. I'll come over to see you when I'm done. In the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, the viewers scratched their heads as they watched how Jinjin suddenly lay out a bunch of cards he couldn't use, and then another, Riel, disappeared into thin air, transforming into an oddly shaped piece of equipment. Mutation? Is that a brand new mechanic for this season? What the hell has Hao Jinjin gotten herself into? No way. We can't see the exact description. I see that the God of Shock has also gone over to look at it, with him as the gatekeeper. I don't think we'll be able to pick an effect that won't work, right? But it feels like this image has a bit of Cthulhu through it. It's really transferring back to his own board. Heejin once again swiped mutation. 1, 2, finally, after 10 swipes, Heejin stopped his hand. Finally swiped you. Business card. Business card, feet gain a coat of arms that matches one of this Yoshiko's non-unique bonds. An unstoppable smile immediately surfaced on Heejin's face. 9 Conqueror. Give me, 9 Conqueror. After looking around at the bonds of the Conquerors, Heejin ended up putting Iron Man on the mutation grid. The restraints on Iron Man are best, but don't give me Commander either. Make sure you give me Conqueror turn. After a few more silent prayers, changing several gods and several prices he was willing to pay, Heejin opened his eyes, held his breath, and slowly tapped the evolution button. Several rays of light suddenly blossomed from the gray ball, bending and gathering towards Iron Man, who was standing on the mutation grid. Bang! A blue mana ball flew out. Aha! Letting out a loud roar, Heejin no longer prayed this time, but directly ran towards the spell ball in large strides. Ding! A faint light flashed by, and Heejin hurriedly followed the light to look at his ready seat. Is Conqueror turn? Yeah. Just then, Hao Jinjin also ran over after the operation. Seeing Heejin's happy appearance, she seemed to notice something and shifted her gaze to Heejin's equipment bar. After some happy exchanges and physical contact, Hao Jinjin returned to his board, transferring Conqueror to Rambo. Heejin suppressed his inner ecstasy and lost 4 to 6. Nuts! Looking at Heejin, who had taken a streak of winning lineups but lost with a smile still on his face, Jack was a bit confused for a moment. That is, until he also saw the 3 transitions on Heejin Yitzi's people. It's over. This time our targeting will fail again. And, with the big colorful holds on, he's not going to get another title shot. Played 4 to 6 and entered the wildcard phase. Seeing the forecast and Bursa that had been swiped from the store, Heejin had a smile on his face. You're here too. It's all coming together. Removing the equipment that Raven had been carrying for so long, Heejin was finally close to starting up at this point. The battle flag waved slightly and a red mana ball flew out. Heejin's 330 tier conquest tier reward however opened up a 2-star, Jace. Cannonball Bros roll. Heejin sold it outright and took $14 in anger. After fighting the wild monsters, Heejin didn't even bother to look at his equipment, but instead, with his heart trembling with excitement, he pulled himself up to level 9. A wave took away the mustache, and Heejin once again became unstoppable. It's just that the rest of the matchups get boring. How lonely it is to be invincible. Sitting on the edge of the board trying to look out over the distant landscape, Heejin shook his head in despair. After ending the mustache fight, Heejin finally poured out a, Jin Fu. Baby, you missed me. After seeing that the two remaining opponents outside had both brought Mercury, which could exempt the Zoneshire detention from the attack speed reduction effect, Heejin simply dropped the 2-star, 3-cost Blade Sister, replacing it with Jinfu. Chapter 42, the top 2 will go directly to you too. Looking at the big hole that Heejin had opened, Jack was a bit flustered at this point. 9 Conquerors, Frowny Face Conquerors, gain 100% attack power and spell strength? This bonus will also increase by 3% for every loot chest opened. No! What kind of battle power bonus do you give with an economic bond entertainment bond? It's okay to give battle power. What's the point of giving so much? How does that make us fight? Seeing Jack, who had suddenly appeared on his board, Heejin grinned a big grin and hooked his finger at him. Go ahead. Target me. Didn't you want to me so bad? Why don't you say anything? Jack's hands shook a few times, the blood rushing to his head a little for a moment, but eventually he relented and ran off without a word. It's no fun bullying when you're mute. Shaking his head, Heejin smacked his lips. I still like you untamed. My chow. The colored restraints are coming together? The god of shock is awesome. Does that mean that Shocker God is going for a three-peat? It feels totally possible. So excited to see how this big detention works. I'm even more excited to see what kind of new buffs the Shocking God will bring to our Dragon Kingdom after winning the championship. If he wins the championship this time, our Dragon Kingdom's points will go back above 0. Hey wait, don't we have another contestant coming? I wonder if she can hold out and survive. I see she's playing a low-cost betting dog, and she's actually on level 8 at this time, so she should be in good shape. Those people in the beautiful country are going to be pissed off now. It's still true. I remembered as soon as you said that. They came over to our side earlier to make their presence felt. Who's coming with me over to their side for a rematch? Take me one. The heated discussion doesn't reach the ring after all. 5-1 soon begins with the crowd looking on expectantly. With the super high values given by the 9 Conqueror, Heejin hardened himself against the opposite side's 6 Supervisor, damage reduction of up to 40% or more, ending the battle in 15 seconds. It ended up with a full 17 points of blood into the opposite side. The white men of the beautiful country looked green in the face when they saw the big hole that Heejin had opened. What a counterintuitive intensity. It's worthy of a colorful bond. The god of shock is mighty. Down with the beautiful country. Damn it, with so many transitions open. You guys are just relying on luck. Luck is part of strength. There are always vegetable dogs who have to deny others when they can't do it themselves. After watching such a quick and hearty sparring match on Heejin's side, many people ran over to Jin's side, ready to see how her battle prowess was. Only to find that the battle over here was also nearing its end. Only to see Jack's last back row airplane was flying in the sky and releasing skills. Dense cannonballs flew out, making people look at the chills. However, when it landed on Camille, only a single value of less than 100 popped up. It's like scratching an itch. And how Jin's, Camille, elegantly walked towards the airplane with her 2 long legs, and then she kicked out with a flying kick. A large bludgeon symbol popped up on airplane's head. And next to it was a staggering number, -1408. The audience looked confused. Wait, Raider? That much damage in one slash? Isn't that value a bit off the charts? Is this as strong as a 2-cost card should be? Is that the reason for that hold she opened? 5 Ambush Specialist? Do you want to read the number in front of that bond again? A person with such a small number of bonds and only one transfer, even if a golden bond is opened, it's not that much of an exaggeration, and it's fine if the damage is high. I've just been looking over here in this. Camille hasn't lost much blood, but her other bonds aren't on much. It can't be that silver, for Enforcer's, hold effect, can it? That said, did you guys notice that oddly shaped equipment that Camille was carrying? I have the impression that she seems to have swiped it just when 4-6 came out with mutation. She even did a half-dozen practices before this kit came out. Does it? Jack on the field looked at the microscopic Yakko that Camille was carrying with her, and he was jealously looking at the microscopic Yakko, providing over 120 double attacks and double resistances? No wonder then. No wonder it didn't hurt to hit her in my back row, and she was able to get a kick out of it. Wait, it's not right. What's this whole thing about? The double attack value of this one piece of equipment alone is equal to the value of the colored restraints over there. Not to mention the double resistance. Aliens, you guys take care of it. Someone's driving a plug-in. On the opposite side of the board, how Jin's face, however, was also filled with surprise. Upon closer inspection, her eyes twinkled as if stars were coming out of them. Awesome. At 8 monsters each, I can stack 160 layers in one wave. Looking at his rapidly rising layer count, Heejin's heart was bursting with joy. After playing 5-1, he had reached 514 conquest tiers, and the upper limit of this tier is only 1500, assuming we win every wave. We'll be able to bust out the conquest banner at around 6-2. Just as he was still secretly happy, several signals were sounded. Is this someone's question mark? After playing the match for 2 days, Heejin had yet to see anyone use this feature. Looking up, he saw a black man appear on his board. Looking at the 9 Conqueror hold that Heejin had opened, this black man was dumbstruck, his mouth wide open and revealing several large, healthy white teeth. Twist the cons. Not bad for a dragon nation. Heejin revealed a humble smile. Pack's oldest brother. Want to learn? I can take on an apprentice. Before the black man could respond, several other players who had seen the signal ran to observe the situation, but with their mouths equally wide open. Except, of course, for Hao Jin and Jack, who had been paying attention for a while. The former just gave a happy smile, as if he was happy for Heejin. The latter, on the other hand, took one look at it and simply ran away in disgrace. Che, what's all the fuss about? Not just a colorful custody. Heejin's passing joke was taken seriously by the black man, who directly stepped forward and tugged on Heejin's sleeve, seemingly wanting to directly worship the master on the spot. Don't friend. I'm kidding. When we get out, you can contact our diplomatic service directly, or the Shovel Corps. We could instead exchange information, make an alliance or something. After a good deal of persuasion, Heejin persuaded him away after promising that he could instruct him twice in this game. I've seen so many hostile people these days, I didn't realize there was such enthusiasm. Good thing too, it seems to have been bowled over by my personality. Heejin was secretly pleased. Chapter 43, Being violently beaten by an apprentice? After 5-1, Heejin's conquered floors came to 674, collecting loot from both floors 550 and 650 in one go. 1. Finished equipment forge, and 1. Artifact equipment forge. Together with the thief's gloves, given at level 440, he already had more equipment than he could stuff. Forget it, simply the equipment for now. Touching his chin, Heejin pondered. Have someone else change some monsters too so they don't die too fast, so I can hit more rewards and try to chase down the 3-star 5 fee. With the terrifying bonus of 9 Conqueror and the equipment provided by Conqueror, Heejin directly transformed into a god of war, killing gods and Buddhas along the way, getting stronger and stronger as he fought, stacking up conquest tiers at a rapid pace. By the time the 5-4 pick came back, Heejin had 994 conquest tiers at this point. In addition to the 750 tiers, auxiliary equipment forger, the 850 reward gave him a golden shovel crown that could make the population happy +1, as well as 20 gold coins. Oh, that's a lot of money. 10 up first then. By this point, there were only 4 people left on the field. It was Heejin, Hao Jin, Jack, and the black friend who survived under Heejin's guidance. Laughing like I want to die. How it's all people I know. So I'm also the kind of destiny that can take those around me with me when I achieve enlightenment and ascend. But it's still a bit of a shame not to screw that beautiful countryman out of the top 4 and have them deduct some points. Ugh. If only I had drawn one of those in-game cards that target people. Heejin was putting the pressure on from start to finish in this game. Hao Jin lost in a row in stage 2. But with his excellent hex, he started winning in a row in stage 3 as well, putting a lot of pressure on the other players. It was so that the blood of the other players was dropping rapidly, while the 2 of them still had a lot of blood left. Heejin still had more than 60 blood at this point. Hao Jin had less compared to that, but still had more than 50 blood. Black friends and Jack, on the other hand, have no more tolerance and die in another wave. Narrowing his eyes, Heejin laughed. It looks like, by the looks of it, this time, our dragon country can just bag the top 2. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigwigs who were usually cloudy and steady as a mountain were all excited, laughing and embracing each other, and even a few of them were ready to shed tears. The remaining 2 have so little blood. Let's not talk about whether or not Jin's side of the battlefield can beat them. Even if they can't, by relying on their blood advantage, they can still wait for Heejin to take them away. Grind it out for them too. The 2 of them are so proud of our dragon country. Who would have thought it? 3 days ago we were worried about the survival of the Dragon Kingdom, and now, we'll immediately reverse the disadvantage and even have a surplus of several tenths. Great, great. Director Hao was also having trouble suppressing the fluctuations in his heart at this time. This morning, when he heard that Hao Jin had been drawn to compete and could not be replaced because Heejin, a Zhen Gui, was also competing, his heart broke. Self-doubt for myself, guilt for my wife, sadness at the circumstances of my daughter's unlikely survival, anger at the beautiful country. All sorts of emotions bubbled up in turn, almost drowning him. And now, not only was his daughter able to come back unscathed, but she even managed to get a top 2 finish. How could he not rejoice at this? Uniform gear, wacky mutations. This hit is so odd, so beyond the pale. Jean I do know. Although the golden shovel knowledge is still solid, but her understanding of Yitzi, detention, and sekos, as well as her grasp of the rhythm is not up to the first-class level. Not to mention such innovative play. In that case, it can only be Heejin. When you said you'd bring Jean out and would help her staff the fight together, I just thought the kid was comforting me. I also think that one person playing golden shovel, no matter how good they are, can't hold two people in the field at the same time. That's the equivalent of being distracted and playing 2 games of sparring at the same time. I didn't realize that you actually did it. For a moment, his heart overflowed with an indescribable flavor. Look, a new round has begun. Ooh, it's Heejin and how Jean bumping into each other. I don't know who called out, and the crowd, still reveling, rushed to look up. Che, what's there to see? Although Little House side looks awesome, it can't possibly beat the color custody, right? I'd say, too, that it's probably lopsided. As the fight began, the balance of the battle did quickly tip in Heejin's favor. As the Yitzi all released a round of skills, all the Yitzi on how Jean's side were killed. Only, no, how is that, Camille, still alive? As one person shouted out in alarm, all eyes looked at the screen in unison. However, they saw that under the firepower of Heejin Yitzi's men, the pendants on how Jean's side, even including the tank and the 2 sub-CS, were all killed in action, leaving only one, Carmel, still standing firm in the field. Under the concentrated fire of the many Yoshis, Camille's blood level kept dropping, but every time when it dropped below half blood, it all came back up again, only to see Carmel, a foot-high lift. Heejinji conveniently have a Yitzi violent death. Incidentally, it also let the Carmel, with blood-sucking return blood back to a cool. My god, not so much. This, Camille, won't. Going to single out everyone on Heejin's side, right? In the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, watching this scene, the pop-ups that were originally furiously brushing stopped for a moment. A strange silence filled the broadcast room. Just a kick, and another kick from Camille. Heejin's side's Yitzi was actually realized by a single Camille in a single swipe. As Heejin Fawn's last Yitzi fell, the audience, who originally looked like they had their fingers, strangled, had trouble suppressing the dismay in their hearts and launched pop-ups in unison. For a moment, countless question marks, and heavenly all over the screen. Donkeys, no less, is a toxic play that changed the landscape of the Golden Shovel for days. Watching Camille's terrifying performance, Heejin's eyelids jumped wildly. Although Camille's smooth play was also factored in by the fact that Sevika, the only one with control skills on Heejin's side, had been seconded by Camille in the opening round. If Sevika had lived, Heejin wouldn't have dared to say that he'd be able to win. Camille, this double attack, is basically one person with one kick. If it's a meaty point, it's only 2 cuts. Not to mention that her double resistance is so high that she can just suck it up if she can't get her under control and off in less than a second. I didn't realize that the fighting style I taught you beat me. Chapter 44, Chasing a 3-star 5e for fun? What the hell is this? You mean to tell me that one family got up to a population of 10, and opened up a big colorful detainer, and couldn't beat a 2-cost betting dog? What kind of heaven-defying value is this? It's too exaggerated, isn't it? It's impossible, but I'm going to say it anyway. Open up. Open what? Can you call it open even if it's not closed? For a moment, countless pop-ups exploded in the live broadcast. Some of the foreigners who had come over to follow the battle after their own players were eliminated had joined the shock brigade at the site. On the other side of the board, Jack, who had just won over the black man in a good Royal City PK, was also surprised to see the result of the matchup on this side. I had thought that this, Camille, should be weaker, and thought I'd see if I had a chance to fight, but I didn't think. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. Who would have thought that a family of 2 fee betting dogs could be so exaggerated and inappropriate? I'll wait for death in peace. Well, at least we got the information on this powerful, concentrated Yako mutation. We can use it next time too. I can't beat them both, but getting third isn't too bad. Although the mission against the Dragon Kingdom was unsuccessful, more than not it didn't work. Letting them take the top 2 is a big failure. I hope he's not too disappointed in me. Jack couldn't help but shiver as the terrifying figure came to mind. Watching her, Camille, chopping and slashing her way through the game, she ended up actually taking the matchup, and how Jean couldn't help but stare. Even if she knew that the value of concentrated Yako was high, the image and the result was still a bit too unexpected. Even the big colorful restraints have been fought? This hit is actually that good? I can't believe he gave me such a powerful hit to play. Heejin sked twice. You're worthy of being you. How Jean, you're too strong. I've got big colorful bonds and so many 2-star 5-cost cards. But I couldn't even beat you. Not at all. Those people outside just now have very strong battle power. If I didn't have this fighting style you taught me, my battle power would not be enough at all. I'm afraid that I would have been eliminated back a long time ago. Hao Jinjin shook her head seriously. Heejin looked at the number of layers he had conquered. After playing this round of games with Hao Jinjin, the number next to the Conquest War flag had risen from 994 tiers to 134 tiers. Hao Jinjin was replaced by his 7 yippies, each of which gave him 20 conquest tiers. Let's go. Let's see who we're lined up for in the next round. Heejin laughed and said, this hold I have gets stronger the bigger I get, so be careful that you can't beat me back there. 5 to 6 started soon after. After the last round of games, only Heejin, Hao Jinjin and Jack were left at this point. Seeing Jack appear on his board, a playful smile appeared on Heejin's face. Ooh, if it isn't the whoever said they were going to me. Jack shivered at his words. His face went white, and he took a few steps back. You, stay away. Yo, what? Scared like this knowing you're about to be knocked out of the game? Don't worry, you're in the top 4, so you can at least go out and meet your masters later. Still, now I have to thank you guys for coming out with that prop card so I can race early. No, thanks to you, I got 2 firsts in a row. With the 9 Conquerors bonus, Heejin Fong unsurprisingly speed pushed the Aegis on Jack's side. Contestant Jack is eliminated in 4th place. Good to go. Don't see me off. Heejin waved his hand. Go back and tell your masters for me, there's no need to fight our Dragon Kingdom anymore. For every match in the back, I will fight without any surprises. I'd like to see if you dare to send people to Target again. Jack was jealous, but he could only leave the tournament space in disgrace. With this wave, Heejin's conquered layers increased by 160 layers to 1294 layers. He then received the rewards for the 1000th and 1200th floors. 3. Auxiliary outfits. 1. Light equipment. 1. Artifact equipment forge, and a total of 70 gold coins. The difference isn't much, Heejin secretly calculated. Now we're still 206 floors short. 6 people on Hao Jinjin's side, 20 floors apiece. That is, as long as it takes to play the full 11 again. Based on being able to kill 7 per turn, that's only losing Hao Jinjin's side by 2 waves. And right now, I have close to 50 blood left. Even if I let her beat me consecutively, counting if she can get in 12 or 13 points of blood at a time, I can at least last 3 or 4 more rounds. More than enough. It's a shame that Jack is dead now and can't let me come to the whole thing more comfortably. Them people in the beautiful country really, they don't let people enjoy themselves at all. But speaking of which, this scene right now is so similar to that, Blessed Star, from S4. Watching the tears go up a little bit, I wonder how many more goodies this one will give. Watching the number of his conquest layers steadily rise, Heejin secretly pondered over his countermeasures. Speaking of which, the 3 crowns egg would be the most famous egg in this version. If you collect the Golden Spatula Crown, Golden Pot Crown, and Golden Spatula Crown, you can enjoy unlimited gold coins, and behind that is the fact that every round will make the money explode. Whether it's put on the field or in the reserve benches, but only if you get the 1500 level reward first, not to mention the fact that each of the 3 crowns gives +1 to the population. That alone is a huge profit, not to mention taking these crowns to trigger the eggs. The gold that pops out is definitely enough for me to chase quite a few 3-star 5 fees, and when the chase comes out with a 3-star 5 cost, who cares about Camille, a 2 cost card? No matter how strong a gear he brings, it's all about one skill. As he watched the pattern on the Conqueror battle flag become more and more obvious, Heejin's heart flew. But now well, Heejin looked at his blood level and secretly calculated. The only shame is that I'll have to let a few waves hit me first. It's kinda hard to have a colorful bond and yet take a beating. After taking down the wild monster Link, Heejin first changed the equipment that was rewarded by the previous Conqueror, before going to look at what the wild monster had dropped. There are now 100 or so gold coins on hand. I'm going to try to just chase a 3-star now? Anyway, Jean is one of our own, so it's not like she's stuck with my cards. Not to mention she's struggling to get on the 9 right now. Where is she going to get the money to card my cards? Try starting it up? After thinking for a moment, Heejin decided to go straight for it. The population is topping out anyway, so let's get stuck with $50 interest for a while and brush up. To make up for the horrible price of the last 10, the probability of a 5-cost card at population 10 is 25%. Add my passive and it comes to a full 27%. Chapter 45, 3-star Iron Man. 1,500 levels. The audience in the Dragon Nation broadcast room stirred as they watched Heejin's preparation mat continue to grow more and more yeetsy. Shock god this is. Planning to go after another 3-star 5 fee? Even though 9 Conqueror was open this game, the hold looks like some of the strength is given to the battlefield. Unlike Blessed Star, which is all economy. Would it be too risky to chase 3 stars for 5 costs? Wait, after selling so many cards, How come that cursor on the left side of his board that symbolizes interest doesn't diminish by 1? My god. He's really rich. I remember just now. That red flag of his blew him lots and lots of gold coins. And he's already got all 5 costs on the field with 2 stars. Let me do the math. 2 stars is 3. That means 6 more to 3 stars. It's really quite possible. At this moment, Heejin was looking at the several 5-cost cards on the field and in the preparation mat, thinking carefully. Sevika can bring in a good amount of economy per turn, and after 3 stars, it can even keep spamming money, comparable to a triple crown egg. Rambo has an all-around boost from the mechanical public enemy, Bond, and even has a whopping 90% damage reduction, almost equal to invincibility. Tetsuo can weaken all enemy Yako, and the skill is both fast and has full screen range. At this point, all 3 of these Yoshis on his field had reached 2 stars, which meant they all had 3. Since he had long ago made up his mind to go after 3-star 5 costs, he had previously kept 5-cost cards when he saw them available, so there were already quite a few other 5-cost yippies standing in the ready seat now. Open pursuit. Heejin's fingers clicked rapidly, and the flickering golden light that would appear during a D card continued to emerge from his body. On his ready seat, the 5-cost cards kept appearing, constantly radiating white light to synthesize the 2 stars. While chasing cards, some of the 5-cost cards that came too little were even constantly sold by Heejin. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking as they watched Heejin's constantly refreshing arsenal of cards. I Lua Bean. He brushes the card hand speed is so fast doesn't the god of shock even have to think? That had to be fast. Did you forget how he extreme switched formations 2 days ago? That's hand speed that can make the whole field change positions in a second or two. Yeah. He made us all look silly the other day when he changed the lineup in seconds. As Heejin continued to swipe and buy cards, the audience watched as Heejin's gold counter continued to drop. The gold coin counters that were originally firm on the left also began to dim one by one. Hiss. Money is gone so fast. That's right, don't you think? He has such fast hands. $2 for a swipe. That's how much it's going to cost. And he's buying 5 fee cards, which are expensive. Finally, the last counter went dark, but Heejin still hasn't chased out a single 3-star 5 fee. The most, Iron Man, he had on the field was only 7. Too short. 2 doesn't look like much, but due to the extremely low number of 5-cost cards, there are only 9 in total. Draw 1 and you get 1 less. The probability decreases the further back you go. Could shocking god only go so far? Don't be in a hurry yet. Look at the numbers on that red battle flag. There's still a cap. 1 or 2 more rounds of fighting, and it should still be able to explode the money. However, right at this moment, everyone suddenly saw that Heejin's gold coin count had risen violently again. He started selling other cards. As the gold coins continued to dwindle, 5-cost cards glowing with gold light appeared one after another in Heejin's library and arrived on his board again. 7th one. Just the last 2. Spent all your money? Sell them all. Jinx is an ambush expert. Jean wants it, so I'll just sell it without a card. Jace comes too little. Sell. Catherine is too weak. Sell. Iron Man, another one. Just 1 more to go. Everyone else get out. Finally, as the gold coins were about to bottom out, the last Iron Man appeared in the deck. Coming. Heejin's eyes lit up. Buying Iron Man down. A silver light immediately flooded the room, but the golden light symbolizing the 3 stars was slow to come on. This is. Heejin looked up, only to realize that the sparring session had just begun. Laughing my ass off. So just right. It's a good thing I still have tolerance. Otherwise I'd really not be able to sleep at night if I chased down 3 stars and didn't synthesize them. The pop-ups instantly exploded in the live broadcast room. It really got him all together. Let me do the math. He spent a total of 100 or so? This luck is too good to be true. That's not luck. He already had a 2-star Iron Man. And didn't you notice he sold all his other 5-cost cards to draw Iron Man alone? What do you people know? Shock God was the first to make the 3-star 5-drop shine. It's normal for 5-drop cards to favor him. In the Dragon Kingdom conference room, the bigwigs also held their breath. This kid, how director shook his head and laughed. Before so long the game, everyone even 2-star 5 fee see not much. He played the game only a few days, directly chased 2 3-star 5 fee. It's just a shame that when he caught up it was when the battle had already begun. It's not a problem. They have to wait to play a couple rounds anyway. With Heejin's gesture, how Jean also noticed the 2-star Iron Man on Heejin's ready seat. Sorry Jean. Looks like the winner of this round is still me. Not bad for you. Actually chasing down another 3-star 5 fee. Hearing Heejin's explanation of how he chased but didn't synthesize before, how Jean immediately lost her smile. Hey, it's worth it to win you 1 more round. The 6-1 ended quickly. Hop. Only a golden light rose up to the sky, and a giant with a golden glow appeared on the board. 3 stars now. Worthy of being Iron Man. It's this domineering. Heejin nodded in satisfaction. At the start of 6-1, Heejin intentionally placed the 3-star Iron Man in a position where he could easily be attacked. A flying kick from Carmel had knocked out a quarter of Iron Man's blood. After that, she was able to hit Iron Man to half blood in a short while. Looking at Iron Man's delay in releasing his skills, Heejin was smiling without saying a word. The viewers in the live room were in a hurry. How Jin this 2-cost card is so exaggerated. It's not like you can't even beat a 3-star 5 fee, is it? Just then, Iron Man's blue bar filled up. Only a red nodule instantly opened up and enveloped the entire board. Iron Man's figure then skyrocketed, and his height actually reached as high as half a chessboard. Instead, the users on How Jin's field have shrunk several times. As the crowd watched nervously, Iron Man once again opened his hand, and then several large bloody hands appeared and dispersed from his body as the center. Then it was a flush grab, only to see that all of How Jin's yippies were pulled to Iron Man's side. With Iron Man's rapid hammer slam, a blood-colored wave seemed to be drawn from the underworld of the earth, enveloping the entire board in an instant. At the same time, a string of large blue numbers appeared in unison on the heads of all of How Jin Fang's Yitzi, and then they all disappeared. The blood simply evaporates. Everyone looked dumbfounded. I didn't expect to see it again and still be so shocked. Is this the strength of 3-star 5 fee? At the same time, in a corner where everyone was unaware, the number of tiers next to Heejin's conquest battle flag managed to break through 1,500 tiers. Chapter 46 Spray Until You Can't Stop. With the 3-star Iron Man being chased out, the field was instantly reversed. Originally by virtue of the powerful elixir in the 9 Conqueror, in the rain of bullets as if it were not aware of the horizontal walk of the Camille, actually cannot withstand the 3-star Iron Man of the power of a hammer. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the scene in front of them. Their hearts were both horrified, but also had the feeling of this is how it should be. Although this Camille is also terrifying. After all, 3-star 5 costs are so hard to chase down. It would be really unconscionable if it was defeated by a 2-cost card. Other than that, the shock god is awesome. However, 3 stars and 5 charges actually got half-blooded by this Carmel. First, Carmel can be considered to be honored in spite of its defeat. I feel like this Camille is at least 3-star 4 cost strong. By the way, did you guys realize something? What? Now it's just the two of them on the field. It turns out that everyone was so focused on Heejin and How Jin's battle of the century that even Jack, who was eliminated as the 3rd-place finisher, didn't get much attention. That means, in this game, we, Dragon Nation, have wrapped up the top 2. It's never been an honor. Thank you, 2 great gods. Our score will not be negative in a minute. Mom, our Dragon Kingdom is finally no longer facing the crisis of extinction. Everyone started celebrating this historic moment as an afterthought, but the joy and passion in their hearts didn't diminish at all. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the bigwigs who had seen the unprecedented mood of public opinion in the country had also settled down and started to sink their teeth into watching the match. The 6-1 matchmaking session ended and Heejin was teleported back to his board. Before he even landed, his eyes locked onto his blood-red battle flag located in the lower right corner of the board. Been waiting for you for ages. Finally breaking through the 1,500th floor. Under Heejin's eager gaze, the battle flag was once again enveloped in a burst of scarlet red. After first spitting out a bunch of gold coins, its body shook again and spat out 3 more blood-colored spells. Here you go. That's you. Walking over and touching the 3 mana balls, they turned into light in unison and flew into Heejin's equipment mat. Bright weapon upgrader. And 2 golden shovel crowns. Finally seeing the 3 crowns that he had been longing for, Heejin could not hide the excitement in his heart. Before crossing over, this egg had just come into effect not long ago, so Heejin, who had seen a lot on this game of golden shovel, had never really seen it this time. Next up is throwing the 2 golden shovel crowns together onto a certain Yoshi. Heejin leisurely picked up one of the equipment recasters prepared by the equipment mat. With the addition of the golden potpourri, the golden potpourri and golden shovel can be synthesized either with the same ones or with different ones. So, there are a total of 3 pieces of equipment that can be synthesized: golden pot crown, golden spatula crown. Loosening the equipment recaster in his hand, the 2 pieces of equipment lived up to expectations and turned into 2 completely different pieces of equipment. It's none other than golden spatula crown and golden spatula crown. And these 3 pieces of equipment will be, as long as they are equipped on the same Yiko at the same time. In the live broadcast room, the audience could not help but sigh in contempt when they saw the 2 more golden shovel crowns flying out of the battle flag. So this is the strength of a colored bond. Provided a lot of battle power and gave so much gold and equipment. Now that's great. It even adds up to giving 3 more populations. Now how Jin's side is even more hopeless. When they saw Heejin use the equipment recaster to knock those 2 golden shovel crowns, they just laughed darkly. What's the shock god doing here? Recasting this thing has an effect? I have a friend whose uncle's next door kid is on the golden shovel team, and he said that the equipment recaster can't recast golden shovel crown, which is written on the equipment description of the equipment recaster. So the shock god is winning and feeling bored. So he's just messing around to beat the clock, right? Makes sense too. Who made the game Golden Shovel without the surrender mechanic? Therefore, by the time they saw the 2 crowns with different patterns and colors, they were only slightly surprised. So, Golden Shovel crown can really knock? These 2 things seem to have a couple of round golden things on them. Is it the one that popped in front of how Jin's side used for in transfer? So, it seems true. So, when there was only Golden Shovel, it was a combination of 2 Golden Shovels. And now that there are different things, there are more synthesized recipes? It feels like it. You guys, the population on the shocker field still shows 13. I see. So it looks like it's just a different look. There's really no difference. However, the next moment, everyone looking at the screen compiled. Am I mistaken? Is that Yitzi who wears 3 crowns on his body? Start spraying money? Still? I remember just now that Golden Shovel crown occasionally drops $1 after a shocking god win. I think it's a condition plus probability trigger? Guess so. But gradually after that, their mouths opened wider and wider. Why hasn't it stopped? So much. That's a lot of spray. How? He's still spraying? How does it feel? Like you can't stop spraying? In the crowd's dismayed gazes, gold coins were spewing out from the yippee containing the 3 crowns in a steady stream at an extremely fast pace, and Heejin's pool of gold coins, which was originally about to dry up, had actually risen to full capacity at a rapid pace. There were even so many gold coins that it was impossible to tell by the lights in the vault. There is no money on the body. Already cannot do anything to operate how Jin also passed over. See, the mouth opened into a big O type. Good. Much better. It keeps spraying. Can't even see the head. It wasn't until everyone was staggered for several seconds that they began to notice Heejin's actions. Or rather, it was the Heejin who was a bit too bright at this point, gradually attracting everyone's attention again. Between now and then Heejin had somehow managed to sell all of the Yitzi on the field except for the 5 cost cards, replacing them with a deluxe army of 5 cost cards. On Heejin's body, the golden light was still shining brightly, setting him off like a golden Buddha statue. Countless new 5 cost cards appeared on his ready bench, synthesized into 2 stars, and placed on the field again. And to the left of his board, the gold coin indicator actually showed no signs of darkening at all. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. Chapter 47. How many 3-star 5 fees? Rose Lee was walking in a hurry. In the days when he was born, folks said it was better for a boy to have a girl's name, so his mom named him after her favorite flower. And 2 or 3 minutes ago, completely relieved to see Jack eliminated, he had just stepped out of a top-secret conference room in Dragonland to attend to some urgent business. Yes, the outwardly naive and usually amiable-looking man is actually someone who was good enough to enter the core deliberative layer of the Dragon Kingdom. He had struggled for nearly 50 years before he was able to sit in this position today. The sufferings and grievances he had endured during this period were all deeply hidden in his heart. After doing a lot of real work, he started to slack off a bit on some things over the years. When one is old, one does one's part and waits for retirement. He thought so. Little did he know that the Golden Shovel World Series was coming just as he was getting ready to retire. He who had originally thought that he would walk the rest of his life peacefully and steadily. Now not only was he facing a sudden danger to his life, but his Dragon Kingdom, for which he had fought all his life, was also facing the crisis of extinction. How does that make him feel good about retiring? Therefore, over the past year, he has raised his spirit, done his best, run around, and made a lot of contributions to this floundering Dragon Kingdom with his broken body. The day the Dragon Kingdom falls, I can't live alone. He told himself this countless times late at night, but recent events have eased his desperate heart. First, there was that Heejin who came out of nowhere and went all the way to win 2 consecutive championships at the Golden Shovel World Championships, and then there was how Jin's dazzling performance at the World Championships, which caught everyone's eyes. The stunning performance of the 2 men has put Dragon, a country that has been in decline for a long time in the realm of gold shovels and shovels, back in the world's spotlight. This commendation ceremony must be organized in a grand manner, Li Chang thought secretly. As the leader in charge of the cultural aspect, it was natural for him to personally organize such a major ceremony. This was not only a commendation for the 2 heroes, but also an excellent opportunity to show the world the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Minister Li. Several people greeted in unison. It turned out that all the way to the building with his head down in thought, he had arrived outside the building. The special car had been waiting for a long time, and several bodyguards dressed in black stood beside the car with their heads held high, while the secretary respectfully opened the door for him. Sitting in the car, Li Chang closed his eyes and began to think about the details of the ceremony. He had been involved in organizing many major ceremonies in recent years, but this one made him feel an unprecedented amount of pressure. These two heroes have brought more than just honor to the Dragon Kingdom. Yeah, the Dragon Kingdom has suffered repeated blows in this field. A few miserable failures not only caused the Dragon Kingdom to lose a large amount of land and resources, but also caused the nation's morale to hit rock bottom. However, the appearance of He Jin and Hao Jin was like a ray of light in the darkness, bringing long-lost hope to the Dragon Kingdom. Especially He Jin. Not only did he win 3 consecutive matches in just a few days, winning the title each time, he even chased down 2 3-star 5-fee matches in the tournament. Their performance could be said to have saved Dragon Country's fate. Attendance-wise, I think. Li Chang was lost in thought, but out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly glimpsed that there seemed to be something wrong with the pedestrians outside the car window, only to see the people on the road stop in unison, tilting their heads to look up at the sky, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. If there were only a few people, it probably wouldn't have piqued his curiosity. He might have thought it was just some billboard that was too shocking, or a building that was on fire, but he paid attention for a while, only to realize that everyone looked like this. Xiao Lu, go down and see what's going on, he said to the secretary at the side. Okay, Minister Li. But the secretary had just gotten out of the car to ask what was going on, and after following the passerby's finger, he froze in place just like the passerby. Xiao Lu, called Li Chang again, but the secretary just tilted her head dumbly as if she hadn't heard him, even forgetting to maintain her usual meticulous professional smile. Li Chang couldn't help but frown. He knew his dutiful secretary well enough to know that she would never lose her temper like this during working hours. What on earth could have made everyone so surprised? With intense curiosity, he rolled down the window and poked his head up into the sky. It didn't matter if he looked at this. A look of shock immediately appeared on his weathered old face as well. It turned out that the giant live screen in the sky was broadcasting He Jin's Golden Shovel match live. In the screen at this moment, He Jin's disc was filled with 5-cost Yitzi. On his preparation table, 5-cost cards were springing up, and then quickly synthesized into 2-star and 3-star cards. This is, Li Chang's eyes widened. He's going after the 3-star 5-fee? And by the looks of it, it's not like this is just chasing 1 or 2. As he watched in shock, one after another 3-star, 5-fee kept bubbling with golden light as they appeared on He Jin's field. With each one that appeared, the audience's cries of astonishment grew louder. Li Chang realized that he could barely count them all. Li Chang had unconsciously stood up and moved to the window, carefully counting the 3-star 5-fees on He Jin's field. Iron Man, Rambo, Savika, Policewoman, 8-hole 3-star, 5-fee? This scene was too shocking. Even Li Chang, such an old man who has experienced great storms, his mouth could not help but turn into a big O at this moment. Li Chang realized she couldn't help her hands from trembling slightly. He looked around and realized that everyone on the street was staring at the screen. Some were screaming, some were cheering, and some were even already in tears. This scene reminded him of the pomp and circumstance when Lu Guigua won the world championship for the first time. This kid Li Chang revealed a pleased smile, not only broke the record, but also gave us a brand new hope for the Dragon Kingdom. In the live broadcast screen, that one 3-star 5-fee was like a heavenly god, deep in his heart. Perhaps it will also be engraved in the hearts and minds of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the world. I see. This time, those countries targeting our Dragon Kingdom should stop for a while. The driver also poked his head out of the window at some point and spoke. Rose Lee nodded. With a player like He Jin, those countries that wanted to target the Dragon Kingdom would surely have something to fear. An opponent who can chase down 8 3-star, 5-cost opponents is enough to send chills down the spine of anyone with malicious intent. Looks like the commendation ceremony will have to be redesigned. Li Chang sat back in the car with a gleam in his eyes. This kind of unprecedented achievement is not worthy of an ordinary form of recognition. Looking at the still frozen secretary, Li Chang did not urge him any further, but only redirected his gaze to the live broadcast screen in the sky. Let them watch it for a little while longer. After all, this kind of historic moment doesn't come along every day. Chapter 48, The Demons Dance in Chaos. Looking at the 3-star 5-fees that kept appearing one after another on He Jin's chessboard, Hao Jin's heart had changed from shock at the beginning to numbness now. I had thought that Shocker Brother chasing another 3-star 5-fee was good enough. I didn't expect him to chase so many out at once. She had thought that she had recognized He Jin's strength well, but she hadn't expected that she had turned out to have greatly underestimated Heejin. 1, 2, 8. 8 whole ones. Since this game, Heejin had not only often cared for her and advised her, but in the end, he had even chased down so many 3-star 5 fees. That's more than just tough. It was important to realize that a human's attention span was limited. A normal person would have been overwhelmed by the bombardment of information they faced during a game, adapting to the version, familiarizing themselves with the tether, checking out Yoshi, checking their equipment, observing their opponents, choosing their hexes, etc., etc., etc. Even for professional players, it's not easy to do after training to improvise a lineup based on the information in the game and the incoming cards. What's more, Heejin, who has been on a winning streak, needs to keep judging how his battle power is higher, as well as deciding whether or not to spend more money to improve his battle power based on the performance of his opponent's battle power at the right time. Not to mention the fact that he chased several 3-star 5 fees. The difficulty of thinking about this is unimaginable to outsiders, and Heejin had actually distracted himself from pointing out her game while accomplishing such a horrific achievement. Or rather, Heejin helped come up with most of her game ideas, whether it was the finalization of the lineup, or the choice of hex, or even some of the alignment techniques in the middle of the game, etc. All of them had Heejin's shadow in them. This is the equivalent of playing 2 games at once. It's unimaginable. She couldn't help but think of herself who had been gloating over Camille's strength just a few minutes ago, and felt a bit ashamed. How Jin, how Jin. Jin brothers so powerful are not proud. Got his cheap you but, unable to know what was on how Jin's mind. Heejin, who had finished chasing the 3-star 5 fee, was currently thinking to himself about what position he should win in a while. Everyone was fierce, but I figured that as soon as one of them opened up their skills, the game was over, and the others didn't have a show at all. Alas, it's also a blessed annoyance. Speaking of which, it's a good thing Jin saw me chasing 3-star 5 fee and sold her, Jinx, as well, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do a full collection. After thinking for a moment, Heejin first backed up Malzahar, Jace, Rambo, and Policewoman. Compared to a few others, these Yakos have one trait in common: they're too slow. Malzahar's blue bar is so long that it takes several A's before he might be able to release his skill. His skill is full screen, but he still has to be opening a lot of doors and taking turns waiting for the lasers to finish releasing. Jace, on the other hand, is not even as good as Malzahar. In addition to the long blue bar as well, his skills are a bit watered down. Although it's a full screen bombardment the moment he releases the skill, it doesn't always kill people. Further on, he's still randomly bombing a small area of the board at random, and there's a good chance that he won't be able to bomb anyone for half a day. Rambo has one more thing besides the blue bar issue: he has to be on the field for a turn before he can buy a screen clearing skill loadout. Although under normal circumstances, even if he doesn't buy this loadout, he can still achieve solo with his 90% damage reduction and extremely high skill value as a 3-star 5 cost. I'm afraid that if he were to steal the limelight from the other Yoshi right now, he would have no chance to perform at all. As for the policewoman, well, 3-star 5 fee shame is just that. The 3-star policewoman will summon the 3-star forms of all the Yakos in the Enforcer bond, and then summon an aerial gunship to bombard them. But Heejin has seen this card many times bombing and exploding several times before it kills someone. As for the few of you left, it's up to you to play. Grinning in satisfaction, Heejin finally stopped operating. Looking up, the countdown was down to the last 2 seconds. Phew, it's a good thing I'm an emperor of handspeed who's been single for a whole 30 years, or I probably wouldn't have made it in time. But it also has something to do with the infinite gold given by the egg. In this wave of preparation session, he didn't even need to think about what cards to keep that he needed to focus on in a normal 3-star 5 cost session of chasing. He just needed to frantically refresh his library and then take the gold cards when he saw them. And after that, he just needed to put the cards that had reached the 2 stars on the field in time to prevent them from carding the preparation seat position, and that would be enough. So, show time. It's show time. As the countdown ended, the audience in the Dragon Country held their breath in unison, wanting to take a closer look at the scene that was shocking enough to be recorded in the history books. Swish swish, after a few soft sounds, several figures surrounded by golden light appeared on the board. Each of them was tall, as if they were a small mountain, and like dignified idols with gilded bodies. In front of them, whether it was Heejin and Hao Jin's tiny heroes, or Hao Jin's side of the ordinary Yitzi, or even the entire chessboard, they all looked very small, as if they couldn't contain their might and power. Ding! The battle bell has officially rung. At the very same instant, the 3 golden statues on the board moved. Tainan instantly opened a boundary that surrounded the entire board. His figure instantly rose in size, while the Yitzi on Hao Jin's side seemed to have their power sucked out of him, shrinking in unison. At the same time, a large lottery machine appeared above Sevika's head, and her mechanical hand gradually rose up. Jinx also got on her rocket, bouncing and shaking her way up into the sky. Crooked day. So many openings for skills. So many 3 stars and 5 fees. So much to watch and see. I don't know if we'll get this chance to see all of their skills. I'd be more concerned about these 3 opening skill releases, and I wonder who cleared the field faster in the end. Shoo, you guys stop posting pop-ups. It's interfering with me watching the live stream. At this moment, only Iron Man raised his hand, and several large blood-colored hands instantly took shape, using his body as the center of the circle, and dispersed in all directions. And Savika shook the prize well, and with her righteous hand held high in the air, she sprayed gold coin after gold coin into the sky. Looks like the one down there with the 3 crowns that keeps spitting out money. Someone spat, as several large, blood-colored hands violently retracted. All of how Jin Fong's Yitzi were dragged to Iron Man's side, and Savika's gold coins gradually began to fall, sparsely hitting how Jin Fong Yitzi's heads. But at this moment, Iron Man's hammer was already raised high and about to fall. Is it still the clearing that Iron Man accomplished? Heejin guessed. But just then, Chapter 49 The Triple Crown. As Iron Man's Iron Armor Underworld Soul Grip was cast, all of how Jin's party's Yitzi were gathered around Iron Man. The Savika gold coins gradually began to fall, smashing into the heads of how Jin Fong Yitzi's men, causing their blood bars to brush down. However, Savika's output efficiency was still a bit slow. Iron Man's hammer was already raised high at this point, about to slam down as hard as he could, smashing the water of the river Styx out of the underworld to take away all the enemies. At that moment, a bazooka suddenly appeared in the middle of the board. This is? Before the audience could react, a voice suddenly rang out. Bang! A violent explosion occurred out of nowhere, and blue, purple, and pink colors instantly enveloped the entire board. One bad grinning demonic doodle bloomed like a flower on the corpse of each enemy. Instant clearance, and then a figure fell from the sky and began to dance as if it were crazy. It was Jinx. Holy, what a cool skill. The live broadcast room exploded all of a sudden. What just happened? How come it's suddenly gone in seconds? I was just waiting for Iron Man to keep hammering people. What a Jinx, who doesn't speak of martial virtues. This head grabbing too. It seems that each of the 3-star 5 fees is highly skilled. It's a good thing I've been recording. I'll slow it down 128x for you later. It's a shame we didn't see all the 3-star 5 cost skills TAT. So many of the shot god chases for nothing. It seems that the 3 stars and 5 fees are also divided between the top and bottom. It's a shame, but we can't just let them release their skills one by one and show them all to us. There was also silence in the top secret conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was staring at the demonic graffiti on the screen with a bad smile. The last greeting that Jinx gave to the enemy. That's the end of it? Director Hal blinked with a bewildered look on his face. He had thought that he would be able to enjoy a few more glimpses of those 3-star, 5-fee heroes, but he didn't realize that the battle would be over in a flash. Are all 3-star, 5-fee battles this fast? A middle-aged man with a round figure scratched his head. I specifically took out my cell phone and prepared to record the screen. Iron Man just gathered his people over. Savika's gold didn't even hit the ground, and Jinx has already finished clearing the field. Looking at the scene in front of her, how Jin completely forgot about the fact that her yippies were killed in seconds. Her eyes flashed with excitement, like a child who had discovered a new continent. So handsome, she couldn't help but marvel out. In just 3 days, she had seen 3 different 3-star, 5-cost skills chased out by Heejin in their entirety. But the first 2 were not as big a shock as the 3-star Jinx had given her. The moment the enemy saw her, they were all killed. As the only daughter of Director Hal, she was able to receive a lot of information about the Golden Shovel, as well as videos of various Masters games, so she was very familiar with all kinds of ideas and operations. Today, under the guidance of Heejin, she has just joined the team from a rookie, but also more and more able to practice a variety of play and operation of the Golden Shovel. But even so, at this moment, her heart was still deeply shaken by the scene before her. The instantaneous clearing of the field and the blooming of the demonic graffiti all made her feel the incredible power of the 3-star 5 charges. And the other 5 3-star 5 charges haven't even moved yet. She whispered, I can't wait to see what their skills will be like. It was a pity that the battle was already over, as several strands of red light emerged from Heejin's body and struck her. Contestant Hao Jin from the Dragon Country has been eliminated. Game over. The system's broadcast immediately resounded throughout the room. The winner of this victory is contestant Heejin from Dragon Country. Dragon Nation gained victory points, 50 points. Dragon Kingdom receives the winner's reward, Technological Leap, for 3 months. Congratulations to contestant Hao Jin for winning the second place. Rokoku gets second place reward, 30 points. Dragon Kingdom gets an additional top 2 in the same game bonus, 20 points. Player Heejin has been detected to have reached the hidden achievement Mythic Descent, chasing down 3 and more 3-star 5 fees in one match. Detected that Player Heejin is the first blue star to reach this achievement. Player Heejin receives an additional award, the title, The Chosen One. Player Heejin's country, Dragon Country, receives an additional bonus, all nationals' intelligence is increased by 5%. Congratulations to Player Heejin for reaching the hidden achievement Triple Crown, won first place in 3 consecutive matches to earn it. Dragon Kingdom has obtained a Loot Ultimate Treasure Chest. A series of broadcasts stunned the bigwigs in the Dragon conference room. They looked at each other in silence for several seconds before they came back to their senses. A whole 100 points. Director Hao stood up excitedly. Now we not only don't have to worry about negative points, but we can also exchange it for a lot of black technology. Don't just be happy about the score, laughed the round-faced uncle. That 5% increase in national intelligence is also a great treasure. Originally, under the targeting of other countries, the Dragon Kingdom was already not in a position to take advantage of things like normal scientific research and production development. But now that the Dragon Kingdom has this boost, it can already anticipate a future of catching up. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room had even gotten completely out of control. Dragon Country YYDS. Worthy of the God of Shock. Little ne'er-do-wells. Little beauties. Will you dare to target us next time? Suddenly I realize I'm not so sorry I didn't win the lottery this morning. In a word, awesome. Ding. The soft sound of the game ring signaled that it was about to close. Heejin looked at the 8 gods on his field, somewhat reluctant to give up. I don't know when I'll see you guys again next time. As confident as he was in his own strength, it was a rare occurrence to chase down 8 3-star 5 fees in one game. Ugh. Go. Confirming the settlement, Heejin came into the middle of the golden shovel space, only to see a young girl with a smile like a flower looking at him. It was none other than Hao Jin. Can't part with those 3 stars and 5 fees? Hao Jin smiled so much that her eyes curved into moons. It's still true. After all, it's so hard to chase it all out that I don't feel like I'll necessarily get a chance to do it again. I don't know why you're so powerful, but I'm sure there are more miracles you can perform. Heejin was slightly stunned at his words, and then he also smiled. Alright, since you said so, then I'll definitely let you see it again next time. The light flickered, and the figures of the 2 men gradually disappeared. Far away in the secret room of the beautiful country, a certain person gritted his teeth and threw away his cell phone, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. Chapter 50, a whole new model. Darkness, endless darkness. Suddenly, in the infinitely far distance, a little light appeared, expanding dramatically like an explosion. The light in front of her eyes grew brighter and brighter, gradually lighting up her entire sight. As the light reached its maximum, it was a sudden reprieve. These aliens, it's like the electricity bill doesn't cost anything. The whole thing is so bright every time. Heejin tried to adjust to the light of his environment and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was no longer the empty square from before, but had turned into the Dragon Kingdom's Research Institute, which was now very busy. Staff members were coming and going, their faces brimming with excitement. Ha! The birthplace is different this time? Heejin and Anaheim. But he didn't dwell on it for long. Just ask old Hao in a moment. Protector he. Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Heejin followed the sound and saw a young staff member walking quickly. You've finally come out. Director Hao and the others are waiting for you. What's the rush? Alien projections have suddenly appeared. It says it's going to make a big announcement. Oh, I haven't seen an alien in several tournaments, so I really need to get a chance to see one this time. Before he could ask in detail, the young man hurriedly pulled him inside. After 7 turns, he finally came to a spacious conference room. Chief Hao, the round-faced uncle and others were already waiting there, each holding a black square-shaped object. Just in time, Director Hao saw him come in and hurriedly pulled out a device and handed it to him. Take it. What the hell is this? Heejin was confused. Don't ask. You'll find out later. As soon as the words fell, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Under the crowd's gaze, a blue-skinned alien gradually appeared. Greetings, inhabitants of planet number U9527. Today is the first year of the Golden Shovel Contest. The day it officially ends. Not to our surprise, the number of nations on your planet has been reduced by more than half in the course of the year. The process of your unification is one step closer. Congratulations! The crowd couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at the words. You know, 3 days ago, the Dragon Kingdom was almost going to be categorized as one of these wiped-out countries. Throughout this year, you have shown a talent for fighting and a desire to survive that is beyond imagination. This is very gratifying to us, to show our recognition, and to give you more opportunities to practice and grow. We've decided to start a brand new game mode, Challenger Mode. As the alien's voice fell, the cell phones in everyone's hands suddenly vibrated in unison. Heejin lifted his phone to take a look, only to see a blue icon pop up on the screen. Heejin couldn't help but freeze when he fixed his eyes on it, only to see that it was a penguin wearing a knight's crown on its head, and also staring at the large eyes of Kazran. The most striking thing about it was the gold-colored spatula grasped in its hand. This interface, how come it looks exactly like the golden shovel game from the previous world? This is a completely different model from the National Luck Ring. The alien continued. In this mode, you will not be limited to the number of duels you can have twice a month, but you can fight at any time. In addition to this, you are free to form teams and compete against each other. Of course, in this mode, you don't die even if you fail. Hearing those words, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, in order for you to better grow in this mode, we will also organize regular qualifying matches. Here, you can try out various playing styles and gain experience for the national team. Players with top rankings will receive pre-selection qualifications in addition to generous rewards. Be aware that you will face more challenges in this brand new season. Director Hao frowned. There's something in the alien's words. Indeed. The round-faced uncle nodded. It looks like the next season is going to be very difficult. That's not necessarily true. Heejin suddenly spoke up. Don't you guys realize? Isn't this a chance for us to practice in advance? Looking at the gazes cast by the crowd, Heejin explained. A big part of the reason we used to struggle in the golden shovel competition was that there weren't enough practice fields. It was a real fight every time. And if you died, you never came back. But it's different now. With this challenger mode, we're free to try out all kinds of playstyles. Even, before the words were out of his mouth, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. This is our latest reward detector activated automatically? Chief Hao rushed over. Warning, detection of S-rank prop card Destiny heavy chip being used. User, Meiji Kuni. Target country, Niigata. What? The crowd was stunned at first, then exploded. No way? The beautiful country is going after its own allies? Director Hao hurriedly explained. This card can mandatorily allow a country ranked in the top 10 in terms of points to engage in a life and death battle with another country. The winner will receive 30% of the loser's resources and points. Although Neon Country had a player eliminated from the top 4 by Heejin before, due to its previous accumulation, Neon Country is still in third place in terms of points, so it should have just gained a batch of black technology. The round-faced uncle thought wistfully. Beautiful country, this is trying to kill with a borrowed knife. Heejin took over. Now use the Neon Country as a knife to drain the other powers, and they'll come back to harvest Neon. Without waiting for the crowd to react, the announcement came from the sky once again. Mirakuni uses the S-Class prop card Destiny Heavy Chip. Target country, Niigata. Effect, forces the initiation of a life and death battle. The winner will receive 30% of the loser's resources and points. Before the crowd could react, another beep sounded. Nico uses the prop card Battle Power Transfer. Effects, you may request a country ranked in the top 10 in terms of points to fight on your behalf, subject to the consent of the other party. Nico chooses Rokoku. The entire conference room was instantly quiet. After a while, Heejin let out a light laugh. TSK, that's a bit interesting. Isn't the Neon Empire our old enemy? They are? Hao Jinjin opened her mouth to ask. Think about it. Director Hao stood up and looked around at the crowd. If beautiful country wins, then they'll just become a behemoth and make it so we can't fight back anymore. And they can take us at will. So Neon, knowing on its own that it would be difficult to resist the current United States, tried to enlist the help of the enemy of its enemy, which is us. Heejin, however, opened his mouth thoughtfully. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that they have played a double act. The round-faced older man gave him an admiring look. Not bad, though, but, Heejin smiled. Even if they're going to play a double act, we'll just have to go along with it. However, I have the certainty of victory. So why don't we make a plan out of it? But before we do that, he picked up the black device in his hand, the golden icon glowing on the screen. Want to go ahead and try out this new mode? Chapter 51, Fighting S13 again. After the broadcast about the prop cards ended, the aliens' broadcast still didn't stop. Laughing my ass off. So was the broadcast interrupted by their prop cards? Heejin secretly spat out a sentence. In the next period of time, we will open up the challenger mode without interfering with the normal matches in the National Games Ring. And the top 8 who reach the challenger mode will be able to participate in the Golden Shovel World Championship located at the end of the second year. Good luck! Challenger mode will begin immediately. The atmosphere in the conference room was a bit gloomy. Director Hao reclined in his seat with some worry on his face. This time against the beautiful country. I don't know which player they will send. It can't be their captain. Not picking up on Director Hao's words, Heejin wore a thoughtful expression on his face. Another National Luck Ring, another challenger mode. It looks like the Shovel Bureau and Shovel team are going to get busier and busier back there. Director Hao raised his head and glanced at him. You kid really isn't worried at all about the national luck ring in 3 days. Ha, what am I worried about? Don't you guys know my strength well enough? Whether I'm fighting some Captain Beautiful or some Captain Neon, I'm totally bringing no fear. When it comes to the field of the golden shovel, you guys don't still think there's going to be someone better than me, do you? Director Hao couldn't help but smile. You say that too. But, alright, don't worry, even if they're as good as they are, it's not like I won't be able to get the top 4, is it? 3 days from now is perfectly fine. Might as well think more about what comes after that again. The round-faced uncle also smiled and shook his head, secretly saying, I didn't realize that this kid was a good hand at comforting people. The round-faced uncle patted Director Hao's shoulder. Since Heejin is so confident, we shouldn't worry so much. Just go back and put together a copy of the information on the members of the Beautiful Nation national team and send it to him to look at. He's got a point though. With the ability to play unrestricted back there, the game stats are bound to show more. You shovelers are really going to have your hands full back there. Lao Hao. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You need any people or resources back there. Feel free to tell me. Smiling and shaking his head, Director Hao no longer dwelled on it and agreed to the round-faced uncle. Report. The Nico side says they want to hold an emergency joint meeting. It says it wants to discuss cooperation intentions with us. The crowd looked at each other. So soon? Someone frowned. Should our side reconsider whether to get involved or not? Let them wait. The round-faced uncle pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. We have to attend. But we have to put up a bit of a fight first so we can negotiate. Upon hearing this, Heejin secretly spat out his tongue. Worthy of being an old fox in politics, these human and interest-related takes are really powerful. Since you guys are going to negotiate later, I'll leave first? Heejin said. Ha, aren't you following along? Director Hao looked at Heejin in surprise. As the protectorate of the golden shovel, you usually have to be there for this occasion. Let's just forget it. I was born sociopathic. Heejin opened his eyes and spoke blindly. In fact, he wasn't sociopathic. He just didn't really like these kinds of bull ***** negotiations and other occasions. And, after all, negotiating is something you guys are insiders at. I have more important things to do than that. Saying that, Heejin shook the device on his hand. I'm going to explore this challenger mode first. Alright, the round-faced uncle nodded. Tell them in a moment that our protector he is physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted and mentally impaired by their successive targeting, and is unwilling to see them. Good. This way we can fight to cut some more resources again. Upon hearing this, Director Hao smiled evilly. Whether they've moved for real or they're just putting on an act, how in the world can you ask someone to help you without bringing a gift? At these words, Heejin straightened and shivered coldly. These people are too scary. I'd better hurry up and go. After bidding farewell to the crowd, he didn't go straight into the match, but found Hao Jin and invited her to join him in the challenger mode. As the only way for matchmakers to make matches, it's only natural that one of those black devices would be on hand within the national team. Yeah, I'm looking forward to honing my skills and awareness. Upon hearing this, Hao Jin had a bright smile on her face and readily agreed. So, the two tapped the penguin icon on the device, fumbled around to find the team button to form a team, and then directly clicked the start game button. Ding dash. A soft beep sounded. The two of them glanced sideways, but they saw a door of light suddenly unfold beside them. Oh, I thought it was a straight-up handheld game, but I didn't realize it was still a physical entry. Worthy of being aliens who have mastered countless black technologies. It seems that they even look down on mobile games. Sputtering, Heejin then led Hao Jin to step into the light door. After a slight feeling of dizziness, Heejin opened his eyes. What he saw was the familiar space of the golden shovel. It was only that the surrounding scenery was slightly different from the place where the prize had been awarded before. Looking at the densely packed blue symbols on the ground around them, Heejin thought that the two of them were now in a large spell formation. And then the familiar announcing voice sounded. Welcome to Challenger Mode. The player is detected as a World Tournament player, and the match level defaults to Master. Searching for opponent. Master? Hao Jin walked over and took a look. What a familiar segmentation. Suddenly thinking of a point that he had been ignoring, Hao Jin raised his head and looked curiously at Heejin. By the way, I remember you weren't just bronze before. How did you secretly hide from me to become so powerful? Well, I had a sudden epiphany, and as you know, the information our country has is incomplete after all, so it's normal to misjudge my strength. I didn't realize how good I was until I got into the game. Heejin pulled a lie out without blushing. Ow. Hao Jin revealed an expression of I see, and then nodded. The two waited for a minute or so before the announcement finally came on. Match made. Do you accept the match? After the two of them clicked confirm match, a blue portal appeared and sucked the two of them into it. It's starting. You can try your hand at it. As the countdown ends, the game officially begins. Looking at the scene in front of him, Heejin raised his eyebrows slightly. Such a coincidence? At this time, the system broadcast also sounded. This round's version of the game is Battle of the Twin Cities 2, Chapter 52 Opening Alchemy Turn? I didn't expect to just play a handful of this version and follow it up with another. Looking at the scene in front of him, Heejin said, the entry is an extremely high-tech octagonal ring, which consists of a variety of gears and precision mechanics. Looking up, he sees a strange dwarf with red goggles and yellow hair on his head but a white beard standing in the center of the ring. Here's the weird thing about him, his head is really big, taking up at least a third of his entire size. It was Blackmerdinger, the great inventor, who was nicknamed Big Head by the players. The effects of the opening wonder popped up with it. Heimerdinger adjusts the last reinforcement rune to make it a prismatic color in this inning. The prismatic final chapter effect. It's still true. Look at our luck. How Jean concurred. But this is also a good thing. After all, according to the usual practice, your national luck ring in 3 days will still take place in this version as well. One more game of this version equals more familiarization for you. That way, you'll be able to have a greater grasp of the duel in 3 days. Nodding, Heejin returned. Aha, that's the truth. But inwardly, he said, actually, it makes no difference to me. After all, for every version, I've played hundreds of games against each other. In the middle of the conversation, Big Head finished his walk and the wildcard session started soon after. Then again, my last game was targeted by beautiful country, so I started early. That means that most people haven't actually seen this version of the game. Bravado about having played it. That means that since the beginning of Challenger mode, there is no such thing as a secret for the version. Everyone can meet in Challenger mode. While thinking about it, Heejin kept his cards in the wild monster phase. Morgana is good. Take it first. Heejin is very familiar with the Black Rose 9-5 lineup that has been reigning supreme in the S13 season of his previous life, and it can be said that the lineup's thought process and playing style is engraved in his bones. What do you know about the joys of Formula People? With Black Rose, an excellent bind that has both a damage multiplier and a band-controlled summoner, and the powerful high-cost cards brought into the system, this lineup has been a no-brainer in terms of operational play in S13, a season where resources are given a lot. The main tethers of this lineup are the two tethers, Black Rose and Prophet, and as a one-cost card, Morgana. It carries the account of both of these bonds, so it's a very good pendant. Moreover, although Morgana's skill is a sustained damage type skill that is slow to deal damage, as compensation, its skill damage is extremely high, making it very suitable for use as a transition C in the early stages by carrying a spell suit such as a late stage main C. It just so happens that my divine favorite passive is great for playing 9-5. So let's transition the early game around you. Making up his mind, Heejin began to pay attention to the relevant cards. Lie Nada? You can bring it to open, 2 Prophets. I'll keep it. Blade Girl, swiped a 2-star straight out. Great stuff. This thing's got a pretty good pre-cannon. By A, Alchemy, to put together a 2 Sentinel. I should be able to hit the streak. Looking at the 2 belts, 1 Great Sword, and 1 Tears in his equipment stash, Heejin had automatically arranged and combined them to form the Berserker and Green Dragon Blade. Nice equipment too. Looks like this one's got it, yeah. After picking up the loot from the 3-3 wild monsters, Heejin was even more pleasantly surprised to find that 2 other Spirited Nata had dropped to his ready seat. It's a straight-up 2-star for nothing. Don't be so cool. With such a solid battlefield, Heejin was already planning for the first hex to take the economy directly. By the time the last man had finished playing the field, the hex session began. Hiss. Looking at the options in front of him, Heejin froze. These. What's all this? Looking at the rotten to the core hex in front of him, Heejin couldn't tense up. Huge partner. The value is okay, but unfortunately it forces a ride to the right station, and I have to eat Galen's left and right share of lifesteal in the late game, so it's not a good choice for that. Cloning device. Can't think of any lineup that would carry this. Demonization? Leaving aside the fact that it's not strong, isn't it a bit abstract for me to take this at stage 2? None of them turned out to take it. Ha! Heejin hurriedly opened his brush. Top of the Geek Treasure. Is good. But unfortunately Geek Chicken is a little hard to come by. Why don't you go on too? This one is pretty strong. But let's look at the last one first. Ha! As the last hex was also refreshed, Heejin's eyes lit up. Alchemy Baron, turn. Great stuff. Take it. And I'll be able to start losing temporary tears in a row from the early stages. But it's just that if I take it, wouldn't it be a shame to whore myself out to such high quality? Heejin shook his head and was about to take down. Why not on 2? Heejin shook his head and was about to take down. Why not 2? Ha! That's not right. Am I in a thinking blind spot? Why would I want to fight a losing streak? Baron Alchemy should be playing streaks in the early stages with this lineup, since there are only 2 low-cost cards in the Alchemy Baron bindings, and the rest are all 3, 4, or 5 cost, without a transfer. The idea of the Alchemy Baron lineup should be to keep the streak going until level 6 or 7, and then turn the streak directly after ding out 3 Alchemy Baron or 4 Alchemy Baron, but with a transfer. It doesn't have to be a straight-up losing streak. With that in mind, Heejin decisively took the Alchemy Baron turn. Looking at the cards refreshed in his library, Heejin decisively purchased a bit of experience value to bring his level up to 5, and sold his original Morgana and replaced it with Riel. Riel is not only also a profit, but also a sentinel. Even though we can't open for sentinels for a while, it's still a good profit for one more person to eat the effects of 2 bonds, giving the synthesized Berserker to the 2-star Blade Sister, and the green Dragon Blade and the loose recoil bow to the 2-star Lynata. Heejin adjusted his stance so that the 3 front rows were lined up in the very center of the first row, and the Lynata was in the very center of the last row. The missiles of the Lynata skill will not only deal damage to the target's neighboring frames of Yiko, but will also apply shields to friendly troops along the way. That's why it's not the best choice to shrink her corners. It's better to put her in the center. After glancing at it and realizing that the attribute of the Alchemy Baron's coat of arms was to add life value, Heejin decisively gave it to the Blade Sister, giving her some more blood to hold on to. Perfect. Perfect. Our goal is 800 floors. Chapter 53, I Can't Be Fooled. Just then, Hao Jinjin also happened to run over. He was about to share his hex with Heejin, but Hao Jinjin suddenly froze. Ha, brother Jin. As I recall, doesn't Alchemy Baron give more tears after 3 consecutive losses? How did you pull the battle so high? With a cheeky smile, Heejin naturally put his hand on Hao Jinjin's shoulder and began to boast. You don't just want to look at that more tears will be given after a 3-game losing streak description, but also look at the rest. Look, doesn't it seem like the bigger this hold is on, the more tears it gives later on, whether it's a losing streak or a winning streak? Seeing Heejin's action, Hao Jinjin's face turned red, but she didn't stop and just nodded. What? So, you're trying to rely on transferring, opening the higher tier, Alchemy Baron, bonds relatively early, and then relying on hitting streaks to eat the lower tier, Ember tier, rewards? Due to the relatively small number of versions he has seen, and the world's obsessive perspective on blood, Hao Jinjin's vision at this time is still limited to the Blessed Star and other entertainment bonds with the longer the losing streak, the higher the rewards. But he is not familiar with the Alchemy Baron, this kind of losing streak in addition to giving the economy, but also will give the power of the exclusive equipment of the unique entertainment bonds. It's close, but here's my thought. Play the streak first in the early stages to keep the blood flowing. Then I'll switch to a losing streak later on when I D to more cards within the hold and open the high-level Alchemy Baron hold. When you play a losing streak hold like this, you have to treat blood as a resource so you can maximize your economy. Hearing Heejin's words, Hao Jinjin only felt her thoughts clear up. No wonder you were able to play an economic tie like Blessed Star so well before. Hao Jinjin looked at Heejin with a slightly complicated heart. You really have a lot of guts. She was going to say not afraid to die. Rowing to the edge of the mouth is not good luck. So emergency break. In the golden shovel national luck ring before this world, only the top 4 would come out alive, while the bottom 4 would simply die on the spot. That's playing with your life. In this case, the blood level seemed to be the life of each contestant. After all, once the blood level was deducted, the contestant would also be eliminated directly. The man in front of him, on the other hand, had the audacity to put his life on the table for a better chance of winning. Maybe that's why he's so good at what he does. Hao Jinjin looked deeply at Heejin and thought secretly in her heart. Hey, I call that artsy-fartsy. Heejin narrowed his eyes and smiled heatedly. You don't look at my previous, Blessed Star, that hand to play ferociously. In fact, I have been observing the quality of the field of opponents outside, estimating the development of their subsequent lineups. So, how much should be lost? How much tolerance to leave? When to close the dishes behind? I've actually made a good estimate in my mind a long time ago. Patting Hao Jinjin's fragrant shoulder, Heejin was suddenly facepalmed. You should actually start familiarizing yourself with this kind of fighting style, although you won't necessarily use this more dangerous style of fighting in the Ring of National Fortune. After that stop I made earlier, there might be quite a few enemies who have already learned this way of thinking and fighting. As a member of the Dragon National Team, you need to know how to counteract this type of play. Seeing Hao Jinjin nod, Heejin continued. Besides, the current challenger mode isn't life-threatening after all. So I think it's good for you to use it once in a while to familiarize yourself with it. And, seeing Heejin suddenly stop, Hao Jinjin asked, and, I'm wondering if the aliens before were so apathetic as to start this dangerous game that has a 50% mortality rate and can even wipe out countries because of it. Now, how did you suddenly become so merciful? Hearing Heejin's words, Hao Jinjin was first stunned, and then a puzzled look appeared in her eyes as well. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Why? After a pause, Heejin said, I guess the points and rankings of this mode are actually very important. Do you remember what the aliens mentioned before? The race at the end of the year. I suspect that could be the ultimate battle for the national fortunes. It could directly change the entire situation of the blue planet. At those words, Hao Jinjin was creeped out, only to feel goosebumps on her body. Yeah, before the alien said, congratulations to our blue planet's great unification progress is greatly ahead of schedule. So, one of their purposes for erecting the national fortune ring is most likely to allow Blue Star to get a great unification. So, in all likelihood, they're going to have that tournament at the end of the year. And it's going to be a straight-up decision for a country to rule the Blue Star. Before, Blue Star was too large for a single positive axe to manage. But with black technology like portals provided by aliens, distance is no longer an issue. Seeing that Hao Jinjin quickly followed her thoughts, Heejin couldn't help but nod. Little Ninny is so smart. That's why we need this entry for the Dragon Kingdom. Even more, our goal shouldn't be just one, but two, or more. That gives us a better chance. Hearing Heejin's words, Hao Jinjin nodded heavily. I'll work together. Heejin nodded with satisfaction and smiled cheekily, bringing the topic to a less heavy tone. With my help, you can rest assured. Instead of the blank stare he expected, Heejin realized that Hao Jinjin was staring into his. Well, I believe you. Meatlips is a member of the Golden Shovel national team in the Land of the Beautiful. After receiving the news of the opening of the Challenger mode, as a marginal role, she was quickly ordered to enter the game to explore the situation. After coming in, she suddenly realized that the two people from the Dragon Kingdom who won the top 2 spots in the last game of National Games and made a big fuss had teamed up to enter this Challenger mode. If you meet someone from the Dragon Kingdom, make sure you target them hard. She clenched her fists as she remembered the terrifying figure's instructions. In order not to be penalized, even if I can't win you guys, I'll still disgust you. So, as soon as the game started, she looked towards Heejin and Hao Jinjin's boards for something, trying to make a target. The heavens did not fail her, and after choosing Hex 2-1, she quickly realized that Heejin had taken the Alchemy Baron turn. This is, not having played this version of the game, she looked closer and realized that it was a classic economic hold with a high losing streak payoff. Oh, he still loves hitting these holds so much. You want to go on a losing streak, so I'm going to target you and break your losing streak. But how is he so high on quality? Looking at the scene of his shock, she couldn't help but wonder, but she quickly came to a realization. Neon played him in a game earlier, and he used this suspicious tactic to shake that mustache guy and break his losing streak. I can't fall for that. Chapter 54, did he really hit the streak? And so, as the minutes ticked by, Meatlips eventually sold off his field of Yoshis at the last second of the countdown to the matchup, leaving him with only one. To eat the Alchemy Baron, Bond's losing streak bonus, he'd have to go up 3 and open 3 Alchemy Baron. As long as I'm on 2, forget it. Be safe. I'll only be on 1 yippee. That way he must not be able to beat me. Make sure to disrupt his rhythm as soon as he comes up. Meatwire was very excited. Maybe I'll be the first one to make him suffer. When I go back then, not only will the captain not talk about me, he'll even praise me. Between her thoughts, the 2-1 sparring session began. She looked up hopefully, only to realize that the man before her was not the man she had longed to see. Too bad it's that dragon woman. This game, Hao Jinjin dropped quite a few physical output outfits in the opening, and is now using Maddie, Stubbs, Troll, Zeely, and opening up 2 law enforcement, 2 fighting, and 2 snipers, which is exactly a classic pre-physical system transition lineup. Seeing the lone Yeetzy on the shredded meat field, Hao Jinjin's heart immediately gave birth to a big question mark. She's saving up for interest? Hao Jinjin then turned her head and focused her eyes on the interest monitor on the side of the meat wire, only to find, isn't that also not true? So what is she doing? As it turns out, Meatlips instinctively leveled up in the Wild Monster session based on the blood-preserving playstyle that had previously taken the world by storm, allowing himself to whittle away a higher level store refresh opportunity while going 2-1 to level 4. And by the time she realized that Heejin was going to hit the Alchemy Baron, it was too late. But good, she thought, that Heejin will never think of it when I'm on level 4 but only on 1 monster. This person, Hao Jinjin thought. Good dish how to enter the national team. Glancing away in pity, Hao Jinjin thought, even though she has a white face, there are quite a few small or weak countries amongst the predominantly white countries. Looks like she's just a little country gold shoveler who carries a lot of weight. Meat Silk is just a fringe character of the beautiful nation's Golden Shovel team. With average strength and notoriety, it's normal for people abroad to not recognize her. Plus, Hao Jin already knew that Heejin wanted to go on a winning streak, so he didn't realize that Meat Thread was trying to target Heejin and break his losing streak. The difference in quality was so great that the sparring session between the two was fleeting. Just as both of them were staring at the floor in boredom, Meat Lips was suddenly creeped out. Bad. Is it too obvious what my intentions are if I go on a losing streak like this? This woman from the Dragon Kingdom is bound to tell Heejin when she sees me lose in a fight streak like this. In this way, it will be difficult for me to assassinate Heejin with my intention. Thinking of this, she hurriedly raised her head to look towards Hao Jin, but she didn't see the guarded, smug, dawning realization, evil smile, and other expressions she had imagined. She's just geeking out. Not a single other emotional fluctuation. Just fuming. Meat Thread froze as well. She's. Wanna wait until the game is over to return to your own board and out of my sight to secretly tell Heejin? Nope. Why bother? If Heejin wants to eat the Alchemy Baron tier, he must be on more than 3 people. If I stabilize only 1 or 2 monsters, or even no monsters, I can definitely break Heejin's winning streak. So what's the value of shaking my hand? Does it mean that she's just plain dish? Is that why you didn't see me trying to target Heejin? On the same board, 2 people watched each other's different maneuvers, but reached a consensus at that moment. She seems like a really good cook, only for Meatlight's thoughts to be shattered after a few seconds as Heejin 1. Stunned, Meat Silk also disregarded the possibility of revealing his intention to target, and ran directly to Heejin's board to take a look at it. Instead, they found that on Heejin's board, the 2-star, Lainata, and Riel were dancing, celebrating their victory in battle. Did he really go on such a high quality? So he wasn't shaking me before either? Does he really want to fight the streak? What was he thinking? Does he really want to hit the streak? Thoughts rattled and echoed in Meat Thread's mind, and then fought with each other. As a fringe member of the Beautiful Nation team, she just couldn't figure out what was happening in front of her. It's not scientific. He's playing a streak with an economic hold? She stood at the edge of Heejin's board, scratching her head as she muttered. Isn't an economic hold used to beat a losing streak and collect food? Losing a custodial combatant up front, and he's not afraid of having his winning streak broken? How does he want to transition to the later stages? Meat Thread was about to continue thinking, but suddenly realized that he was still on Heejin's board, which was the equivalent of shredding in someone's face. Instantly shivering, Meat Silk didn't dare to look up to see if Heejin had noticed and hurriedly ran back to his board. Oh my god. Just now if he heard that. Returning to her own board, Meat Silk breathed a sigh of relief, only to look up and realize that Heejin had somehow stood on the other side of her board, looking at her expressionlessly. She nearly jumped up in shock. What are you? What are you doing here? Heejin just glanced at her casually and moved away. What do you care? Shredded meat. Somehow, just this glance made Meat Silk feel a pang of weakness. She always felt that Heejin had seen through her little mind of wanting to break his losing streak. Heejin, however, just continued to look at her expressionlessly. What are you doing? Flesh subconsciously touched her face. Nothing there either? What? Only you are allowed to look at me? Heejin said without lifting his head. It was then that Flesh reacted to the fact that her snooping and mincing had been discovered. Her face instantly flushed. Heejin spoke faintly, interrupting her. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the beautiful countryside? At least it's someone in the League of Beautiful Nations. Want to target me? Be bold. Meat Silk raised her head to sneak a glance at Heejin, only to find that the other party still had no expression on her face, as if she was just an insignificant NPC. Thinking back to just now, when he had been so intent on thinking about targeting him, now he couldn't even read his playing style, and was treated so lightly, one could even say he was ignoring it. Meat Thread couldn't help but be a little discouraged. It always feels like, both in terms of game strength and gravitas, this gap is also too big. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Although Meat Silk still wanted to struggle a bit, she had completely lost her confidence in targeting Heejin. Chapter 55, How to Choose. After playing the 2-to-1, Heejin hoarded out a Hinajiku in his library, but he didn't have the money to upgrade to level 5, so he could only let her serve as a cheerleader in the ready seat for a while first. After careful matchups and solid quality, Heejin cruised to another 2-to-2, finally saving enough money to upgrade in the 2-to-3 preparation session. Putting Day Lady on, Heejin's bonds on the field at this point were 4 Sentinels, 3 Alchemy Barons, and 2 Prophets. Hard and reassuring. Looking at the 4 Sentinels' bonding effect, Heejin nodded in satisfaction. For Sentinels, your team gains 25 armor and magic resistance, and the Sentinels gain triple, a whole 75 double resistance. I'll ask who can beat me. However, It's true that the current output is slightly insufficient when it's only held up by Linata. Looking back at the first two waves of the battle, Heejin found that although Linata had released a lot of skills, due to the shield taking up the mold, Linata's damage wasn't really that high, and half of the damage in the team was done by relying on the 4 sentinels to slowly grind it out. Draft tried to take an output gear. Heejin made up his mind. Heejin Smooth Johnny's perfect gear for both front and back, and upgrades regardless of economy have made him invincible so far. Of course, in addition to the convenience of getting the economy for the winning streak, there was another consideration in his eagerness to upgrade, and that was the desire to whore out the rest of the Baron of Alchemy's cards as early as possible. It's not too much to add to the tiers of the streak by continuing to turn on the restraints upwards, but a mosquito's leg is still meat. Not to mention that these cards in Alchemy Baron's hold, scattered all over the sky, can be considered premium cards. Alchemy is a 1-cost card that does not increase tankiness, so its tankiness is mediocre, but it can periodically increase the attack speed of the friend with the highest output on the field, so it can be used as the main C's 3.5 equipment. The 2nd-cost card, Linata, comes with ranged damage and a group set of shields, which is also a good card. The 3-cost card, Smidge, and the 5-cost card, Sevika, are both powerful warriors and assassins. The 3rd-cost card, Ebony, is a good card with good candor, fighting. The 4-cost card, Hilko, is an even more powerful output card. Scattered is full of stars, but gathered together. Polly. It's all about the blood and exclusive equipment given by the Alchemy Baron. After going 3-3 with a grind, the game went to a 3-4 center pick. At the end of the draft, there was 1 lockjaw armor, 1 belt, and 1 tears left. Luckily, this only output type bulk, tears, was closer to him, and he grabbed it first. His whip-smart counterpart could only sigh darkly when he saw this and turned his head to get the meat suit. Crickets! Returning to his board to synthesize a electric blade for Linata, Heejin took down yet another alchemy, swiped from the store and synthesized it for 2 stars. The front row is even more topsy-turvy again. Electric knife provides mana, attack speed, and initial mana, and is a good starter loadout with a consistently high win rate. It has a nice combo effect with the green dragon blade, which is a flat A blue return. In addition to the magic resist reduction effect, the spark damage it comes with is still very sufficient for the early game, making it a good choice when playing streaks, whether it's for Hilko or Linata in the back. It's great. While operating, Heejin noticed that some of his opponents began to check his board frequently, with a look of surprise on their faces. Che, what are you looking at? You can't beat me even if you look. Scanning the mass of his opponents outside, Heejin was confident in his field at this point. Of course, Heejin himself knew that these opponents, in addition to judging the strength of the field and being surprised by their own economic restraints with no added battle power to beat the streak, were afraid that they had another meaning. After all, as soon as the debut is the Triple Crown, but also make the powerful Neon Country and Beautiful Country together frustrated. I am afraid that he has long been famous all over the world. Ugh, it can't be helped. Being too good is just going to get too much attention from everyone. The V4 Sentinels, S high resistance combined with the G Berserkers, S high blood count is not something that the little Karamis at this stage can tackle. Heejin's front row built a high great wall in front of Linata, chilling any opponent at the sight of it. Coupled with the Yi Goat blade, that was getting stronger and stronger on Linata, Heejin directly took the second stage in a steady streak. It's still handsome. After playing 2-6, Heejin had enough $20 saved up on him again, and at this point ate the interest and the reward of 5 consecutive victories beauty into the wild stage, pulling the yippies to the same side. Heejin finished off 3 stone beetles in 3 tries, but see the equipment directly burst out a cloak, and 2 recurve bows. Dealer good buddy, so come equipped huh? I'll toast you later out. Speed synthesized a handful of red buff to Linata, and Heejin only felt like he was bullying people. The 4 big men in the front are so topsy-turvy, and in the back, Linata is shielding, zapping, electrocuting, and scalding at the same time. How are you going to fight me? Waiting for the 3-1. A green card that gulped silver light appeared in his library. Oh, female tanks are 2-starred too? Invincible. Casually looking around at the quality and standings outside, Heejin didn't even adjust his standings this time, and directly waited for the battle session to begin. None of them can be my match. The 3-1 battle session began in a flash, and Heejin ran into Hao Jinjin this time. Hello, what a coincidence. Hao Jinjin smiled cheekily, because the equipment is a bit stuck. Hao Jinjin left a few loose parts united in the late second stage, and as a result, naturally broke the 3 consecutive victories in front of him and turned into a losing streak. So there is not much of a reaction to encountering Heejin, who has an exaggerated battle power now. What a coincidence, little ninny. Your equipment is finally visible now. you can consider going down to upper 8 to play Rats. This lineup is pretty flexible. Opening, 5 Experiment, 5 Black Rose, or having a turn to open, 6 Fighting, is pretty powerful. Yes sir. No problem. How Jean playfully saluted him. How Jean's quality improved after the wild monster, and was able to smoothly replace one of Heejin's front rows before falling. The difference is a bit much. How Jean secretly wiped a sweat. Starting 3-2, Heejin looked at Hex in front of him and fell into a deep thought. Nothing else? This time the Hex swiped a little better. Detention, things that could have happened. In addition to providing a linkage bonus to Hilko and Vandal, this will give me a chance to open 6 Alchemy Baron early. However, if you pick this Hex you have to bring Vandal, otherwise it's the equivalent of letting a colored Hex. The other one is Prismatic Color Pipes. Prismatic Pipes, the next non-player versus turn, Wild Monster turn, will drop an additional Prismatic Mana Orb filled with rich loot. All gold and Prismatic Mana Orbs will bring more loot. This Hex looks mediocre. But keep in mind that the reward for a colored ball is about $50. Far more than about equal to a regular Hex based on a $40 value. And in the later stages, the big wild monster links also all drop a gold mana orb directly. So the intensity of this Hex is absolutely supermodel. The downside is that I have to last a few rounds to get the rewards. But I have to play a streak if I want to eat more rewards. Chapter 56, Nomi's winning streak snapped? After thinking about it for a while, Heejin still decided to take the Prismatic Mana Orb. Aside from betting on the $1 cards, everyone generally starts powering up at stage 4, so with my quality, it's still very possible to continue to win all 3 stages in a row. Big deal. I'll spend slightly more. Anyway, as soon as the streak finishes this stage, it's time for me to search for Alchemy Baron cards to go on a losing streak. And Baron Alchemy's losing streak bonus only starts adding up from losing 3 times in a row, so it doesn't matter if I lose a hand or 2 even at the end of this stage. The reward of Prismatic Spheres has a more than 70% probability of opening 20 or more gold coins, so I'll have a high probability of going straight up to level 8 and searching for Psylocke, and if I'm lucky, I might be able to get Sevika straight away. Making up his mind, Heejin decisively took down the Prismatic Mana Orb and began to frequently cut the screen to observe the quality of the opponents outside. After a while, the opponents had also picked Hex and made a slight change in formation. Investments. Minimum Giant Plus. Good. Economy Hex is good. Like to pick Economy Hex is good. White Rubbing. Quality over quantity. Against all odds, there are candidates for this kind of stuff? Lucky Glove Plus? Hiss. This one is a bit tricky, but luckily she can only synthesize one Thief's Glove on her hand right now. After thinking for a moment, Heejin decided to endure the pain and upgrade first. Pull up to level 6. Even though upgrading at this point would cost me $2 in interest, keeping the streak alive is my only priority right now. Moreover, rising to level 6 will also increase the probability of me brushing a few other Alchemy Baron Ejits. After even buying a few experience points, Heejin pulled one of the Nami that had been prepared on the preparation mat onto the board. One Diplomat is activated. Diplomat, this tie will only activate if you happen to have 1 or 4 unique Diplomat Nami, 2 extra mana for each of your party's gamers' parry attacks. With this can be called Small Green Dragon Blade Bond Effect, as well as its own good value. Nami is the law lineup early transition very good use of one of the pendant. Moreover, this effect has a linked effect with Profit. To profit, whenever profits gain mana, they gain 25% more mana. This bond is also one of the reasons why the D blue buff equipment has been switched back from lowering the blue limit by 10 points to gaining 10 points of blue after releasing a skill. More blue return equals more skill, and more skill equals more damage and thicker shields. Going to check the quality of the field outside once more. Heejin nodded in satisfaction. That should be solid, as expected, with a decent base of strength and an extremely reasonable lineup composition. Heejin continued to win the next 2 combat rounds despite having more and more front rows killed. In the elective session, the full-blooded Heejin was his usual self, unable to grab any good gear. However, it was good that his output equipment was basically enough at this point, so he directly took the remaining one, Locked Armor, and came back to synthesize a Plate Armor for Blade Girl. Now, the back will basically just be used as a warrior costume for Smidge and Sevika. However, what made Heejin feel vaguely uneasy was that he hadn't been able to improve since these 2 rounds. Aside from the Alchemy Baron hold, skipping the 15 drops of blood that the black market added to the Alchemy Baron Yoshis once, I haven't had any new 2-star Yoshis in the last 2 turns. Even those 2 3-cost Alchemy Baron weren't hoard out. A bit of mold, but with all that luck ahead of us, it's kind of a luck keeper. Taking 3 to 5. Heejin already had ground to chagrin, couldn't help himself. My Prismatic Manosphere will be here soon. Immediately on your way to the top of your life. Heejin was on the verge of drooling. The countdown goes by in a flash and the 3 to 6 head-to-head session starts soon after. Ooh, nice fuzzy policewoman? Heejin looked up and saw an unarmored Zeely standing in the corner of the opponent's board, as well as a 2-star Maddie wearing a 3-piece set of green dragon blade, endless, and armor breaker bow. As for the opposite front row, it consisted of 4 fighting. Looking closely, Heejin realized that the opposite side was not composed of a similar lineup. The Hao Jin of his imagination. But, ooh, if it isn't just inside who? Only to see that the visitor was none other than Meat Loaf. Seeing Heejin, Meat Silk was also stunned, but reacting, she immediately synthesized the Yi belt and Lotja armor that were waiting in the equipment mat and built a Sunflame out of it. I won't admit defeat. I'm going to successfully target you so that my teammates and the captain will respect me. Seeing the operation of the meat threads, Heejin just narrowed his eyes. Aside from the intent of targeting him, at this point Meat Lips is also fighting a streak, just each in their own way. Maddie had a whopping 120 points of blue, but with the help of the green dragon blade, she quickly released her first skill. Bubu. Continuous dial hammer, fires 6 bullets at the farthest away enemy, dealing damage to the first target hit. Heejin was used to placing the meteor Yeetzy on both sides of the front row to receive fire. So at this point, Maddie's skill actually directly secured a 2-star alchemy first. It's bad. She'll be able to hit Lynata with her next skill shot. Heejin sucked in a breath of cool air. His front row was very solid, but the opposite side had the godly Maddie that was able to directly target the back row. As long as you can kill Yoshi, who is in the line of sight, Maddie can just blow the back row's head off. Go for it, Lynata, do more damage. Heejin looked blearily at the Lynata in the back row, who was AING up, and cried out in his heart. The front rows of both sides were packed to the gills with meat, while the back rows had as if they were unaffected. A few seconds later, Maddie's blue bar was full. Crap! Heejin watched as Maddie locked onto his Lynata once again, and secretly screamed in his heart. As expected, a barrage of bullets came down, and Lynata was directly seconded. Meat Lips jumped for joy. Without the output of the Lynata, the only one left behind Heejin without the equipped Nami couldn't fight the opposite sides for fighting. Not to mention that Nami was similarly sniped to death shortly thereafter. Heejin's front row of several muscle-bound men could only rely on their flat A to grind the opposite side's blood a little bit, and were ultimately eaten away cleanly by Meat Silk's Maddie, with the godly outfit a little bit. See what I can do. Meatrix clenched her fist happily. Chapter 57-7 Alchemy in place. Only, when Meat Silk looked across the chessboard, she realized that Heejin didn't show the kind of expression of anger, sadness, etc. that she had imagined, but only a kind of bashfulness. Ha! You're the one whose streak was broken by me before the wild card? While at this moment, Heejin's heart was thinking, it's good. It's already not easy to win for so long in a row. Take advantage of the fact that there are fewer blood deductions in the third stage now, and lose first, and it's better to save up your tears later. Thinking of this, Heejin was not the least bit unhappy at this time. It's just a little less economy from the wildlife. From the start of this losing streak to the next stage of the wild, I'll just be able to go into the wild again with the reward of a 6-game losing streak to eat the interest. While Meat Silk watched Heejin's expression gradually turn from bland to contented, the emotions in her heart started from dismay and gradually became angry. I have been working for so long. It's so hard to catch up with you and break your streak. And it turns out you didn't react at all. So did that woman from the Dragon Kingdom just now. Completely disrespectful. You guys are really bullying people. Her face was red with anger. Heejin caught sight of Meat Silk's expression across the board and was puzzled as well. This woman is a real weirdo. The front stayed looking at my board for a long time and muttering to himself about something he didn't know what he was talking about. Now that you beat me and can take your winning streak into the field, you're actually starting to get angry? Can't be out of your mind. Frowning, Heejin quietly took a few steps back, then simply poof disappeared. Instead, he cut straight to Hao Jin's side. What? Shredded Meat gets even more irritated. Ha, brother Jin. How come your winning streak was snapped at this time? Hao Jin first smiled when she saw the visitor, but frowned when she saw the result of Heejin's sparring match. After telling Hao Jin what he had just thought, Hao Jin also unfolded his eyebrows. It's good that you have plans in mind. After the two exchanged words for a while, Heejin returned to his board and prepared for his wild reward. The little bit of dissatisfaction in Heejin's heart that he hadn't been able to whore himself out to the high-cost alchemy baron Yeetzy disappeared straight away. Open up the lottery. Prismatic color spheres. Don't you let me down. A wild monster like the Grey Wolf sets the assassin's template and is very brittle, although it has a high attack and will also raid the back row. So within a few seconds, Heejin speed passed the wild session. Without bothering to look at the pile of flowery blue and gray mana orbs popped out by the wild monsters, Heejin's gaze was firmly fixed on the large colorful mana orb with a glazed texture. You've got to give it a go. More money for me. Running over quickly, Heejin touched the large ball emitting light with his own body. Ding! A stream of light flashed by, and Heejin's eyes were then flooded with golden light. Crickets! That's a lot of money. Taking a closer look at his rising small treasury, Heejin found that this one colored ball gave a full 24 gold coins, plus a masterpiece upgrade. Not bad. It's not the highest bracket of 2 hero replicators, plus 30 gold coins, but it's still popping a lot of money. Moving to pick up the other mana orbs, Heejin's wave actually added more than 30 at once. Approaching 40. A fat wave. Converting all the extra gold coins into experience value, Heejin had already rushed to level 7, and was only 2 experience points away from level 8. Hold back one more wave and you'll be on level 8 automatically next wave. Just happened to take the hex and go straight to D. After losing this wave, I just happened to be on a 2-game losing streak, and the next wave to start is a 3-game losing streak for the top tier, Alchemy Baron. Taking a look at the quality outside, Heejin directly sold the G Blade Girl that he had worn 2 pieces of equipment for, replacing it with the smithy that had just been swiped out of the store and a Bomberman that he had casually bought. After looking around again, Heejin simply removed the equipment on Lynata as well. A little insurance. After taking another careful look at the quality of the outside to make sure that his battle power wouldn't be too strong, Heejin directly waited for the sparring session to begin. This round ran into none other than Hao Jin. Hao Jin had good quality and equipment at this point, and even hoard out a lineup main C with a forecast rat, with a sniper god bond at level 7. Seeing the visitor, Heejin directly gave red buff and electric blade back to Lynata. Change more monsters. A little more blood left is a little more. This lineup of Alchemy Baron doesn't lack bonds, so these 2 pieces of equipment that have a support nature are basically what Lynata carries in the later stages as well. It's enough for me to keep the crucial Green Dragon Blade for Hilko, and top it off by making more equipment like Nash and FA Burst in the back. After that, Heejin stopped looking at the situation on the field and exchanged words with Hao Jin. Hearing that Heejin was about to start, Hao Jin also revealed an excited gaze. So excited to see what chemistry this strange hold will have when paired with your playing style. Unsurprisingly, Heejin lost 4-1, bringing his losing streak to 2. The 3-2 started soon after in the anticipation of Heejin. The new hex is here. After a brief moment of contemplation, Heejin directly took down Invest Plus. Investment Plus, the effect is that when the number of gold coins on your body exceeds 50, you gain 1 free refresh at the start of each turn for every 10 blocks over the limit of 80 gold coins. On top of that, this hex will also provide a certain amount of gold based on the number of stages that come in, with the later stages giving more and more. At this point, Heejin took this hex not for that save up free refresh effect, but to make up some economy. After picking hex, Heejin saw that he had naturally risen to level 8 and directly flew to open D. No, Ebony, keep going. Heejin refreshed his deck of cards with extremely fast hand speeds, and performed the operation of buying and selling Itzy. Hiss, how come it's still not there? To prevent getting stuck in the grid, Heejin sold both Sentinel and Nami that he had used for transition on his field, and then continued to D again after putting in the Aegis of Alchemy Baron that he had already dead. Hilko isn't coming yet? Just as he was starting to feel a little bad in his heart, a golden card suddenly appeared in front of him. Sevika. Crickets. Unexpectedly, before the 4-cost Hilko came, the 5-cost Sevika appeared in front of Heejin's eyes first. However, Heejin couldn't stop yet because the stacking of layers of 7 Alchemy Baron could be much faster than 6 Alchemy Baron. Putting Sevika on the field, Heejin continued to refresh this library of cards with even faster hands, finally finding a kind of Hilko in the last 5 seconds of the countdown. 7 Alchemy. In position. Chapter 58, why don't you take away the vegetables? The time came to 4-2 and everyone was generally finished starting. The ones who play gambling dogs in order to lock the blood. At this time has also long been all pokies. There is still money left on the body. In addition to the really vegetables waiting for chronic death, is already finished looking for 3-star main C, began to save money waiting for upgrades. As such, Heejin, who hadn't brought up much of his battle power at this point, had absolutely nothing to fight the opponents outside. Not to mention, my main C, Hilko, not only doesn't have 2 stars, but I don't have Unity, a tie that adds quite a bit of mana on, so I basically can't beat the enemy. Selling off the useless Yeetsies from the preparation seat, Heejin's gold coin count was back up to over 40. Now, the Hosen field stands. 1 star, Sevika, 1 star, Hilko, 1 star, Chuyu, 2 stars, Ebony, 2 stars, Smidge, 2 stars, Nunu. 2 stars, Lernata. 2 stars, Alchemy. Open the 7 Alchemy Baron. 2 fighting, and 2 profit, ties. The field looks great, but not many people can actually hit the output. Solid losing streak. After going to look around again and confirming the quality of the outside, Heejin completely put his heart down. I will be defeated by anyone now. Pairing the back row and the 2 warriors, Smithy and Savika, to the relatively weak side of the front row outside, Heejin began to patiently wait for the preparation session to end. The 4-2 started soon after, and Heejin was on a losing streak. The little aberration released by Hilko skill is also very smart, bypassing the front row of the opposite side and hitting the back row directly, successfully replacing the opposite side of the 4 monsters. Exquisite! When the battle session ended, Heejin decisively clicked on Skip Black Market, and at this time, his shimmering layers came to 270 layers. Buying one of the Hilko that had been swiped from the store, Heejin continued to keep an eye on the standings outside, striving to swap out more of the opposing Yoshis so that he would have to deduct as little blood as possible. Since the quality of the opponents that you may encounter in 4-3 is very high, in the list of battles on the right, you can see the opponents that you may encounter in the next round by looking at the double sword marker. Heejin even had the audacity to put a Mundo on the field as well. Combined with the blood value provided by Baron Alchemy, Skip Black Market, Hilko, who has opened the 2 Commander Bond, has transformed from a scraping master to a bone scraping master. The more you fight, the more pain you feel, and the output is very impressive. In the end, it actually replaced the 5 Yitzi on the opposite side. Luckily, the opposite side was a Big Mouth, with Goatblade and Archangel, and there wasn't much output in the first 10 seconds or so, which allowed me to replace so many monsters. Heejin smirked as he watched his blood level drop another knot. The 4-3 turnaround is also over. Heejin has been groping and saving his economy, and at this point has lost 4 in a row. Due to the 7 Alchemy Baron's big bind, Heejin's shimmering tears were accumulating very quickly. By the time he returned from the 4-4 draft, Heejin's shimmering layers had reached 370 layers. The next time you open the store, you'll see perfect alchemy equipment. And at this moment, Heejin's blood level was still more than 50 points. With a little more refinement, you should be able to lose 4 more times. Heejin propped up his chin with his hand and secretly pondered. But that would be just 1 game short of the reward for the 800th floor, high-dimensional heirloom. And the number of tiers below, 7 Alchemy Baron, S3 loss streak is 30 tiers. That is to say, if I come back from 8 consecutive losses, I can still win another one by virtue of my strength without illegal equipment, before I have a chance to see high-dimensional heirloom. I also wonder if it's possible to see. The only bad thing about S13 is that while the top-tier rewards for all of these vegetable harvesting restraints are designed to be very powerful and enticing, they are also unimaginably difficult to reach. Take Baron Alchemy, for example. Although you can see perfect illegal equipment from the beginning of the 500th floor, which basically gives you the strength to eat chicken, but in order to see the 3 perfect illegal equipment and 3-star Hilko given at the 700th floor, as well as the high-dimensional heirloom given at the 800th floor, you basically have to have a blood returning class hex. On top of that, you have to win 2 stages in a row all the way through, almost to the beginning of stage 4 before you open up a high-level Alchemy Baron to eat a losing streak so you can see it. And it's basically impossible to continue saving up Ember tiers after running out of blood without collecting food and trying to keep building them up with a winning streak. In slightly more playable matchups, where everyone's quality is already high or even basically molded by stage 4 or 5, it's very difficult for Baron Alchemy, a lineup that doesn't collect 2nd or 3rd ranked illegal gear, to win at this point just by relying on the blood given by Skip the Black Market as a war chest. Not to mention that even the highest, 7 Alchemy Baron, the gain from winning once is only a mere 30 layers. Every time you want to stack 100 layers, you have to win 4 games in a row to reach it. However, even if the reward is only 6 or 700 floors, it's still enough for me to eat chicken. Continuing to work through the matchups and adjusting the quality of the field, Heejin went on a solid losing streak past the 4th stage. At this time, his shimmering layers had reached a full 570 layers. You can already see the perfect outfit, but at this point, Heejin still had a full 30 points of blood, limit point and 2 more losses. After the wild monster phase, Heejin's gold count managed to save up to over 90 and accumulated 6 free refresh opportunities. After combining blood drinking and bloody hands to give to the 2-star Smithy first, and a handful of Nash to give to Hilko, Heejin took a look at the quality of his next opponents, and decided to brush up on a few cards first. The mechanic of investment is that at the start of the turn, every additional 10 pieces saved gives a free refresh opportunity. So I just need to save up to 70 pieces to have 80 gold coins or more at the start of the next turn to eat the refresh opportunity for the cap 3, investments. With that thought, Heejin's fingers danced quickly, refreshing his card library. No. Ooh, Hilko came down with 2 of them at once. 2 stars now. Beautiful. Ooh, there's even an Iron Man? Keep it for now. The number of gold coins quickly dropped to the early 70s, and Heejin closed his hand. I'll bear it again. At this point in time, Heejin had already felt no small amount of pressure. At this point, if he wanted to lose 2 more games in a row, he had to make sure that he could not defeat his opponent, but it could only be of the quality of losing a little bit. Otherwise, if one wave was entered too much, he might not have the chance to lose 2 waves. Fortunately, Heejin had extremely rich experience, and it was a 5-1 finish, with Heejin only deducting 11 points of blood. Luckily, that aberration of Hilko in the back ran slowly, or else it would have won. Heejin patted his chest in hindsight, clicking skip black market again. Heejin's tier number came to 670. Chapter 59, the last 30 floors. With an exquisite 5-1 losing streak, Heejin still had over 20 points of blood left at this point, and with that amount of blood, as long as you're not fully entered, you're basically able to get another wave in without dying. Now, the shimmering layers come to 670, improving the quality of the field as usual. Heejin is ready to brush up deck a few times, but just as he pressed the first one, he was suddenly startled. That way comes the cards, right? Just by tapping his fingers, the Iron Man, who was currently standing on the preparation mat, was directly synthesized into 2 stars. I have a good boy, Iron Man, or you love me. The situation has changed. Big change. Heejin assessed it slightly, but was surprised to come to a conclusion. With this being a 2-star, Iron Man, it seems like, no one can beat me now? In the game of Golden Shovel, the more expensive Yeetzy usually has a numerical advantage, and is therefore generally stronger than the less expensive Yeetzy. This is where Heejin's previous 9-5 playstyle comes from, but the high-cost card also divided into high and low. And, Iron Man, by virtue of its combination of damage, control, blood absorption, self-damage reduction, enemy attack reduction as one of the super strong skills, is, in the absence of hex, mutation and other factors, recognized as the strongest Yeetzy. A single Iron Man might not be strong, but coincidentally, Heejin happened to have his equipment at this time. Alchemy Baron Turn provides a high amount of blood. Blood Drink provides blood absorption and shield protection. And Nash increases skill damage. Crooked Day. Who else? His body while trembling slightly. Heejin was already agitated by the high heirloom that seemed to be right in front of him. But first, I want to make sure I lose another round. Taking a look at the quality of the opponents he might run into next, Heejin nevertheless realized that he was likely to run into an opponent who couldn't beat him this round. 2 sentinels, 2 fighting, 2 prophets, and 3 blue hair? No dude, who taught you to spell dodo like that? Real food, right? After thinking for a moment, Heejin simply removed the equipment from Hilko's body. Insurance, anxiously waiting for the 5-2 preparation session to end. After being transported to the opponent's board, Heejin looked up and realized that his opponent in this game was not the vegetable dog. Rather, the trial mouse lineup has basically been formed and is only waiting for the upper 9 to make up a Jace to add attack speed to the back row of Hao Jinjin. Cricket. Steady. Thinking for a moment, Heejin however only gave the green dragon blade back to Hilko, while Nash was given to Linata. The reward for the 800th floor is only high-dimensional heirlooms, not illegal equipment. In a moment, you can just remove the equipment from Linata, and give both Red Buff and Electric Blade to Hilko, and Nash to Iron Man. The operation ended, and Heejin smiled as he walked towards Hao Jinjin. With only this much blood left, it's time for you to collect your food at the end of this turn, isn't it? Before Heejin could say anything, Hao Jinjin said worriedly, hold your horses for a moment. Heejin smiled slightly. See my ready seat? Hao Jinjin fixed her eyes on the 2-star Iron Man. So, you want to win one more round and then call it a day? How clever. Heejin said, my equipment just happens to be quite right as well, so there should be no problem. Seeing that there was still a trace of worry in Hao Jinjin's eyes, Heejin continued, harm, taking a step back, even if you lose, this mode will only deduct some points anyway, and there's no danger to your life. Ow. Sniffing, Hao Jinjin also smiled. Then I'm relieved. Come over to my place for the draft later and I'll show you the big baby. The 5-2 ended quickly. Returning to his own board, Heejin saw that the number of shimmering layers in the lower left corner of his board had risen to 770. 770 floors. As soon as I can win another one. Heejin took his usual look at the quality of his opponents. only to find one that was a slight threat to him. 8 mage. Not too solid in the front row, but he's estimated to do a lot of damage. Without thinking for long, Heejin returned to his own board and pressed the skip black market button. Bet on a bike to a motorcycle. Anyway, this model won't die, so even if it's old 8, the loss won't be too great. Big deal. I'll have a few more chickens back there. With that thought in mind, Heejin now replaced Iron Man on the field, and then he began to detoken. And this wave, he decided not to keep any more money, but to spend it all for the sake of high-level heirlooms. Fingers fluttered, and refreshing golden light continued to emerge from Heejin's body. Chuzzlewit, Rambo, Savika, Smidge, can keep his hand for now. Cricket, Chuzzlewit, is up to 2. By the time he only had 10 gold coins left on him, Heejin had managed to chase the ebony down to 3 stars, and also found a 2-star, Savika. This should be steady. Heejin made a few more equipment disassembler in a row, arranging all the equipment to where they belonged. 5 to 3. Here I come. Relying on decent equipment and an economic hacks from 3 to 2 as well as a transfer from 4 to 2. Flesh has managed to make it to level 9, opening up the big 8 enforcer hold, and she watched as Heejin's blood level gradually slipped from full blood to silk blood. I didn't realize that even if I hadn't bothered to target him, he was still dying? For a moment Meatloaf couldn't believe that the man who was rumored to have won the Triple Crown right out of the gate was actually playing himself to death on the verge of doing so. However, I heard that when he played Fortuna before, he also sold his blood to very little. After a moment's hesitation, Neat Thread clicked on Heejin's avatar, allowing himself to teleport to Heejin's board. Can't see me. Can't see me. Just as he landed, Neat Lips looked straight up, trying to get a quick look at what was going on in the Hosen field, only to find that the quality of Heejin's field is suddenly very different from what it was already last round. Is that 2-star Iron Man? Yesterday, she had seen the valor of Heejin's 3-star Iron Man. She was also very impressed by the sight of Jack being hung, but it shouldn't be that much of a stretch if it's only 2 stars. Looking up toward the farther end of the room, Flesh was even more dismayed. What? How? Did he not receive his food yet? Before she could think much about it, a new round of sparring began. As the Yoshi flew out of the portal, Flesh was the one who realized that they looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this my lineup? At this point, the road to Heejin is exactly shredded meat. Bad. I'm not going to be able to beat him. Flesh's eyes fell on the 1-star policewoman in her back row. Ha! How did she turn enforcer to Oloy? This is real food, right? Chapter 60. Don't nibble. Meatrix looked nervously at her board. Shouldn't, in any case, be able to beat him who hasn't confiscated his food yet? The battle was soon fought. In order to quickly set up a fire and kill the enemy Yippee, Neatlips placed his 2 main CS, Chu Yu Nettle, and policewoman on the same side. In the spirit of both, Neatlips also placed Loris on the same side, trying to block as much damage as possible for both C-suites. And as the battle session began, Neatlips found his strong side successfully pitted against Heejin's strong side. Heejin's output positions, Hilko, Iron Man, Smithy, and the main tank, Ebony, were all on this side. Ness, seeing that his double C and main Titan were both against Heejin Fong's main C, Neat Silk's heart leapt with joy. After seeing the horror of the 3-star Iron Man, Neat Silk made up her mind that she couldn't let the Iron Man pass through her front row too quickly, or else her family's fragile back row would be powerless to fight back. Thus, she then decided to use her strong side against Heejin's strong side. In her opinion, with 2 sentinels and Loris, she was able to delay the output of Heejin's side by blocking the soldiers and horses with the walls against Heejin's C position. By the time Iron Man's skill ends, he'll have no more damage reduction, so there's a good chance he'll be directly killed by me. This way, Iron Man is no longer a threat. Now, I might just be able to send him away. Getting the Dragon Kingdom's Triple Crown champion, Old Buster, out of the way will allow me to blow off some steam for a while when I get back. Unbeknownst to him, on the other side of the board, Heejin also secretly said, good. She was turning on Heejin, and Heejin was not turning on to her. Pitting his strong side against Meat Thread's strong side was exactly Heejin's deliberate strategy. Flesh wanted to pit her strong side against Heejin's strong side to hinder the efficiency of Heejin's side in killing the monsters, but in fact, Heejin in turn wanted to pit her strong side against Flesh's strong side to hinder the efficiency of her initiation. This is because the mechanic of the Enforcer bond is that the enemies with the highest life value will be wanted. Whenever a wanted Yoshiko dies, it provides the Enforcers with attack speed, and the 8 Enforcers that Meatlips opens to can be wanted for a full 5 enemies. That being said, due to the generally high blood levels of the front row, she may instead be able to start faster if she uses her strong side against Heejin's weak side. Therefore, both sides of the love under the two-way run to successfully to the other side of the bit. Gotcha, gotcha, meaning the same as above. However, Meat Thread thought of using the city wall to block Heejin's soldiers and horses, but he didn't realize that Heejin's camp was not a soldier and horse, but a flood. But I didn't realize that Heejin's camp was not a army but a flood. It's a flood that destroys cities and drills holes. As the fight broke out, flat A's from both sides started to keep landing on the point hair over the yippies. A moment later, Hilko, who had inherited the 3 starter outfits of Green Dragon Blade, Electric Blade, and Red Buff from Lainata, released her skills first. A few aberrations appeared and spread out, quickly putting burn and critically injure effects on the 3 closest people in the front row of the Meatrates party. Good scratch damage. His main C is really still Iron Man. After a brief glance, Meatrix averted her eyes. Naturally, she had read the description of the 2 Commander S bond and knew that it had an effect of the more mana it consumes, the higher the mana strength. But she didn't take the effect seriously. Even if you add it, how much damage does it add? It would have been so shaved already. Due to Policewoman S short blue bar, Meat Lips didn't give her a starter outfit, but instead gave her Endless Armor Breaker Bow and Defender Breaker, 3 pieces of violent output equipment. It was so that at this point, Policewoman was still slowing down her A. Hilko waited until the second skill was released before Flesh's Policewoman finally released her first skill. She was seen kneeling on one knee, holding the sniper rifle in front of her and aiming with one eye. The shadow of an airship then appeared on the board. A cannonball came from the sky and struck Heejin's front row, followed by a sniper round fired by the policewoman. This one instantly did a decent amount of damage, but just then, one of Heejin Fang's Yitzi also caused quite a commotion. Meatrix's eyes were then drawn to it. That's Iron Man? Only to see that Iron Man's blue bar had risen to full under his own flat A as well as the enemy's fire. With a big wave of Iron Man's hand, a scarlet demonic hand appeared on the ground and generated a blood-colored track. This direction is. Looking along the direction of the extension of the giant claw track, Meatrix saw the policewoman, that she was crouching down and shooting angrily. Crap! Meat Thread was itching to rush straight onto the field at this point and push the policewoman out of the way. The big blood-colored hand quickly traveled to the end of the track, and then it pulled back fiercely. Iron Armor Underworld Soul Grip. Under the manipulation of the giant claw, both of Meatlight's back rows, Lady Cop and Maddie, were pulled hard in the direction of Iron Man. Meat's pupils dilated, holding his breath as he watched the hammer in Iron Man's hand raised high, then smash down. Bang. Okay. Meatrix patted her chest. Only Policewoman and Maddie were both pulled forward, but only Maddie, who was already closer to Iron Man, was smashed, while Policewoman did not receive no waves. Phew. Got a little closer to his front row and lost some sniper augmentation, but no harm done. Looking at the policewoman, who was still sniping peacefully, Meatrix let out a sigh of relief. But just as she reared her head up to observe the situation, she suddenly realized that the policewoman's blood level was starting to drop. What the hell? Meat Silk fixed her eyes on it, but she saw a Hilko skill release aberration bypassing the front row at some point, running up to the policewoman and gnawing on it viciously. Flesh's pupils quake. Even with all the scraping, Hilko, is at least a 2-star forecast. But luckily, after being gnawed on, policewoman only lost about 2/5 of her blood. Next time, I don't think he'll be so lucky to hit my back row. Will he? Even if it hits, it shouldn't be able to mess with my policewoman. Meatrix clenched her fist. With 3 starter outfits, Hilko's next skill quickly turned good. While Meatlight was nervously staring, an aberration was yet again circling around the front row and biting down hard on the policewoman. Chapter 61, the 800th floor. In Meat's nervous gaze, the next aberration thrown by Hilko's next skill shot was yet another one staring with a pair of bloodshot, budding eyes, sneaking around Meat's mountainous front rows and running in front of the policewoman's body. Hey! Only to see that the aberration opened its mouth and was gnawing rapidly at the policewoman's body. You stop chewing. The aberration's attack speed was extremely fast, and it bit out 5 times in the blink of an eye before dissipating into a flash of purple smoke. After a bit of gnawing, there wasn't much blood left in the policewoman, but taking a beating also allowed the policewoman to get back to full blue faster. At this moment, policewoman once again crouched, set up her sniper, and took aim, and the shadow of the blimp reappeared on the floor of the board. Still, have a chance. Under Iron Man's rotten cloak hammering, the 2 law enforcement officer front row pendants around Iron Man, as well as Maddie, had all been killed in action. And Iron Man's skill statute of limitations was about to end. Masaka? At this point, Meat Silk no longer had the luxury of hoping that policewoman could survive. but only hoped that she could shoot a few more bullets before Hilko released his skills, preferably knocking out some more of Iron Man's blood so that Chuyui could take advantage of Iron Man's skill vacuum to kill him. Meatrix raised her own trembling hand and pointed it at policewoman's body, wanting to check her details. 100 blood left. It's going to take a while for Hilko to put his skills in, as well as for the aberrations to walk over. Just then, Meat Silk realized that the policewoman's blood level had dropped another notch. Flesh looked closely, only to find that several wisps of dark-colored flames had risen from the policewoman's body at some point. Is this the effect of red buff? After a series of nerfs in previous versions, the cauterizing damage of heavy damage equipment has been greatly reduced, with only 1% of the blood cauterizing effect left. Now, in the damage summary panel, we tend to see that the true damage caused by the burning effect is often a very small portion of the damage component of an Ijitsu with heavy damage gear, probably somewhere less than 0.1%. After all, after balancing, the healing-reducing effects provided by these heavy wound classes, as well as the attributes of the equipment itself, were already excellent. If this were normal, this scorching damage wouldn't be on the player's radar. But right now, Flesh's policewoman could only have about 100 points of blood left, only to see that under the scorching, the policewoman's blood level was dropping a little bit. Still, have a chance. Red buff doesn't do that much damage. It shouldn't scald you. At this moment, policewoman had already raised her hand and fired the first bullet, and it hit Iron Man's body. Meat Silk looked up and found that the Iron Man, who had lost the skill's damage reduction effect, and had been less than full of blood before, had been blasted down to only 1/3 of his blood in one go, and Chuyui's blue amount, too, was about to rise to full. One more shot. Just one more shot. Meat Silk's eyes were dead set on policewoman, but right at this moment, a string of yellow lightning suddenly lit up, taking away the last ounce of blood from the policewoman. Meat Silk froze, but then reflected on what had happened. No. Heejin looked at the policewoman, who only had a thread of blood left, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Next, shouldn't even have to wait for Hilko's next skill shot. Just as Heejin watched, Hilko swung another flat A, simultaneously triggering the equipment effect of Electric Knife. Static Electric Blade. Every third attack deals magic damage and 30% magic resistance shatter for 5 seconds to 4 enemies. In order to increase the synthesis rate of this equipment, the designers, in addition to adding some mana attributes to it, and a magic resistance reduction effect above the hero skill, commonly 20%, gave it a fixed value of magic damage every few flat A's. With the combination of the red buff and Electric Knife, two pieces of equipment that didn't originally deal much damage, that bloodied policewoman was killed before she could even shoot a second bullet. That's steady. Without the help of the policewoman, the output burden of Meat Silk's side fell entirely on the shoulders of the Chuyui. At this moment, Chuyui's blue bar finally filled up again. With a rising dragon fist, her body was enveloped by a white shield and she knocked Iron Man up high. After blasting Iron Man back to the ground, a shockwave emerged from the ground and blew away all of the Ijits in Iron Man's row. Does have a chance? Meat Lips looked at her, Chuyuu, expectantly, only to see that Chuyui, who was carrying, drink blood. After striking a shocking blow, her blood level once again rose back to nearly full blood, carrying the heavy injury effect. See my, Chunya, how do you fight me? Meat Lips was looking at Chuyui, with gold light coming out of her eyes. The Iron Man didn't fire his second skill after all under Chuyui's painful attack. However, due to the lack of armor breaking and damage provided by female policewoman, Chuyui consumed 2 more flat A's before closing out Iron Man. Iron Man is dead. I'll see how you can fight me. Neat Threads was overjoyed. Ebony and Sevika had been killed earlier. After breaking through Iron Man, Heejinfang's front row had been left with only the pendants. However, Chuyui was not heading straight for Heejin's back row, but was attracted to the hatred of the front row Yeetsies next to him, and turned back to hit the pendants. It's okay, Chuyuyu, you take your time to fight. Without the powerful front row fighters, Meat Silk at this point no longer had Heejinfang's remaining yippies in his sights. What's the use of the rest of these guys? The only one with equipment, Hilko, is still scraping the bottom of the barrel, and as I recall, the previous fight wasn't as fast as my Chuyuwu return. When he looked up, Neat Thread was frozen, only to see that a group of aberrations had already surrounded Chuyui, and they were all going up and down on Chuyui. Hiss, why does it hurt so much more than before? As it turned out, after killing the main tank of the flesh side, Loris, as well as the back rows, policewoman, and Maddie, Hilko's aberrations were able to spread out, and in conjunction with Hilko's mana that had been rising with the time of the battle, they gnawed away at all of the flesh side's hangers-on. At this point, There was only one left on Meatlip's field. No. It doesn't work. Chuzzlewit's blood level bounced up and down, getting sucked up again by Chuzzlewit by hitting the pendant after being hit down some by Hilko. It was just that. Thanks to Hilko's rising mana, the rate at which this blood was falling was gradually becoming faster. Finally, Chuyui killed the last pendant and turned her head towards Hilko with a big stride. Hurry up, Chuyui! Meatlips cried out internally. Under the aberrant's gnawing, Chuyui's blood level gradually dropped, but the blue bar gradually rose to full capacity as well. Almost there, Chuyui quickly released the skill, but with another shot of Hilko's skill, an alchemy pot slammed into Chuyui's head, matching the aberrations and emptying the last trace of her blood. No! Chapter 62 High-Dimensional Heirlooms. Sure enough, it's still a bit of a stretch. Looking at himself finally winning, Heejin also let out a slight sigh of relief. Spare him the dog luck of finding a 2-star 5-cost card plus all the right equipment plus some careful matchups so that he could beat his opponent. Sure enough, if this lineup of Alchemy Baron doesn't collect vegetables, it's still not quite enough to rely only on the little bit of blood given by Skip the Black Market to hold up the battle. But luckily, I'm about to ascend into a Super Saiyan. With a sigh of emotion, Heejin began to patiently wait for the battle session to end. Raising his head and glancing at the expression on the opposite side of the room where Meat Silk had eaten X, Heejin didn't think much of it. This woman has been weird. Still, whoever it was that was promised a financial hold by a family that hadn't even harvested their vegetables yet would have been less than thrilled. What's more, if I hadn't stolen her back row, it wouldn't have been a sure win. There was a flash of white light and a heat should appear on the board, but it was Hao Jin who passed it on. Seeing that Heejin had actually won the round, she also revealed a leaping expression. Brother Jin, it's worthy of you. Looking up at Meat Silk on the opposite side of the board, as well as the only one, Hilko, left in the board, a flicker of realization flashed through her mind. It's a good thing it's this weak girl who's fighting, or else Shocker brother who doesn't have a vegetable collection might not be able to beat it. Meatrix also looked up when she saw Hao Jin suddenly appear. However, he noticed that Hao Jin was looking at himself a little strangely. There seems to be some afterthought, some surprise, and, thanks, she's thanking me? After freezing for a couple seconds, Meatloaf reacted that Hao Jin was most likely thanking herself for letting Heejin last through the round. Only, the hint of gratitude didn't flatter her. Grateful or not for my dish, she doesn't see me as a rival? This feeling of being ignored by her imaginary enemy was driving her a little crazy. She wanted to say something mean. Something like wait for me, I'll be back. But in the end she didn't say it. Tell them that they are actually from the beautiful country and have been watching them and targeting them for a long time, but have been failing to do so? What a loser dog. She had to look away and silently hold her anger inside. Gee, you're just in time. Seeing the visitor, Heejin hemmed and hawed. After this round, my tier count will be just about at 800. The rewards I saw in the last round were already pretty sick. This round is playing so extreme. I guess it should open up even more awesome goodies. Although Heejin had a clear idea of the Alchemy Baron's prizes in his heart. After all, he couldn't explain the source of the information, so it wasn't good to tell Hao Jin directly. Good. I'll wait here with you then. Hearing Heejin's words, Hao Jin's gaze contained some expectation. Every time Brother Jin plays Golden Shovel, it's either all kinds of big detentions or 3-star 5 charges, so it's really something you have to look forward to. In the distance, Meat Threads freaked out again when he saw that both of them were ignoring him, instead treating him as a dispensable backdrop. Dog boy and girl. The battle session ended and the two flew back to Heejin's board together. Only the purple shimmering large medicinal pot on the left side of Heejin's chessboard was seen to be escaping filaments of purple light around it, as well as yellowish-green bands of light that flowed from bottom to top over the medicinal pot. 800 whole layers. Arabic numerals sprouted from the medicine pot, revealing the number of shimmering layers Heejin was accumulating. Brother Jin, what's the reward? Hao Jin blinked her big, watery black eyes and looked at Heejin expectantly. There is only one prize. Heejin deliberately lowered his voice. I remember you said that the previous rewards would have various gold coins, as well as 3-star and 4-star Yeetzy and such, in addition to powerful equipment? Hao Jin raised her eyebrows slightly upwards. So, this only remaining reward should be very powerful in order to be comparable to the previous ones? Heejin was non-committal, deliberately putting on a grave expression, his voice low and magnetic. I'll claim the reward to show you. Seeing how mysterious Heejin was, Hao Jin's curiosity was stretched even higher. Just as Heejin pointed his finger, a stream of light flew out and landed in his equipment bar. Hao Jin hurriedly looked over, only to see that it was a purple and pink oval-shaped object, surrounded by an orange border, which was plainly lying in Heejin's equipment bar. How come it doesn't look like it's as powerful as light equipment? How Jean recalled the golden, glittering, bright equipment, and only felt that this equipment was slightly plain. But you can't judge a thing by its appearance. How Jean remembered this old Chinese saying. Lifting her finger, how Jean pointed towards the object. A box quickly popped up with only 2 lines of text in the center. High-dimensional heirloom, at the start of battle, create a portable anomaly which summons powerful friendlies from across the cloud tops every 4 seconds. Ha? Nothing? How Jean was dumbfounded. As soon as she clicked on this information bar, she rushed to look at the special effects of the equipment, wanting to see this piece of equipment that required such harsh conditions to obtain, only to find that the description of the passage was very ambiguous. Powerful friendlies? What friendlies? How powerful is it? One must know that the perfect equipment that Hijin had just described to her was so wild and cool that it almost seemed like she could influence the entire battlefield with a single piece of equipment. But this equipment, it seems a bit ordinary? Looking more closely, how Jean only saw a lone string of numbers on the line of equipment attributes, plus 5,000 life value. Good. High attributes. How Jean was stunned at first. For a piece of equipment, this blood attribute was truly terrifying. Basically equivalent to 2 bright berserkers. Generally speaking, the attributes of a piece of bright equipment could be approximately equal to 2 pieces of ordinary ready-made clothing. So when discounted, this piece of equipment could top 4 pieces of ordinary ready-made clothing just for its plain and simple blood attributes. But she then frowned. Such a strong attribute. Don't it be that this equipment only has this advantage? Even if you only look at the blood attribute. As mentioned earlier, the blood attribute of this equipment is approximately equal to 2 pieces of bright equipment. Taking another look at the colored hexes, bright sacrament, that can pick 1 bright equipment. The resources provided by this economic tie reaches the strength of 2 colored hexes. It's already very scary. So how strong can this powerful friend be? 2 stars and 4 fees? 3 stars and 3 fees? The odds are that the summoned Yiko will not come with equipment. So I guess it can only be used as meat. But even if it's meat, that's meat on top of meat when paired with the base attributes of this equipment. The unity bond that Hilko opens is stronger the bigger it gets. After thinking for a while, how Jean realized that she saw through the value of this equipment. Matching the main C, Hilko, that Alchemy Baron is bonded to. It's a good idea to stall for time to hit the output. That's really good. Even a 3-star forecast doesn't always beat it. With that in mind, she smiled and nodded. Wow, the attributes are really high. It feels like it has the strength of a 3-star 4 fee. I'll go back to prepare for the battle first, and I'll come to your side to see the results when the battle starts in a little while. When Yijin saw that how Jean's expression remained unchanged, he naturally guessed that she didn't see the power of this equipment. So he concurred. Good. Remember to come in a while. Chapter 63. After seeing how Jean disappear and return to his own board, Hijin casually gave the high-dimensional heirloom to the Linata, which was not equipped on his body, and began to wait for the matchup countdown to end. What? What do you mean you're not looking at the rivals this time? I think you don't understand. High-dimensional heirloom, as the only real entertainment bond this season. Baron Alchemy's strength, especially after the opening of the high-level rewards, has never let anyone doubt, even if it only opens up to 500 floors, with the help of perfect equipment. Alchemy Baron is very capable of striking the champion's throne. Even said, as long as the opponent is not chasing out 3-star 4 or 5 cost, the game is basically a Alchemy Baron with perfect gear to eat the chicken. Of course, if it only stacked up to 500 layers and the equipment that opened out was still the perfect flesh splitter, then it might indeed be very likely that the commendation. But, as long as it was open to over 600 levels, the reward for this hold would provide 2 whole, perfect equipment. With the help of the 2 gods who are equipped with perfect gear, Baron Alchemy is basically a stable chicken. Of course, the main thing is to remove the posture of only opening the perfect flesh splitter. Even against a 3-star, 4-cost opponent like this, it's a battle. By the time it opened up to the 700th floor, the Alchemy Baron would give a 2-star Savika, as well as a 3-star Silco, in addition to 3 pieces of perfect equipment. This way, if you run into some 3-star 5 costs that happen to be restrained, you might even be able to beat them. For example, using a short blue bar Yitzi such as Big Mouth with perfect toxin dump, to infinitely stun those 3-star 5 costs that don't release skills in the opening game and don't have exemptions, or putting Nightblade on Shimmering Self or Shimmering Iron Man to dodge 3-star 5 costs such as Jinx, which only have one section of a big burst, and then quickly spike them. As for the high-dimensional heirloom that was rewarded at the 800th floor, it wasn't so simple. In the official Big Data website, the data of this equipment came to the undisputed first place in the equipment win rate list. All 3 of its statistics are staggering. Rank 100. Top 4 rate 100%. Ascent rate. Again. 100%. It can be said that after opening the perfect gear, the Baron of Alchemy may still commend itself before reaching the top due to various events, but as soon as the high-dimensional heirloom is opened, it's almost impossible not to eat the chicken. Rubbing his hands together, Heejin began to count down the countdown bit by bit. 3, 2, 1, fight. With a lightness in his body, Heejin was sucked into the blue portal. After the light in front of his eyes distorted like a sea of waves, Heejin arrived at his opponent's board for this round. In this round, the opponent is an Athanasian brother. Why so sure? In addition to that yellowish-black skin, Heejin also noticed that a red sandy mole was dotting his brow. It's you, Dragon Nation. I've come to take you home. Seeing Heejin and the hint of bloody skin on Heejin's head, Brother San lifted his chin and spoke. Brother, you're a drag. The two have exchanged blows, referring to the mouthpiece, in previous sparring sessions. Of course, it was San who first showed his malice after recognizing Heejin as a dragon countryman. Heejin was not surprised by this inexplicable malice. With the proximity of the Three Kingdoms and the Dragon Kingdom, and the fact that they are both large countries geographically and landwise, who isn't economically? I won't say. There is no small amount of hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom, even if the Three Kingdoms aren't part of the Beautiful Kingdoms alliance. All this information was written in the information given to Heejin by Director Hao. After assuming the role of Jinghua, Heejin found the information on these international relations in the first place. There was no other way. He didn't want to unintentionally let the cat out of the bag by running into an enemy on the field without realizing it. When dealing with the enemy, you have to target them by all means. In the few days since he was reborn in this world, Heejin had been subjected to a lot of malice from his enemies, and had also learned about the sinister mentality of his enemies towards the Dragon Kingdom. So his mindset had also become more angular from the nothing be needlessness he had been in the beginning. Facing San's provocation, Heejin spoke. You're a good tugger, brother, but it's a pity that you're tugging in the wrong place. This round, I'll see if you can kill my monster. Even if it's just one, count me out. Hearing Heejin's words, San raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, he was dumbfounded when he looked at Heejin's Yeetzy and restraints on the field. Take an economic hold and you only chased out 2 2-star 5 costs and 1 2-star 4 cost? Who gave you the nerve to amplify that here? At those words, Heejin just smiled and shook his head. San narrowed his eyes. Not having found the source of Heejin's confidence, he was a little disturbed by Heejin's arrogance. Looking closely, he finally realized that although the blood bars of the alchemy barons on Heejin's field were all quite thick, there was one Ye who had a somewhat terrifyingly thick blood level. Is this blood bar even a little dark? After recognizing that big lump of meat in the back row as Linata, San was filled with surprise. It looks like she only brought one piece of equipment. How can she be so meaty? Could that piece of equipment be what this Dragon Nation person is relying on? Before he could check the details of that strange piece of equipment, he heard the bell for the official start of the matchmaking. When the battle began, only to see a gray mana ball suddenly appear beside Linata. Hao Jinjin also came to Heejin's side at this time as promised. Seeing that spell ball, her expression immediately became the same as that San's, with surprise in her eyes. Shocker G. Ha! That looks familiar. Isn't that the ball from the 4 to 6 mutation? It actually showed up here? Could it be that this is the portable anomaly inside the description of the high-dimensional heirloom? Without waiting to figure out what was going on, the trio's eyes focused on the gray mana ball in unison caught a glimpse of a dull gray light being thrown from the ball. It's a Yoshiko? San judged, with a golden light emanating from its body. It seems to be a 3-star. Hao Jinjin nodded. It does seem to be a 3-star 3 fee. But by the time this Yoshi landed, the eyes of both men were wide at the same time. San, this. Hao Jinjin, this is. Both, 3-star siren? San hurriedly poked his fingers out, trying to see what was happening. After realizing that the gray mana orb couldn't be tapped, he tapped towards that high-dimensional heirloom. No, not. Powerful friendlies can be at so powerful? He couldn't help but burst out. Hao Jinjin covered her small mouth and looked at Heejin with a pair of big, surprised eyes. But he saw Heejin just faintly smiled. 3 stars and 5 fees is just. Base manipulation. Chapter 64, What's flying on a full screen? In the eyes of the two people, only to see that a 3-star, Demon G, leaped up, landing soon after. Started a flat A. What's with the thunder? As he watched the demon girl's movements, the corner of San's mouth twitched. I thought it was so awesome. That's it? I don't know where the rumor came from before that the 3-star 5 cost was so strong that it could just kill the whole game. While he was secretly thinking in his mind, Demonis was already unknowingly having already leveled A 2 or 3 times, and in conjunction with the AoE, large ranged damage, that she received, her blue bar rose to full, just by waving her staff. A dark red ball of thorny vines like thorns flew out from the top of the staff and flew to the center of the board. San was surprised to see that the pieces on his board seemed moving in unison. What? Are they all walking over to that ball? No, it doesn't seem like they walked there by themselves. Rather, sucked over? His jaw dropped as he watched his Yoshis being pulled by the Banshee's mana ball, gathering in unison in the center of the board. What will happen? A bad feeling bubbled up in San's mind, only to see the Yoshis on the sand field get closer and closer until they completely overlapped into one another. Then, there was a bang. All of the Yoshis disappeared in a flash. San didn't react to what was happening for a moment. He didn't come back to his senses until Heejin's Yeetsis began to dance in celebration of their victory in battle. I lost? San's mind was unruffled, feeling only a hint of absurdity, and even wanting to laugh a little. Is this the 3-star 5 fee? If he went through a fierce battle, it turned out that Demon Lady's value was too powerful. His own Yeetsis couldn't fight half a day to knock out the blood. Or if Demon Lady released a skill, he would see a string of numbers popping up on the heads of several of his Yeetsis, dabbing away at their blood and then directly dying. If that was the way it was done, he might have lost. 3 stars and 5 fees. It's hard to chase, so it's normal to be stronger. But if he was defeated in such a non-interactive way, he had nothing but hard feelings in his heart. Very difficult. Just like when he was a child. One of his beautiful classmates blindfolded him with a mysterious face and said she would do something to make him comfortable. As a result, when he opened his eyes, he realized that there were already a bunch of people in front of him smiling and looking at him. When he sheepishly lowered his head, he found a lizard-like one instead, and like once when his father brought him his wife. Oh, it's okay. According to village tradition, his wife was young at the time, just starting to develop, and he was happy with that. Anyway, this kind of feeling that he hated so much, the feeling of powerlessness in his whole body, he hadn't felt it for a long time. So, is this the strength of a 3-star? 5 fee. Just as he was drained is when he suddenly realized a blind spot. Wrong. Ha? On what grounds? Isn't he only level 8? Isn't it only the beginning of stage 5? How did he get 3 stars and 5 fees? That weird outfit? On what grounds? How did he get this outfit? Why should he have it and I not? Is this thing really equipment that's supposed to exist? Is he open? Once this thought came out, all the unbelievability and incomprehensibility in San's heart at this time found a vent. That must be it. How else can we explain the appearance of the 3-star 5 fee so early and so suddenly? His breath caught in his throat, and a ferocious light sprang up in his eyes. Report! I want to report it. Heejin was startled and jolted by San's sudden bellow. I only saw San suddenly look up at the sky and shouted, "Someone is disrupting the game by hanging. Aliens, don't you guys care?" Seeing this, both Heejin and Hao Jinjin's expressions were wonderful. What's wrong with him? Hao Jinjin raised her head, her brow furrowed as she asked Heejin. I don't know. Heejin was also very shocked, and with a polite awkward smile on his face, he replied. They both kept their voices low, afraid that San would hear them. It always felt like he was a little mentally unbalanced. It's not normal to be abnormal. Just as San shouted report at the top of his lungs, a cold mechanical voice sounded. A report has been detected. Ooh, the webmaster actually gave a shout out? Heejin raised an eyebrow. Detection complete. Player Heejin equipment access, full compliance. High-dimensional heirloom is the regular reward for the 800th floor of the Baron of Alchemy hold. San was stunned, then became even more agitated. How can that be? To be able to open something like this at the beginning of the 5th stage? Who are you fooling? Suggestion. The mechanical voice remains cold. Practice more if you're a vegetable. What did you say? San was stunned for a moment, but instantly exploded. I never repeat myself. Question my authority again and you will be disqualified. At those words, San's body trembled, and finally closed his mouth that still wanted to say something. San, Hao Jinjin, who was on the side, couldn't help herself. Alright, don't waste time with them. Heejin waved his hand. It just so happens to be very early in the game. Do you want to see the power of all 3 stars and 5 charges? Then of course I want to see it. Hao Jinjin immediately came into the spirit. In the last match, Heejin chased out a whole 8 3-star, 5 fee, but she only saw 2 or 3 skills, which was more or less a pity. Okay, then I'll help you staff the preparation session, and then when the sparring starts, you come over to my side. The next round of matchmaking began. The opponent is an old man with a 6 profit on TSK, that's a lot of blue. Heejin skimmed. As the matchup began, a gray mana orb in the center of the field was seen to flash, and a Jace, covered in golden light appeared out of nowhere. 3 stars, Jace? Lao's eyes went straight. Just by jumping up, Jace shot out a dense barrage of cannonballs, creating a field of magnetic explosions across the board. The opposing yippies were bombed like crazy, and then, there was no more. It's over? Hao Jin was dumbfounded. That's just where it's at. Heejin laughed. Go, the next one. With a flash of light in the portal, Heejin brought his Yeetzy to the board of his new opponent. Heejin spoke. Don't you want to see the power of the 3 stars and 5 fees? The opponent froze. What? Only a gray ball flashed, and a strange man clad in golden vestments appeared on the field. In the next second, dense waves of blue light hung all over the board. Before the opponent's Eejits had a chance to catch their breath, they were killed by a dense wave of light bouncing off of them. Chapter 65, Anti-Counterfeit Labels? In this way, Heejin took Hao Jin to enjoy waves after waves of fairy wars. In each of the next rounds of matchups, opponents were forced to witness the terrifying power of the 3-star 5-cost. Some marveled at the chain clearing of the 3-star Banshee. Only red phantoms flashed across the field, and a single skill cleared the entire battlefield. Ha! This is the end? The opponent was incredulous. That's right. Heejin nodded his head. But you were lucky to catch the full skill effect. What do you mean? The last guy didn't even get all the special effects. Some lamented the fire coverage of the 3-star Rambo. The Yodels drove their tanks and blasted missiles into the sky, turning the entire board into a grill in an instant with cannon fire. In the flames that filled the sky, the enemy Yeetsies couldn't even send out a scream. What kind of damage is this? My 4-star Yeetsie can't even carry it? Pax old man. Heejin shrugged his shoulders. All that? Come and have some barbecue. Ha! Some of them were hit by 3-star Jinx bazookas and couldn't speak. Only Jinx jumped twice cheerfully, and was blasting away at the enemy formation. The scene was wild and magnificent as little demonic flowers bloomed in the air. That's too much. His opponent was dumbfounded. To be this effect, Heejin said triumphantly. How else can you call it bombing? At some point, Neat Silk had also teleported over. Looking at the constant rotation of 3-star 5 charges on Heejin's field, her face became increasingly ugly. A few national games rings in a row, and every one of them sees 3-star 5 fee. She said, calculating in her mind. Is this the hidden danger that Captain Beautiful Nation was talking about? This kind of opponent must not be allowed to continue growing. But she then bristled. Say it like I have a solution. Hao Jin, on the other hand, was watching with great interest. Whenever a new 3-star 5 fee came out, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. This hammer from Iron Man is also too cool. The whole ground is shaking. Jace's artillery coverage is so strong. I'm dumbfounded. Sevika's big move is absolutely brilliant. Really gave a lot of money. She laments. Why does it feel like each one is so strong? Heejin smiled without saying anything and continued to lead her to watch the next matchup. After watching several rounds in a row, the field gradually began to see players pass away and retire. And Hao Jin, with the help of Heejin, successfully approached the top 4. In a certain game, Hao Jin suddenly pulled on Heejin's sleeve with excitement. Brother Jin, I've discovered something very interesting. Ha! It feels like every game you play, you have a 3-star 5 fee debut. Hao Jin said with a smile. It's like some sort of exclusive mark. It's like a security tag. She shone brightly before her eyes. Anytime you see a 3-star 5 fee all over the place, that's 80% of the time you're playing the game. Heejin froze for a moment. That's an interesting analogy. But when you put it this way, right. Hao Jin got more and more excited. But you're the only one in the world who's ever chased out a 3-star 5 fee. Not to mention this version of the 5-cost Iron Man, Jinx, Savika, Banshee, Rambo, Jace, Policewoman, Grasshopper. You've seen all of them in these 2 games. I'll tell you what, she said mysteriously as she moved closer. A rival just told me that they call you the 5 fee collector internally. Such an impressive title? Heejin lost his smile. Wouldn't I be honored then? That's for sure, Hao Jin said. You're synonymous with 3 stars and 5 fees. When the occasional flicker of flesh on Heejin's board heard this, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his nails sinking into his palms. This kind of player. She gritted her teeth. No wonder the captain said he had to die in the National Games ring. Monsters that can 3-star 5 costs every game. This shouldn't even exist. Just wait. She stared fiercely at Heejin's back. We'll definitely make you look good in the National Games ring. The matchups continue, with each new 3-star 5-cost outing bringing a different kind of shock. Demonis' chains came out of nowhere, and one skill made the opponent's entire army disappear. Grasshopper's void spell turned the entire battlefield into a dead zone. In the blue energy fluctuations, the enemy Eejits all disappeared before they had a chance to struggle. Grasshopper is really handsome. Hao Jin clapped her hands in praise. Neat Threads, on the other hand, was looking on with his teeth clenched. The policewoman summoned a bunch of 3-star Yoshi to fall from the sky, and her airship airdrops, as well as sniper bullets, poured down like rain. The opponent's defensive formation instantly fell apart. not even the opportunity to fight back. This is too much of a bully. His opponent laughed bitterly. It seems you don't understand. Heejin spread his hands. What crushing means. By the time the final round was over, everyone had realized one thing. The 3-star 5 fee wasn't for fighting. It was for ending fights. Unlike the previous game, where only a few lucky opponents got to see the horror of Samsung's 5 costs. This game, everyone got a chance to experience it for themselves. Game over. Final ranking. First place, Heejin. Second place, Hao Jin. Third place, Allsauce. Fourth place, Shredded Pork. Challenger mode point settlement. Heejin, plus 100. Hao Jin, plus 80. Allsauce, plus 60. Shredded meat, plus 40. Back in the golden shovel space. The meat threads appeared out of nowhere and suddenly blocked in front of Heejin. It's just trickery by equipment, she said coldly. You'll have a good time when you're in the National Games ring. Oh, Heejin narrowed his eyes slightly. Which family are you from? You. Meat thread was shaking with anger. It turned out that both of these two who were enemies didn't even know they were from the beautiful kingdom by now. I'm from the beautiful country. Don't think you're so great. You're at best a bigger ant in front of our captain. I didn't think I was marvelous. Heejin shrugged. I was just thinking. Think what? Which 3-star? 5 fee does he want to go up against? Heejin said with a smirk. Iron Man? Jinx? Or, Grasshopper? You. Meat lips grimaced. Right? Heejin suddenly sneered. I'm looking forward to it even more then. Looking forward to what? Go. Heejin didn't reply, but only turned to Hao Jin and said, we still have to prepare for the National Luck Ring in 3 days. Meatrix looked at the two men who turned to leave, her mind stabbing and scratching. Hey, what were you just going to say? You guess. Heejin didn't turn around, just waved his hand. The torture of half-talking is perfect for dealing with people like this, Heejin said quietly to Hao Jin. Hao Jin looked at Heejin and cried a little. Heejin was always very reassuring on serious occasions, and there are times when he's a bit of a goofball. However, it was very dear to her. Isn't Brother Jin always like this? Aha! Hao Jin nodded her head vigorously. I want to see you beat them all down when the time comes.